This is Daydreams in the Valley, written by Ellen Joy. Chapter 1. Rosie had never seen a more handsome set of eyes in her whole life, dark brown and smoldering with heat, not to mention the long eyelashes, solidly muscular body, and glossy dark hair. He walked with a swagger that showed his pedigree, and there was a dangerous glint in his eyes. She wished she could take him home right then and there. She was in love. Next, we have a gorgeous quarter horse. He's the complete package, folks. The auctioneer announced the horse as a man in a Stetson walked him out in front of the crowd. The horse skipped around in anxious jumps, fighting the lead rope held tight in the man's hands. The crowd talked over the auctioneer's spiel, but Rosie, who sat up front, didn't miss a thing. Her eyes were on that horse. He'd make a fine ranch horse, or tear up the track at the Derby, the announcer said into the microphone. Rosie let out a laugh. They'd say anything to make a buck. He's 4 years old and comes from good bloodlines. Rosie crossed her legs, bobbing her boot up and down, her nerves getting the better of her. She used the auction paddle as a fan. The auction house sweltered in the summer heat and near 100% humidity. She had been there for over an hour, waiting for this moment. "Just start the dang auction, Earl," she mumbled to herself. "We'll begin the bidding at 5. The auctioneer began the chant, and Rosie lifted her paddle, claiming the first bid. Others popped up their paddles, but the price moved up slowly, as she'd predicted. She didn't look up until the auctioneer motioned his hammer toward the very back of the crowd. "We have 6, now 6, now 6, will you give me 6, 1?" She lifted her paddle, her curiosity rising. Who else was bidding? She swung around in her seat, looking for the typical race bidders. Guys who couldn't afford the big-name horses yet, so took the leftovers, hoping for a lucky break. But this horse wasn't leftovers. This horse had potential, and Rosie hoped the mystery bidder didn't know what she knew. This horse was special. She had seen the stallion at the stables outside the racetrack. After being disqualified for doping his horses, his owner sold him to another race trainer, but his unpredictable outbursts became too much, and now was up for sale. She couldn't believe it when she saw the picture in the auction ad. He'd make a great show horse, maybe for her nephew Charlie. Her sister Georgie would probably kill her for buying him a horse without her permission. But Georgie needed to learn to lighten up. The kid was good with a horse, and she had been right about Olivia, hadn't she? Georgie's daughter had come out of her teenage grittiness, working with horses. 10, she called out, although that was all she had to spend, and more than she had planned. 15, a deep voice said from behind. All she could see was an arm and a hat, not the face that was stealing her horse. Well, Charlie's horse. "We have 15. Can I get 18? 18. Will you give me 18? Rosie shook her head, bobbing her leg hard as she set her paddle aside on the seat next to her. She snuck a glance at the man behind her. The brim of his hat covered his eyes. She could see a clean-shaven jaw and a tailored suit that belonged in the city, not in a barn. She already hated him. After the auctioneer congratulated the man on the hammer price, her irritation stabbed at her like a pulled nail in a horseshoe. She wanted that horse. Sure, she had told herself it was for Charlie, but she'd made a connection with him that day at the stables. She promised she'd save him from guys like this city boy in the back. Guys who'd do anything to make a buck off of the back of the horse. Some promise, she thought to herself as she made her way out of the auction. "You have a good eye for horses," a voice said behind her. She turned to face the handsome man in the suit, hands in his pockets. His chiseled jaw belonged in a shaving commercial. He didn't fit in here, even with a cowboy hat. "But obviously not a big enough wallet." She smiled, eyeing the dark, handsome stranger. He smiled back, a pearly display of white. He extended his hand. "I'm Marcus." "Rosie." His hand encompassed hers, and she liked the strength of his shake. Her feelings toward the handsome stranger began to change. "What are your plans for my horse?" He laughed. "You should swing by my place and see." He pulled out a card from his wallet and handed it over to her. Golden Bluff Ranch. "You work at a horse farm?" "I own a horse farm," he corrected her. "Are you looking to race that horse?" Handsome or not, she wanted to protect that animal from more abuse. He shook his head, putting on a pair of sunglasses. "Nope." "Then what?" A shiny black 450 horse-powered truck pulling an immaculate horse trailer pulled up next to him. A gray-haired man in the driver's seat gave her a nod as he waited for Marcus to get in. "You'll have to come by and see." Marcus climbed in, laughing as he shut the door, and the truck took off behind the auction house to pick up his new horse. Her horse! She played with the card in her hand. Marcus Rodriguez. She had been in the horse business her whole life and had heard the Rodriguez name before. The family had been known to breed some of the most beautiful show horses in the country. As she stood there staring at the cloud of dust left by the trailer, she knew two things. She'd go and visit Golden Bluffs Ranch, and she would get her horse. It had been 65 days since the accident, 66 since he had a drink, and 67 since he held a woman in his arms. Yet there he was, about to step into the only bar in town. Regret already filled him as he opened the door, yet the urge was so great, stronger than any rational thought, that he stepped right inside the dark, dank bar. It was exactly how he remembered it. Neon beer signs hung on the walls, along with stuffed and mounted fish, moose antlers, and photographs of locals, Ryan's face among them. Except for a few old-timers, the place was empty, which was what he'd wanted. He wanted to drink alone. Nothing had gone especially wrong that day. In fact, it was just like the day before it and the day before that. Living back on the ranch was like a mashup of Back to the Future and Groundhog Day. He felt like a kid again, except instead of his father running the ranch, it was his perfect brother Sam. Ryan wasn't jealous of Sam. He wasn't one to feel sorry for himself, but the bum leg made riding impossible. His son still wanted nothing to do with him, and today was just his breaking point. He knew, being in rodeo for as many years as he had, that getting badly hurt wasn't a matter of if, but when. But his head could know the truth and still not believe it. It certainly wasn't his first rodeo. He had just never really expected it might be his last. He was lucky, the doctors said. His damaged spinal cord hadn't left him fully paralyzed. He had regained most of the feeling in his right leg, enough to use a cane to support his weak left side. Not exactly how he'd thought he would end up at his age. He was closer to 40 than 30, and with nothing to show for it but metal plates in his back and a horse he couldn't ride. Jesse. He had Jesse, he reminded himself. The kid could ride. Boy, the kid could ride. He might have even more potential than Ryan, but he wouldn't ride Ophelia. Maybe the kid knew it'd break Ryan's heart. Maybe he just didn't care. Either way, Ryan wondered if he should even keep his horse. How could he take care of her when he couldn't even take care of himself? She wasn't a cow horse. Ranching wasn't in her blood. She was a show horse, a beautiful all-around athlete. She could saddle for a rodeo, but could also barrel race, jump, had the endurance for hunting, racing. He'd have no trouble selling her. There was an auction just today. When he took a seat at the bar, he saw no one behind it until the door to the kitchen was bumped open, and a petite figure came out, holding 2 buckets of ice. Rosie? He had forgotten that his neighbor bartended. Ryan? She looked disappointed. What are you doing here? He shrugged, wondering how much she knew about everything. Needed to get out of the house. She nodded, then dumped one of the buckets into the sink. What can I get you?" She put her hands on her hips, and Ryan remembered the day she was born. Now that baby stood before him as a smoking hot babe, with her strawberry blonde hair pulled back into a braid. "I'll take a Jack and Coke." A sissy drink, but he liked the sweet with the strong. He never liked the taste of booze, but he sure liked the effect. "What have you been up to?" Rosie asked, using the drink hose to pour the Coke. He wondered if she was making small talk as a bartender, or as his closest neighbor, or the brother of the guy who was dating her sister. "Mostly watching Judge Judy," he answered honestly. He had no reason to pretend he was doing better. He wasn't. He was at the lowest point he'd ever been. He had no job. A kid who'd just shown up in his life when it had completely fallen apart. He lived off his brother's kindness, and so did his son, who really wanted nothing to do with him other than to pass the salt at the dinner table. He couldn't wait to feel the warmth of the Jack Daniels. Rosie placed the glass in front of him and leaned her elbows on the bar. "You should come down to the barn." Rosie referred to her barn, where his son spent most of his time. He shook his head. "I don't think so." He spun the drink in his hand. The glass was beaded with condensation in the hot, humid Minnesota summer air. The bar's only air conditioner rattled on the wall at the other end of the room, but he was still sweating. "You should have seen the stallion today at auction." He looked up from the mahogany-tinged drink. "You were at the auction today?" The thought of entering Ophelia in the monthly auction made him feel sick. He didn't like the looks of those crowds, race breeders and sleazy businessmen. "Do you need another horse?" He knew Rosie had at least 2 at the farm. She looked up to the ceiling. Need is such a strong word, really. "How are the lessons going?" He had heard Jesse talk about the riding lessons Rosie gave. He'd talk about how he liked to help with the kids learning to ride. But Ryan knew full well he was only heading down to that barn to see Olivia, Rosie's niece. "Great," she smiled, and he was reminded again that little Rosie had grown up just like the rest of the Boudreaux girls. Gorgeous, in a natural, girl-next-door kind of way. The kind of girl you'd want to take home to your mom. He suddenly missed his mom. "I have a few more kids riding this summer and getting ready for the fair, and I found this horse who would have been good for barrel racing." Spinning his glass, he picked at the wet napkin underneath. "God, I haven't been to the county fair in years." "I haven't been to a rodeo since you were last in town." He thought about that weekend, the weekend his mother died. He still rode that night, and drank. Boy, did he drink that night, and the next night, and the next. He almost slept through the funeral. Sam had broken his truck's window to wake him up. He left after that. No reason to stick around. Sam hated him. His parents were dead. At least then he could ride. He swept up the glass and took a gulp, letting it burn slowly down his throat, waiting for the warmth of alcohol to rise through his blood. Instead, all he got was the head rush of a cold, sugary drink. "Is that just pop?" He scowled at it. "I ordered a Jack and Coke." "Well, you should have just ordered a Coke because that's all you're getting." She threw a dish towel over her shoulder, resting her hands on her hips. "You know I can just go back to the ranch and drink from the bottle, right?" Did she actually think she'd stop him from drinking by not serving him? She shrugged, making a face that said she didn't care. "Well, at least I'm not the one serving it." He took another drink and was suddenly glad that she hadn't served him. He raised the glass to her and said, 67 then." "What?" She made a face, twisting her cute nose in confusion. "Tell me about the horse you wanted." He didn't need to tell his bartender about his drinking problems. "He's a real beauty, black with a white blaze and white hind socks." Rosie's eyes lit up as she talked. "He was in rough shape at the races, and I was hoping that the price would come down because of his problems, but Who picked him up? His name is Marcus Rodriguez. Ryan almost spit out his drink. Marcus Rodriguez? You know him? She asked. He shook his head. He knew the name. He also knew the guy had money. Lots of money. What was he doing at a small county auction? He could hire someone to do all that dirty work. Must have been quite the horse. Totally, and he slipped through my hands. She held up her hands, spreading her fingers out for dramatically effect. You know I was 12 when you were born? Do you always talk like my grandpa? She winked at him playfully. He let out a holler. She was a smart aleck. He liked it. No, seriously, I was there. I'll never forget it. She threw her head back and groaned, pulled the dish towel off her shoulder and wiped down the counter. If I had a penny for every time this story was told. He laughed. He'd never forget running up to the kitchen porch to hear Mrs. Boudreau screaming bloody murder. He vowed he'd never have children after that. He remembered thinking he might get sick as he and Sam sat on the porch, waiting for their daddy to help deliver the baby. A wicked rainstorm was rushing through. Lightning struck so close he could feel the ground shake under his boots. He worried about his mama, sitting all alone at the ranch, and wanted to head back to the storm cellar, instead of sitting on a porch waiting for a twister to pick them all up. A twister never came, but a baby girl so precious and beautiful. Even Sonny Gunderson shed a tear. As they drove home, a double rainbow spanned across the pastures, and his daddy rested his arm around his shoulder. You never know what it's like to love a child until you have one of your own. You're all crazy, he said, still sick to his stomach, which made Sonny Gunderson holler. Yes, son, I guess you're right. He squeezed Ryan's shoulder, letting go only to take the wheel. Sonny Gunderson may have been a cowboy, but he had never been afraid to show affection. When was the last time Ryan hugged anyone besides a horse? You know, Rosie said, as she took his empty Coke glass and refilled it. You should come down to the barn and see Jesse ride, for yourself. He hadn't been down anywhere besides the ranch until now. He shrugged. Maybe I will. Come by tomorrow. She nodded at the door as another regular entered. Hey, Jimmy. He sipped the drink while his eyes slipped to Rosie's backside. Hey. 3 months ago, he might have thought he'd have a shot with a girl like Rosie, but a washed-up rodeo rider living off his brother's dole was just pathetic. He threw down a 20, which made her look up. Cokes are on the house. Keep the change. He picked up his hat from the empty stool beside him, placed it over his heart, and gave her a brusque nod. He put it back on his head, grabbed his canes, and tried as hard as he could to walk as smoothly as possible, gritting his teeth through the pain. But no matter how hard he tried, the limp remained. Thanks for the Coke, she smiled back. You're welcome. Rosie drove home after closing, and her thoughts remained on Ryan. He looked like he was in rough shape. Life had taken a toll on him, yet she could still see that devilishly handsome guy from up the road. The one who rode horses better than Casey Tibbs. Ryan Gunderson was a 3-time world all-around rodeo champion. People talked about him and wanted to see him ride. Arenas filled up with people paying to see him compete, Rosie being one of them. As a little girl, she had told her family she was going to marry him. It had seemed to make sense, since all Rosie really loved about him were the horses he rode. As she grew older, her crush on Ryan waned, and she fell in love with vampires and professional basketball players. In the end, her one true love remained the same throughout the years. Horses. And Ryan was the only other person she knew who looked at them the same way she did. On the drive home, she opened her windows, listening to the crickets. Gravel crunched under her tires as she pulled up. She looked up at her old apartment above the barn. The lights were on and all the windows closed. The air conditioning droned loudly above her as she got out of her truck. Regret filled her as she thought of her own little private haven, given up to Georgie's student Hannah, who'd just had a baby. The 18-year-old had just barely graduated high school when she had Emma and was now a newlywed living in Rosie's old place. Now, as if life couldn't get any lower, Rosie slept in her childhood bedroom, in the farmhouse already crowded with Mama, her sister Georgie, and her niece and nephew. On a hot and humid summer night, it was the last place she wanted to be. She opened the porch door and saw the light on above the stove, a sign that everyone was in bed. Slowly, she shut the door behind her and took off her boots. Flipping the switch to the ceiling fan, she tiptoed into the living room. She unbuckled her belt, dropping her pants to the floor and pushing them off with her feet. The fan oscillated, moving the air and beginning to cool her sticky skin, unlike the pathetic excuse for an air conditioner at Lumberjack's. She pulled open the windows, letting the sounds of the farm enter the house. She lay down on the couch in her tank top and listened. The day flashed through her head, and just as if he was thinking about her too, a message lit up on her phone. "Your horse is doing great." She didn't know how Marcus Rodriguez knew her personal number, but the text was sent along with a picture of the quarter horse. He stood in an enclosed barn, one of the fancy heated kinds that was real expensive to build and keep up. She scrolled through her camera roll and found a picture of her niece riding one of their trails, the one that followed the creek bed, by the rope swing with the prairie flowers in the background. There wasn't a prettier spot in all of Minnesota. She sent the picture along with a text saying, "Nothing like wide-open spaces." Another picture followed. This time it was the view over a pasture from the top of a hill, with the river splitting the earth. "Come to Golden Bluffs Ranch and ride him yourself." She closed the text. She didn't want him to see her thinking of an answer, because she didn't have an answer. This guy was way out of her league. She had no business texting him back. Something just didn't set right with her about his sudden interest, but she really did want to ride that black beauty. "It's only fair, since you took my horse." She waited this time, watching the bubbles move across his side of the screen. Then, from the backyard, she heard a noise. A rustling of grass moved from the back to the side of the house, close to the open window where she lay. Something, or someone, was walking around the yard. The footsteps came closer, and she fumbled around for the closest, hardest thing she could find, then jumped up at the window. "Ah!" She threw the hardcover Bible at the screen, popping it out. "Holy!" Sam Gunderson yelled out as he fell backward, with the screen on top of him. "Sam!" she heard Georgie yell from above on the second floor. "Sam?" Rosie looked out at her sister's boyfriend. "You're lucky I didn't shoot you." "Well, I'm glad you hit me with the Holy Scripture instead." Sam pulled off the screen and picked up the Bible. Georgie started laughing, and after composing herself, Rosie joined in. "You scared me half to death." "Well, if Georgie had answered her texts, I wouldn't have had to climb at the bottom of her window." "I'm so sorry," Georgie giggled. "I fell asleep reading to Charlie, and I left my phone in my room." "You said you'd go swimming with me." He looked disappointed, but also playful, and head over heels in love with her sister. Rosie rolled her eyes. "You two are gross." "I am so sorry." Georgie blew him a kiss from above as Rosie shut the window. "Ugh." She picked up her phone again. A new text on the screen. "Come for a ride tomorrow." It read. She hesitated, letting her bubbles be seen, although she didn't see his. "That sounds great." She put the phone face down and turned it to sleep mode. She didn't want to think more about it, otherwise she might chicken out and call it off. Instead, she thought of 67. 67. It was the way Ryan said it. like his heart had been broken. She wished he'd come down to watch Jesse ride, but Ryan seemed to have his head up his you-know-what, as her daddy would say. Her daddy always liked the Gunderson men, even Ryan with all his troubles. She had heard the story from Georgie about how Ryan never knew he had a son until Jesse's mother died and left him alone. There was a grandfather in the mix, but somehow Jesse found Sam, who then found a broken, half-dead Ryan in Oklahoma. Trouble sure did look good on him. His smoldering gray eyes made it hard to hold herself up. She had to grab the counter a few times while talking to him. Shame he wanted to drink. She had seen a lot of drunks in her day, and she had a thing about not serving them. She didn't serve anyone who couldn't handle a drink. Period. Not Matt Hagen, or Joey Miller, or even Jenna Isaacson, who threw a tantrum with her boyfriend, causing a fight. No, she didn't serve drunks, and Ryan was one of them. She had seen him one time, not too long before Daddy died, in the city. She remembered thinking how sad it was to see that he was still in the rodeo circuit, never settled down, just jumped from one city to the next for the cash prize. She knew what happened to some horses at the rodeo, and to participate as long as he had to have seen the abuse, if not been a part of it. Those horses were drugged, beaten, starved, overfed, overworked. Rodeos had good riders who cared for their horses, no doubt, but the Good Old Boys Club still dominated its culture, and many people looked the other way, just like with racing and many other animal sports. As long as there were people willing to pay, then the sport and its dark side flourished. Jessie had told her about Ryan's horse, a quarter-horse mare who scared the bejesus out of him. I tried riding her one day, and she bucked me off before I got my foot in the stirrup. He shook his head. She's got issues, just like him. Jessie didn't talk much, so she wasn't surprised he didn't bring Ryan up again. She liked Jesse. He and Sam seemed to have a fine relationship now, which said a lot about Sam. And she guessed it said a lot about Ryan, who had almost no relationship with his son at all. Chapter 2. And who is this guy? Georgie asked. Rosie looked at herself in the mirror, holding up the pair of English riding pants to her waist, the same brand worn by Kate Middleton. Luckily, they fit. Somehow, she managed to be both the youngest and the biggest of the girls in the family. I promise I won't ruin them. You better not. Georgie threw a scarf at her. Wear this with the top. The silk scarf would be perfect. The afternoon was supposed to cool off some. I want to look like I'm not trying to look hot, but always just dress this wonderfully for a ride. You look beautiful either way. So, I look like I'm trying? You're going to look like a princess. Stop. Georgie sat on the bed, leaning back on her elbows. This is nice. Rosie sucked in and zipped up the pants. You stealing my clothes? Georgie teased. At least I asked, this time. She gave Georgie the stink eye. Would she ever see her as anything but the mischievous little sister? Besides, you have a guy that's totally into you. You don't need to do this song and dance called dating. You have a whole town that drools over you every time you walk by. Not Ryan Gunderson. Georgie made a face. What about Ryan? He came to the bar last night. Georgie's face was instantly concerned. Did you serve him? No. She shook her head. She turned to look at her back in the mirror. He stayed and talked a bit. Seemed pretty sad. I haven't seen him leave the house since he's been home. Georgie had grown up with the brothers and knew about Ryan's past. By the time Rosie was old enough to hang out, everyone else had grown up or moved away. What is he like? Then she thought to herself, besides mysteriously handsome? Broken. She wasn't expecting such a hard truth. Thanks for not serving him. Georgie let out a breath. He's been sober since the accident. 67 days, she figured it out, what he'd said at the bar. He's been sober for 66 days. Georgie looked as though she was calculating. He made a comment at the bar. Oh. I meant what I said about it being nice, us hanging out. Rosie felt sentimental for some reason. Ever since Daddy had been gone, she'd felt more sensitive, more grateful for what she did have. She knew she was lucky, but oftentimes she'd focus on the things she didn't have, or compare herself with her friends, who were married and living in the 4-bedroom house with 2.5 children, had the career of their dreams, or had traveled to far exotic places and posted about it on Instagram. I'm glad you're all here, and we're all together. Georgie sat up and smiled. Me too. You think you and Sam will get married? Georgie shrugged. We've talked about it. And? I just finalized my divorce, Georgie said. I need to figure things out for the kids, and me, and even Nathan. Then Sam. I love him, I do, but I need to just breathe first. You know? Her ex-husband's election loomed over her every decision, even after he'd cheated and talked about it with the press. But Rosie knew Georgie. She always hesitated. She had to plan and come up with a strategy for each step. Take him by the horns, was Rosie's motto. In fact, she often thought of making it into a sign for the barn. Sam's great, why wait? Rosie thought the world of her lifetime neighbor. She knew Sam better than almost anyone in her life, besides Mama. She couldn't wait for him to officially become part of the family. Sam is great. Georgie looked like a teenager again. But he has to ask to marry me too, you know. Rosie threw the scarf at her sister, turning her back to her. What are you and the kids going to do while I'm gone? Olivia's probably going to hang out in the barn with Jessie. Georgie grabbed the scarf, draping it around Rosie's shoulders and tying it perfectly around her neck, just like in the magazines. Charlie and I are watching Emma so Hannah can work. I take it Troy's busy? It was a rhetorical question. The young mother didn't seem to have much of a husband. Troy hung out with his friends at night most of the time, leaving Hannah alone. Then there was the spending. They hadn't been able to pay the monthly rent, even though Rosie knew he was making pretty good cash at the Broken Eagle Ranch. She should just leave that jerk already. Georgie gave her a look in the mirror. You don't know what she's going through. Stop making judgments. Rosie bit her tongue before she said something she regretted. If it were her, she would have kicked him out already. She'd never let a man walk all over her, especially as a mother. You never answered my question. What? Who's this guy? Oh, funny. She had almost forgotten about him. His name is Marcus. I met him at the auction the other day. Oh God, tell me you're not buying another horse. She looked more worried than she had when she heard Ryan was at the bar. Good thing I didn't buy one for your son. She laughed to herself. He ended up with the horse. And he asked you out on a date? Georgie looked at Rosie in the mirror. I'm not really sure what it is, but he asked me to go riding. She put her hands on her hips. And I never miss an opportunity to ride. 67 was what the text read, with a double heart emoji. She'd figured it out then. He deleted the text, not responding. It bothered him that she'd sent it. No, it embarrassed him. It was his fault, letting the comment slip out. She was a bartender, for God's sake. She dealt with his type of tragedy all the time. He was not the first alcoholic she'd seen about to fall off the wagon. 67. He shouldn't have deleted the text. Now he didn't have her number. An urge to reply with some quip, a joke, a meme to lighten the mood came over him. He didn't want her to feel sorry for him. He wasn't broken and pathetic. He wanted her to know he was doing just fine. He looked out at the living room window, rolling hills for as far as the eye could see. Tall grass, toasted by the summer sun, waved in the soft breeze that always blew along the hills. Birds flew across the prairie, then perched on stalks of grass. Off in the distance, on the far edge of the earth, he could see silhouettes of horses out in the field, Ophelia among them. Never did Ryan think he'd end up back at the ranch. As a kid, he knew he wanted to leave as soon as he could. Sam was eldest, the golden son, the one who'd take over. That tradition had been well established before his birth, so what was the point in arguing? He had his horse. Always had his horse. When girls broke his heart, when his daddy died, when he lost his mama to cancer, he always had his horse. The irony was that he thought he had already lost everything, but God had to show him who was in charge and dangled the horse in front of him. He wanted a drink. 67. He grabbed the edge of the table, crawling toward his cane. He couldn't stay in the house with the idea of booze on his mind. Not with the Jack Daniels so close. Just a sip, nothing more, just to take the edge off. He picked up his daddy's hand-carved wooden walking stick, twisting it in his hand. It had been whittled just for him. His daddy had received a lot of generous gifts in his life because of the generosity he showed to others. His father's donations were the reason Ryan even made it out of high school. Sam, of course, inherited the same Christian ways of giving back and helping others. He took care of Ryan, didn't he? He swung open the door, the summer sun instantly making him sweat, and he grabbed a hat from off a hook. He squeezed the railing, shaking as he made his way down the stairs. Since the accident, he'd done little but hobble to the bathroom and back. He'd shown up to physical therapy, done the exercises when they made him, but other than that, this walk down to his truck was the most energetic he got, most days. Walking inside the bar last night had been the farthest he'd gone since the accident. Now, as he pulled himself into the truck, he looked out the windshield and down the road. He would push himself inside the Boudreaux barn with the stick. He didn't even bring his braces. He put the truck in drive and drove down the road with his good leg, which shot pain up his whole body. The dirt road made his back crunch, and he swore he could feel the metal inside his body. He parked behind Jesse's truck. Pain shot everywhere, his leg, his arms, his head. He turned off the ignition, wishing he could turn right back around, but Maggie's 3 dogs had alerted the farm to his arrival, and before he could swing into reverse, Olivia and Jesse stepped out of the barn. Jesse looked like he had seen a ghost, but Olivia looked happy to see him, waving at the truck. "Hey, Mr. Gunderson," she said, opening his door for him. "Do you need any help?" Jesse stayed where he was, holding his phone. Ryan shook his head, not getting out. "Is Rosie around?" Jesse turned and walked back into the barn as Olivia shook her head. "No, she's out somewhere. We're just about to go practice barrel racing. Will you watch and help us?" He looked down at his hands, unable to explain why they were shaking. He gripped the steering wheel to hold himself together. "I was actually on my way to town." Olivia's face fell. "You sure you don't have just a minute to spare?" He shook his head, pulling the door out of her hands. "I'll come back another time to help." "Really?" She didn't look so sure. He nodded. "Sure thing." But Ryan had no intention of going back. Rosie set the elegant bouquet of wildflowers on the table and looked out at the view. "It's really beautiful here." Marcus had pulled out all the stops. When she arrived at the Golden Bluffs ranch, he met her with a drink in one hand and the bouquet in the other. He walked her around the main house, where he and his teenage daughter lived. He explained how he had been divorced for years. Amicable, and they were still good friends. He pointed down the hill, telling her about his parents' and brothers' houses, somewhere on the property, but too far away to see. He was a gentleman from the start, which was nice, since most of the guys she dated either cared more about themselves or their toys. She always seemed to date a guy with a motorcycle, or a snowmobile, or a four-wheeler, or just a big truck to go mudding in. Once in a while she'd meet another horsehead, but they were never into it for the same reasons. They liked to race, whereas she just enjoyed the company. They'd want to buy expensive breeds, and she'd want to rescue the abused. They wanted to make money, and she didn't care if she spent it all. This ranch has been in my family since my grandfather's day. She understood that tradition of families handing down land to the next generation. Her own place had been in the Boudreau family for over 100 years, ever since the farm became a farm. The dinner with Marcus had been easy. The conversation flowed from one topic to the next. He told her about how his family migrated to the United States for work and then became citizens, sending all their children to college. She told him about her sisters and how they lost Daddy last year. Now the farm just sits. It made her wonder who would own the farm next. If Georgie and Sam worked out, they had his ranch, which was also a family-owned and run ranch. Sam wasn't going to live in the small farmhouse, all of them on top of each other, when there was a sprawling house up on the hill. Annie, the middle Boudreau and wildest of them all, was never going to settle on a farm. Not with her music. She traveled all over the country, playing in clubs and dive bars, and loved it. She'd call in from the road, worrying Mama to no end, but she'd never come back to Prairie Valley to live. "I'd rather die than end up in the church choir," she once said at Christmas when she was asked to sing a hymn. "It's really not such a bad place, you know," Mama said, but it was no use. Annie wasn't going to take on the family farm. That left Rosie, by default. She loved the farm, and if she left it, they might lose it. But if she stayed on, she knew a guy like Marcus wasn't going to be interested. Not when he had this kind of view. What kind of guy would? They had dinner outside, on his patio, overlooking the river valley. "Look, there's a bald eagle," he said, pointing. She looked up, shading her eyes with her hand. Off in the distance, a black silhouette soared in the sky. "There's a nest a couple miles from here, on the river." He grinned as she watched the bird. "They say they're spiritual messengers," she said, taking another sip of her wine, thinking of her daddy, then set down her glass. Dinner was excellent. Marcus nodded, wiping his mouth with a linen napkin. He leaned back in his chair, grinning at her. He had hired a chef. Grilled salmon over a bed of rice pilaf, fresh-cut vegetables grown on the ranch. "I hope you enjoyed yourself." How could she not? The day had been practically a fairy tale. It was pretty much the perfect day. His eyes wrinkled as he smiled, which made her heart pitter-patter. Their ride had been amazing. He took her along a trail through the golden sandstone bluffs of the St. Croix, which edged his property. The dark waters churned as they rode along the shore. She'd never seen that part of the river and was amazed by its might. He showed her a natural cave carved into the bluffs. There were traces of what looked like ancient native pictographs inside. He pointed to some initials scraped into the rock. "My dad almost killed me when he saw this. MR plus AO. She laughed as she saw the heart wrapped around the letters. "I was 16 and in love." He made a face. They kept riding along the water's edge. She rode the quarter horse she'd renamed Beau. Marcus rode another beauty Rosie was sure was 10 times more expensive. Beau from True Grit was a chestnut brown, though, not black, Marcus said. "Was he? I thought he was black." He shook his head. "Nope. Maybe because I saw it on my Grammy's black and white television." He laughed and pointed up the bluff. "Let's go up this way." At the top, he led her and Beau to an overlook. As she dismounted, he held out his hand for her, keeping it as they walked along a small footpath to a lookout above the river. "How much of this is yours?" she asked, looking out across the prairie. He turned around and pointed beyond the trees. All of what you can see. All of it? She felt like she was looking out at the whole state of Minnesota. He nodded, a serious look on his face. My daughter will inherit, but I don't think she wants that burden. She's more into boys and hair than horses and ranching. She doesn't like to ride? Rosie was surprised. Ribbons were all over the house. He shrugged. She's a teenager now. She wants to stay with her friends, and they're at her mother's place, in the cities. She nodded, as though she understood children, and cities, and sharing custody. She wondered how much older Marcus was than her 26 years, and if that really mattered. Rosie was an old soul. Marcus was nothing like she thought he'd be. When she pulled up to his ranch, saw the kind of money he had, she expected an arrogant and self-righteous guy who stole horses from poor farm girls. But the longer she was around him, the more she liked him. I've really had a nice time today. She hoped he'd ask her out again. Good. He paused, looking into her eyes. The caramel colors all melted together. Then you'll have to come back and ride your horse again. Chapter 3. It's about time you came. Rosie didn't even look up from Stardust as Ryan made his way into the barn. She continued to groom the horse, trying to hide her sudden warmth as she looked at him. Excuse me? Ryan stood in his signature cowboy stance, hat on his head, boots on his feet, big belt buckle. You only just asked me a couple days ago. Heard you came but didn't stick around. Rosie would be blunt, if nothing else. Ran out of here like the field was on fire. Hardly ran. He stopped, resting on his cane, taking in heavy breaths. Didn't even make it out of the truck. She could tell he wanted to lighten the mood, but she didn't really care at that point. Jesse was a really good kid, and she couldn't understand how he didn't get that. Then she saw just how heavily he leaned on the wooden stick, which shook under his weight. She stood up, meaning to rush over to help him before he fell over, but he grabbed Stardust's stall door and hung on, catching his breath. Then he reached out a hand toward Stardust. Curious, she stretched out her neck to sniff his palm, checking for a treat. She's quite the horse. Rosie nodded. The quarter horse had been the light of Rosie's life, the first horse she'd bought on her own. Instead of a car, she took all the money she made babysitting Prairie Valley's children and bought her. 10 years later, Stardust was still the best thing she'd ever owned. Heard you have a paint? Ophelia. Heard she's a handful. Rosie continued to groom Stardust, who lost interest in Ryan and leaned into the brush, enjoying the pampering. She's a kid who likes to run. He sounded defensive. And likes to buck. She put the brush down and patted Stardust on the rear. She wasn't going to make small talk anymore. Want to see Jesse ride? I don't think he wants me here. Rosie made a face. That's totally not true. She threw a saddle pad on Stardust's back, then swung the saddle up. He would love it if you watched him. He doesn't talk to me. You're his dad. What teenager talks to his parent? She said it matter-of-factly, but she knew he and Jesse didn't have the usual relationship, if any relationship at all. Olivia is lovely to talk to. She hardly can stand Georgie half the time. As Rosie grabbed the reins, he pulled himself off the door, letting her open the stall. She led Stardust out of the barn. Ryan grabbed his cane and reluctantly followed her out, leaning on the barn walls. Out in the arena, Jesse rode Midnight, twisting the horse in sharp turns around the barrels. Olivia clapped her hands from her seat on the side of the fence, with Charlie whooping and hollering. Jesse held up one hand as the horse spun, a huge smile across his face. I thought barrel racing was only for girls, Ryan said, loud enough that Olivia turned and looked. Rosie couldn't believe him. It's not only for girls. Ryan made a face. Men don't usually compete, that's all I'm saying. At the collegiate level, it's women. Jessie isn't entering any collegiate events anytime soon. Rosie shook her head at his ignorance. Did you even see him ride that horse? Ryan looked out at the arena, stuffing his hands into his jeans. I sure did. He's amazing. Rosie rolled her eyes, annoyed, but happy that he had finally seen how good his son was at riding. Ryan just didn't have much time left to get his act together. His son was turning 18. He had plans to head off to college. Jessie had become part of the family since his arrival. When Ryan, who had been born and raised here, was a stranger to everyone. Rosie didn't know how, but she was going to make Ryan see what he was missing. He needed to get back on a horse. Or, even if he couldn't ride again, he at least had to see that he wasn't done with horses. He was like her. Riding was in his blood. Maybe the horses would help him and Jessie figure out they were blood. Ryan hung on the fence longer than he should have. By the time he went to leave, he could barely move. His body hurt so bad. He stumbled at first and almost fell before reaching the barn. Just in time, Rosie pulled up his right arm and threw it over her shoulder, wrapping her arm around his waist. She threaded her fingers in his belt loop, pulling him up just enough to get his good leg under him again. She helped him to the barn, letting him take a break. I just need a second. He huffed out the words. As he tried to stand again, his leg gave out, and he fell against the wall. Let me help you. She glared at him. You're proving nothing right now. He glared back. Who was she? The whole time he had been at the barn, she had given him a hard time. He'd made the effort to come down, hadn't he? What was her problem? Let me drive you back. I'm good, he snapped. She stomped her heel on the ground. Ryan Gunderson, you're the most stubborn man I know. Let me drive you home. He looked at her, wishing things could be different. He gave in. I guess it would do me some good to rest my legs. She grabbed his belt loops as he put his arm around her shoulder, glad the kids couldn't see how pathetic he was being. When they reached his truck, she took the cane from his hands, threw it in the back, then ran around the other side of the truck and jumped in. She held out her hand. Keys. He dug in his pockets, pulling out the keys to the antiquated truck. His doctor had suggested getting a vehicle with handicapped mods. As if. She threw the four-wheel Z71 into reverse and spun up the dirt road like she was riding a carnival ride. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, where did you learn to drive? Ryan wasn't sure if he'd survive the 5-minute trip. This thing has power. She rubbed the wheel. My itty-bitty truck can barely move in the snow. He thought about the pennies she must make at Lumberjack's. The bar might be the only one in town, but the old men who were regulars were cheap, and the rest of the clientele didn't spend much. Not to mention, lessons hardly covered the cost of keeping a horse. He wondered why she stuck around. She'd fit in somewhere like Texas or Oklahoma, like Esperanza, living for her horse, her land, and her country. As she pulled up to the house, he couldn't help wondering what kind of guy would make her happy. Obviously, he didn't. You should come by more often, she said, handing him the keys as the engine ticked. To Lumberjack's? She rolled her eyes. No, the barn. Come and offer some pointers. You don't need me. Ryan had seen her with those kids. She was the real teacher. Olivia wants to be the best at riding, and well, I figured since we have the best down the road. She wants to bronc ride and tie down some rope? He turned to the back seat and grabbed his cane, moaning as his muscles twinged. Jessie does. Rosie popped open her door and jumped out of the truck. I won't teach anyone. He pushed the door open, scooting to the edge of his seat. Stop! She ran up to him. You're so stubborn! She wrapped his arm around her shoulder again, holding his hand. Then, with her other arm around his waist, she tucked underneath his arm. She carried him to the front door as he used his cane to steady himself, but he held onto the door, waiting her out. He wasn't going to have her walk him into the house. He wasn't that desperate, even if he had to crawl across the threshold. "Ryan?" she asked. "Do you need help?" He looked out at the barn below, the truck still out in the pasture. Sam wasn't going to be home for a few more hours. He'd be okay until then. Mrs. Paulson would check on him. He wished he could take more than just aspirin for the pain, but alcoholics don't do so well with pain medications. He shook his head. "Nah, I'm fine." He squeezed the frame of the door so hard he thought the wood might crumble underneath his fingers. The pain was so excruciating. "Okay then. I'm not working tonight, so if you need anything..." "You okay walking back?" "Absolutely." A smile appeared, so bright and beautiful that his heart skipped a beat. Everything inside of him shifted, and it felt completely unreal, because he was sure he had just fallen for Rosie Boudreau. The rest of the afternoon, his body pounded with pain. Mrs. Paulson asked if she could help, but he told her not to worry about him and that he didn't want any dinner. Sam came in shortly after that for a quick check-in. "You sure you don't need me?" Sam asked, concerned. He could tell the pain was worse than usual. "Nope, totally fine." "Want to go to a meeting?" Ryan had stopped going to AA weeks after arriving in Prairie Valley, but Sam kept asking. He probably should go, since there were only two things on his mind: Rosie and Jack. Then an image of drinking a full glass of Coke with Rosie ignited every sense inside of him. "I don't have to go to Georgie's tonight." Sam removed his hat, settling in. "What if I join you?" Maggie had asked him to come to dinner so many times that he knew he'd be welcomed, but he could see Sam's surprise. "I'm sure they'd be happy to have you." Sam nodded briskly. They arrived with a pie that Sam's housekeeper Helen had made, strawberry rhubarb. Everyone tried to hold back their surprise, even Jessie, who already sat between Olivia and Charlie. "Ryan," Rosie exclaimed as she got up, greeting him with a hug. "I'm so glad you joined us." Maggie clapped her hands, hurrying over from the stove, placing both hands on his cheeks. "You look good. I'm so glad to see you out and about." "Twice in one day," he heard Jessie say. "Sit." Georgie pulled out a chair, and the whole room watched as Ryan shuffled his way over. It was the closest seat, but at the head of the table. "I shouldn't." "Nonsense," Georgie said to him. "Your brother sits next to me and Rosie." Ryan realized he hadn't been in the kitchen since Rosie's birth. He'd been at the front door for trick-or-treating. He'd gone to the barn, played on their property, even waited for Georgie dozens of times with Sam, but never had he been in the kitchen since the day Rosie was born. Yet, as he sat there, with everyone exclaiming over the food, filling his plate without his asking, he had never felt so at home. Rosie kept sneaking glances over at Ryan, checking to see if he was comfortable. Not too many people could handle dinner with 4 Boudreau women. Daddy had barely handled it, and he'd lived there. Now, poor Sam and Jessie listened as they all talked loudly, sharing gossip, laughing about old times, and planning things for the future seasons on the farm. Most of the time, they talked horses. "You gotta see Jessie and Olivia ride?" Maggie asked. Ryan held up a forkful of mashed potatoes. "They're both good." "He rides like you," Rosie said, not dancing around what everyone else saw. "When have you ever seen me ride?" he asked, his eyebrows furrowed with curiosity. "You lived right up the road. Plus, we saw you every summer at the county fair. Every summer, until his dad died. And remember when Daddy and I came to see you at the rodeo?" She could tell he had forgotten. Georgie and Maggie both began to laugh at the same time, as if they all had some inside joke about rodeos. "Stop, you two." Rosie rolled her eyes. Georgie laughed so hard, her face was turning pink. "What is it?" Charlie asked. Georgie's son looked as confused as Ryan. Poppy told Rosie to dress up. Georgie laughed harder, and Rosie's annoyance grew. And so? Olivia wasn't in on the joke. Let's just say Rosie was getting dressed up, and Mama thought she looked like a lady of the night. Charlie scrunched his eyebrow together. What's a lady of the night? Rosie threw her napkin on the table. I wore a skirt. To a rodeo. Both Georgie and Rosie laughed. She was dressing up for someone. Georgie winked at Rosie and hollered in laughter. I thought I looked very presentable. Rosie sat up, acting offended, but soon let out a laugh with her sister. I can't believe I tried to get away with high heels. Then Ryan laughed, just as Sam and Jessie did the same. I mean, it's a compliment, really. What's a lady of the night? Charlie asked again. You should ask Aunt Rosie. Sorry, buddy. She rubbed Charlie's head. Maybe another time. Ryan laughed a little bit more. Was there an actual smile on his face? Ryan was enjoying himself. Really enjoying himself. After dinner, everyone retreated to the screened porch for a cup of coffee and a game of trouble. Charlie wins every time, Jessie said to Ryan, the first thing he had said to his father all night. Ryan seemed to notice too, acting stiff again. Ryan was mute during the entire game. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at the stupidity of the both of them. She decided to head back inside for another cup of coffee. She had the night off and wanted to stay up to binge Heartland. Anybody want anything? Rosie headed inside with requests for more coffee and cookies. I'll come with you, Georgie said, following on Rosie's heels. As soon as the door shut, she whispered, Don't. Don't what? Rosie asked, as she stepped into the pantry to get more coffee grounds. Don't be all flirty with Ryan. Georgie peeked behind the curtain. He's going through a lot and... Rosie spun around to face Georgie and made a face. And he slept with, like, half the state of Minnesota. First of all, that's none of your business. Where did Georgie get her nerve? She wanted to remind her sister of her own very recent divorce, one that came about because her own husband slept around with half of the state. Besides, it's not like that. It better not be. Rosie cocked her head. Okay. You know you're not my boss, right? I'm sorry. Georgie let out a breath. I worry, that's all. You don't have to worry. There's nothing there. And it's just that you aren't ready or willing to settle down, and Ryan needs someone settled. Not ready or willing to settle down? Really, Georgie? I'm the one who stuck around. Her sister didn't have a clue when she crossed the line. Just because I'm not forcing a marriage and children with every guy I date? Georgie's eyes flashed fire. There was a fight brewing there, but she lifted her hands in surrender. He's a mess, and I don't want anyone to get hurt. Her white flag made Rosie lower her defenses. So, you're saying we're perfect for each other? Rosie joked, but when Georgie didn't smile, she grabbed her sister's shoulders and shook her. Stop, Georgie. We're just friends. Seriously, nothing's going to happen. She flung open the back door to escape and looked up to see Ryan leaning on the doorframe, about to come inside. Oh! She reached out, but he evaded her grasp, stumbling back to the small table. Everyone around him got to their feet, rushing to his side. He pushed Sam's hands off as he caught his breath, and the mood immediately changed. I'm fine. We're headed back now, Sam said to Georgie. Ryan avoided making eye contact as he headed out in the other direction. Rosie could feel his embarrassment flush her cheeks, so she followed him out as the others said goodbye. Are you sure you don't want to stay for some more coffee? Ryan grunted as he climbed down the steps from the porch onto the lawn, shaking his head. Thanks for dinner? The grunting continued as he made his way to the truck. He was in a lot of pain. She almost said 70, but stopped herself. She could tell he was barely holding himself together. He had that same look at lumberjacks. The only time he didn't was when he'd sat with them at the table, or when he watched Jessie ride. He didn't look lost then. He stopped to take a rest, and she said, "Don't go yet. Do you really have anything better to do?" She approached him and put her hand on his chest, feeling the solid muscle underneath. She almost lost her breath. For some reason, she had forgotten the man underneath the flannel. "Come back." She quickly took her hands off him, warm from the touch. She then pretended to shoo him back toward the door as her phone pinged in her hand. She looked at the screen and then stuffed it in her back pocket as it continued to ping over and over. "Your phone's blowing up, as Jessie says." "It's nothing." She shook her head. "Lumberjacks that busy on a Thursday night?" She shrugged. It wasn't the bar. Marcus had been texting her since dinner, and she hadn't responded. He sent texts of sweet little things, like how he couldn't wait to see her, or how beautiful she was, or how Beau wanted to go for a ride again. "Join me for dinner tomorrow night at the governor's mansion." Dinner at the governor's mansion. He obviously had connections. He had been invited to Nathan's event. Maybe he'd donated. She'd certainly never been invited before. A bartender of a sister-in-law hardly helped Nathan's campaign. Maybe Marcus was one of those who had Nathan in his back pocket. In any case, he was somebody important enough to want to have at this dinner, and he wanted her to go with him. There was no way she was going to go, not with Nathan as governor. She had forgotten Marcus wouldn't know her own connection to him. Everyone in her life knew all her business, even Ryan. Prairie Valley knew everything about everyone. He wouldn't know that her sister's ex-husband was Nathan Meyer, governor of the state of Minnesota, who was up for re-election in the fall. But she did want to see Marcus again. She'd reply later. He could wait. Ryan shook his head. "Thanks again for dinner, Rosie." "I'm really glad you came." The porch door slapped open, and Georgie and Sam walked out toward the truck. Georgie's eyes were on the two of them standing together, alone. "Seriously, it's nice out. And summer, let's have a fire or something." She didn't want Ryan to leave, have to fight his demons alone. But Sam read Ryan's cues and stretched out a yawn for good effect. "I have to get some sleep." "Then skip going to the swimming hole later," she teased, but it just made Georgie make a face. "Some people have work in the morning," Georgie said, sounding like their mother. "Let's go see the kids ride," she suggested. "It's a perfect night out." Jessie straightened up next to Olivia, looking pleased. "That sounds like a great idea." Rosie turned to grab her boots, but Ryan said, "I'm headed home." She wrinkled her brow. "Really?" He gave a hard nod, then opened the passenger door and climbed inside. He grimaced as he positioned himself. They all waved as the truck drove off. Everyone except Jessie, who followed Olivia into the barn with both hands stuffed inside his pockets. Something inside her made her want to run up to the ranch, sit with Ryan, and offer support. She wanted him to get to 71 more than anything else, right now. Chapter 4. Ryan didn't leave his bed for the following 2 days. He slept, mostly. Mrs. Paulson left food on a TV stand next to his bed, which reminded him of being babysat by his grandmother. Mrs. Paulson actually did remind him of his granny. The pain didn't subside even after 2 days, but laying around made him feel it even more, so he dragged his legs across the floor to the wheelchair. He wouldn't be able to walk today, which meant he wouldn't be able to leave either. The familiar way the rails felt under his hands left him feeling gloom. He rolled out into the kitchen, the ticking of the wall clock echoed in the empty space. Sam had left earlier that morning for the cattle run. He'd be gone for the day. Mrs. Paulson was due in a couple of hours to check on him. Jessie was probably working, or at school. What day was it even? He rubbed his eyes and was looking out the front window when Jesse walked into the kitchen, earbuds in, bobbing to the music. "Oh, you're up," he said as soon as he saw Ryan sitting in the chair. His eyes flickered over him, like people did when they were trying not to look at someone who was disabled. "Hey." Ryan wished he had tried walking, feeling weak in the chair. Jesse went straight to the fridge and grabbed a pop from inside. Ryan hated the silence more than not knowing what to say. "Have you had breakfast?" Jesse shook his head. "I'll just grab a pop and a snack." "That's not breakfast." "I have to study for my SATs, so I don't have time to cook." "The SATs?" Ryan didn't know he was taking those tests. He didn't even know Jesse was planning on college. Ryan hadn't gone. He left after high school and went straight to the bullpens. "Yes, the test to get into college." Jesse looked irritated at having to talk with Ryan. "Let me make you breakfast." "Can you?" "I can cook!" Ryan snapped back at the boy. "No, I mean, can you?" Jesse gestured at Ryan's body. Ryan gripped the cold steel rails. "Just 'cause I can't walk doesn't mean I can't cook." He wasn't some weakling who couldn't even cook up some eggs. He rolled over to the fridge, grabbing the ingredients he needed for a plate of eggs, hash browns, and a good amount of bacon, and juggled them on his lap. "If you plan on studying all day, you have to start eating more than sugar." Ryan threw the bread in the toaster. Jesse didn't say anything, just looked at the situation with his pop in his hand. "Do you need help?" "No, I don't need help. I've seen your eggs." Jesse slurped the drink. "Uncle Sam taught me how to cook eggs." "Exactly." Ryan pulled out a pan, pouring oil into it. "I'll let you know when it's ready." Jesse didn't hesitate, taking his pop off to his room. As Ryan sliced the potatoes with onions and peppers, he wondered what kind of college Jesse was thinking about. What would he major in? What did a cowboy study? He cracked the eggs into the pan, crisped the bacon, buttered the toast, and set the bowl of home fries on the table. He grabbed his phone, feeling generous, about to text Sam to see if he could come back to the big house when he saw a text from Rosie. "It was nice to see you yesterday." She ended it with a double pink heart. He never thought he'd look into pink hearts as much as he was doing at that moment, but what did it mean? He could ask Jesse and look like a bigger loser, or he could focus on the fact she had a nice night and told him so. He texted her back, "Breakfast with bacon if you want, up at the ranch. Be there in 5. He tilted the pan of eggs into a serving dish and called out, "Breakfast," when he saw Rosie walking up the front porch. Jesse scrambled down the hall, still with his earbuds in, opening the door for her. "Oh, hey, Rosie." "Hey, Jesse." She smiled warmly at him. "I was surprised to hear Olivia was out without you today." "She's hanging out with some of her friends." Ryan could tell that Jesse was completely helpless when it came to Olivia. He figured she had something to do with the SATs. Rosie laughed at him, patting him on the back. "She'll come back." Jesse nodded, taking a seat at the table. "Can we start?" "Let's say a prayer," Ryan suggested, surprising himself because he hardly ever prayed. He looked around and noticed Jesse and Rosie waiting for him to start. "Oh, right. Well, thank you, Lord, for giving us this day and this meal and—" He hadn't prayed in a long time and didn't know what else to say. "Amen." "Amen," Rosie said as she lifted her head. "Thank you." Ryan pushed the brake on his wheelchair, shifting himself in the seat. Rosie grabbed the bowl of potatoes and dropped some on her plate, reaching for the eggs. "This smells great." She took a piece of bacon and took her first bite. They ate in silence until Rosie mumbled something. "What?" Ryan asked. "This is delicious." She poked some potatoes onto her fork. "Where did you learn to cook like this? I've tasted Sam's food, and it's not like this." "I learned to cook using my one-burner stove in the trailer." Ryan laughed at himself, cooking meals next to a horse. Once he left home, he didn't have a mother or a cook or a partner to help with his meals. That must have been crazy participating in the tour, Rosie said, looking from Ryan to Jessie. She obviously wanted to start a conversation, but he wasn't going to talk about the rodeo. Where are you thinking of applying? Ryan changed the subject, but he was honestly curious about where Jessie would want to go. The university, probably, depending on my scores, or wherever I can get the most financial aid. Jessie didn't elaborate. Ryan thought about the money it would cost to go to college nowadays. Not that he didn't want to help the kid out. The problem was that he had nothing to share, at least nothing liquid. He had inherited a small acreage from his father, land the family used as a hunting camp, but he would have to sell it in order to get any money. An insurance payout was in the works, but who knew when that would arrive? Sam had probably already considered the price of Jessie's college and had already filled out the forms and stuff. A strange twisting feeling in his stomach came so strongly he was ready to fight whoever got in Jessie's way. Yet he was too uncomfortable to ask more questions. Maybe Rosie was right. Maybe his standoffishness was just part of being a teenager. Or maybe he was a kid with serious trust issues with a guy who just became his father 3 months ago. Or maybe he was a bit lost, like Ryan. Are you still thinking of business? Rosie asked, ending the silence. I think I might focus on accounting. Jessie bit into a piece of bacon. Accounting? Ryan's tone was flat, thinking that being crippled was better than being an accountant. Yeah, so I can come back and help with the ranch. A stab of regret pricked his heart. He looked up and into Jessie's eyes. The kid had it all planned out. The test, the applications, where he'd apply, what his major was, all of it. And Sam and Olivia, and probably even Rosie, knew all about it, probably helped him plan it. Everyone except Ryan. He knew nothing about this kid. His kid. The rest of breakfast was silent, and when Jessie's plate was empty, Ryan asked, You done? He reached out and took the plate from underneath him, placing it on top of his own. You should go back and study. Jessie didn't argue. Ryan grabbed as much as he could, stowed everything in his lap, and brought the dishes to the sink, dumping them in. Rosie didn't move. She sat silently, watching him unravel in front of her. You want to talk about it? She asked, as he practically threw the utensils into the dishwasher. Nope. She stood up, picking up the bowls of potatoes and eggs, setting them on the counter. She started opening drawers and cabinets until she found some plastic containers. With the serving spoon, she dumped the potatoes inside. All the while, Ryan ran the hot water, not moving, just staring as it flowed into the drain. My daddy always said home fries were better the second time around. More crispy, he said. She set the bowl next to the rest of the dirty dishes, then leaned against the counter next to him. The petite Rosie, towering over him, made him feel even smaller. She crossed her arms against her chest and said, You need to stop feeling sorry for yourself. What? He didn't expect her to say that. Well, you are. I am not. So you can't ride a horse today, she shrugged. So what? So what? I can't walk. She shrugged again, cocking her head to the side, as if he was complaining about nothing. You can breathe. You can move around. You can still talk and hold someone's hand. An urge came over him to grab the ceramic bowl teetering on the edge of the counter, like his own life, and smash it onto the tiled floor. He was feeling sorry for himself. For good reason, too. Do you ever think how lucky you are? He let out a laugh as his eyes stung. Lucky? You have a son who is amazing, and you're missing out. That kid wants nothing to do with me. Ryan's voice rose a bit. He's fine without me. He has Sam. He talked to you at breakfast. He talked to you at breakfast, he corrected her. When have you ever backed down from a bull? This isn't the same. You're missing it. I'm doing that kid a favor. Ryan shut the water off, moving away from Rosie. He's better off without a father who's a drunk and a failure. Ryan Gunderson, you are more stubborn than a mule. She walked over to the door, opening it up, then stopping before she left to say, 72. What? 72 days. It's 71. Tomorrow isn't. It's 72. So what? I've been sober for a season. You haven't been able to ride for 72 days? She grabbed the doorknob. And you still haven't had a drink. That's hardly something to celebrate. She shrugged. Ridding is all I've had this year, and it's the only thing keeping me going, so I'd say 72 days is pretty dang good. Her confession took him by surprise. He had been so caught up in his own self-loathing, he had missed her own pain. We lost Daddy almost a year ago now. Moisture filled her eyes as she looked out the door. He had heard about John's passing through Sam. He had been a great friend to their father and a good neighbor. I'm sorry. She shrugged, then let out a breath. All I'm saying is, I get how hard it is to go 70 days and not give up. Lumberjack's was packed full of customers. People sat and watched as the Twins played against the Red Sox on the television, ordering food and drinks and yelling at the umpires. Every stool at the bar had been filled, and Rosie couldn't remember the last time the place had been that crowded. It was probably last year at the same time, during Prairie Valley's annual town festival. The festival brought all the former residents to town, especially the night before the festivities. This was the kind of night Rosie loved working. She loved being in the center of the hustle, catching conversations, participating from the background, watching. As the night wore on, the time flew by. She hadn't even noticed the place was soon closing until someone asked, "Is it too late for a Coke?" "Ryan." She turned to face him, eyebrow lifted as she wiped a glass dry. She hadn't expected to see him there, especially not after what she'd said. She had zero tolerance for pity parties. Life was hard, sure, but if you always looked at your troubles, then you'd never see anything else. Count your blessings, her daddy always said. And she tried to live that way, no matter how difficult it was. Instead of holding on to the pain of losing her daddy, she tried to remember how he wanted her to live, how he made her feel, and how much he loved her. She did things to remember him, and did things he liked to do. Sure, Ryan had it hard, no doubt, but he didn't see the many blessings he had right in front of him. And it made her mad. Sorry. Tonight he wore a baseball cap, which showed his auburn curls underneath. His gray eyes suddenly stole her breath. I was feeling sorry for myself. She noticed he wasn't using his wheelchair, but 2 forearm crutches. You got rid of your cowboy stick. My physical therapist got me this sweet swag at a discount. He held up steel crutches that wrapped around his arms for support. She scooped up ice with the glass, then poured Coke into it. She slid the drink down the wooden bar, and it stopped right in front of him. 1 Coke. When she looked at him, her belly did a flip, and she lost herself inside his smoldering eyes. Her body flushed with heat. She pushed back a wisp of hair with the back of her arm and felt the heat against her forehead, but she couldn't look away, even when she heard her name. Rosie! Ryan didn't look away either. They stayed that way until Marcus stood in front of her. Rosie! Marcus? She couldn't believe it. What are you doing in Prairie Valley? Well, that's a funny story, actually. He smiled, not noticing Ryan checking him out, taller by a few inches even with his canes. I had a business dinner with a family over in Hudson. when they told me about this music concert on the river in Prairie Valley. I tried texting you." He looked around and made a face. "You didn't tell me you worked at a bar." She looked down at her apron and could only imagine what her hair looked like at that point and how she must smell with all the drinks that had spilled on her throughout the night, the fried food permeating her clothing. "Yep." She noticed Ryan moving aside, sitting on a stool. "Can I get you anything?" Marcus smiled, leaning over the counter, and said, "How about agreeing to ride again with me?" She still hadn't offered up a time to see him again, even though she couldn't wait to go back to his ranch and ride Bo. She wasn't trying to play any games, but she also didn't want to show all her cards either. That she was a farmer's daughter, stuck living with her mother, with no money or career or life beyond the horses, just working in a bar. The woman Marcus saw was mysterious and exciting, but as she looked over to Ryan, noting the scowl on his face, she just felt like the girl next door. "Hot dang," Marcus said suddenly, thrusting his hand out. "You're Rodeo Ryan Gunderson, aren't you?" Ryan didn't look up from his Coke, but gave a nod. "I saw you at Puyallup a few years back." Marcus looked as though he was seeing a movie star. "You were great." "Thanks." Ryan took a drink. "What was the name of that horse?" "Demon Darling." Ryan spun the drink in his hands. "Demon Darling!" Marcus patted Ryan on the back, and he scowled at her. She couldn't help but laugh. Marcus turned his attention back to Rosie and their conversation. "Come riding with me." She snuck a glance over to Ryan, wondering if he was listening, but he looked lost in his own thoughts. "Sure, that sounds nice." It did, but something made it feel less exciting than before. The crowd took Rosie's attention for the rest of the night, not Marcus. Ryan studied him from his stool. It was Joel Dustin causing a scene that gave him an excuse to leave. "You're not getting anything more to drink," Rosie said coolly. Joel went from 30 to 100 in less than a second. "What do you mean you're not going to get me a drink?" The man stumbled off his stool, pointing his fat finger in her face. "You little piece of—" Ryan swung out of his seat on instinct, the pain shooting through his whole body before he could change his mind. "Let me take you home, Joel." He grabbed Joel's arm in a firm grip, pulling the heavy middle-aged man away from the bar. "Well, look who's here," Joel Dustin growled, "if it isn't Sam Gunderson's baby brother." "Joel." Ryan gritted his teeth together, holding back the urge to just hit the man right along his jaw. "Your granddaughter is really growing up." Rosie didn't seem bothered by Joel's short fuse, which bothered Ryan. Someone like him wouldn't think twice about hitting a woman. She should be more careful. "You should swing by and visit," she continued, egging his anger on. Joel's face was red. "You tell my daughter that she isn't going to crawl back to my place. She ain't getting nothing from me." Joel rushed toward the bar, but the other patrons recognized the situation, and soon 5 other men restrained him. Marcus hung back with his friends, watching the situation, but not stepping in. "Bring him out to my truck," Ryan ordered the others. "I'll take him home." It took 3 men to half-drag, half-carry Joel out to his truck, and by that time, he was more upset about riding with Ryan than about Rosie not serving him. He couldn't get Rosie out of his mind as he dropped Joel off at the curb. Driving didn't cause as much pain as walking, but Ryan winced as he drove home from his escapade in town. He had thought that look of hers was like the looks all the other women gave him over the years. Apparently, he had lost the ability to read the opposite sex. As he climbed out of the truck, scraping the crutches against the gravel, he shouldn't have been surprised he'd find Sam up. "Heard you went to Lumberjacks," Sam said, as soon as he walked in the door. "Yep." He wasn't going to answer the obvious question Sam was asking. "Did you see anyone?" Sam had gone to the music concert in the park with Georgie and the kids, including Jessie. Nah, just the usual. Ryan had had no intention of leaving the house, but something got into him, and that's how he ended up at Lumberjack's. Hopefully, whatever came over him was snuffed out after meeting Marcus. Ryan could see why a guy like that would seem charming to Rosie. She deserved a nice, classy guy like Marcus, a guy who obviously could provide a wonderful life for her. Well, I should head to bed. I've got an early day tomorrow. Sam rubbed his beard, eyeing Ryan, checking for the signs. Good night. Ryan stood holding onto his canes, not leaving the living room. Sam walked toward his bedroom. When he was out of sight, Ryan dragged himself to the liquor cabinet off in the corner of the large room. Crystal decanters filled with clear and amber liquor sat on the glass shelves. He removed a stopper, sniffing it, imaging the rush of heat flowing through his blood after a sip. The glass clinked when he put it back. He expected Sam to come walking out, checking on him. He was done feeling sorry for himself. His phone lit up with the words 72, with those dang pink hearts. Chapter 5. Marcus had stepped up his game. The whole day at Golden Bluffs Ranch had been more over the top than the last time. He presented a bouquet of flowers when she arrived, food and drinks set up on the patio, and the horses saddled up, ready to go. She felt like a princess, and half expected to see a sword in its sheath by his side. They spent the afternoon riding along the river. They call this the boom site. He pointed to an inlet. Lumberjacks used to blow up the side to move the logs through if it jammed up. They followed a small path along a stream to a trickling waterfall. It's a gusher in the spring, he said. When they reached the back of his property where cattle roamed, he started galloping ahead. Rosie took it as a dare, buckled down and hit the ground, racing Beau like he was born to do. With little effort, she overtook Marcus, galloping ahead in long, perfect strides. She only slowed when he fell too far behind. Either he allowed her to win, or he wasn't much of a rider. She didn't care, as long as she could tease him about it. My horse is old. He wrapped his arm around her waist as they headed back to the big house for dinner. She laughed at the other excuses he came up with. Again, the food was amazing. The whole meal was an experience, with lobster tails and flank steak. They ate out in a gazebo, overlooking the wild prairie and running waters of the St. Croix. Soon, the sky faded into night, the sun blazing the last of its colors off in the west. Rosie sat back in her chair, listening to the country music playing on the outdoor speakers. A female legend came on, and suddenly Marcus stood up, pulling her hand toward him. Come dance with me. He pulled her out of her chair and took her into his arms. He held her close, swaying her to rhythm, her cheek fitting against his shoulder. Tonight has been incredible, she said, as he twirled her under the twinkling lights. Her borrowed dress flowed around her as they danced. I love the fairy lights. They're Christmas lights. Who calls them fairy lights? He razzed her, which made her giggle. He held her close, moving to the rhythm of the love song. Marcus may have seemed like the serious businessman type, but he turned out to be really funny, smart, and understanding. She told him about growing up on the farm, barely making it year after year. He told her about how his family sold most of their ranch after the Depression. What she liked most was how he could really make her laugh. She rested her head against his shoulder, hiding her smile. She didn't know what she was doing with this guy. This wealthy horse rancher, for some reason, treated her like she was the catch. So, will you come to the governor's dinner with me? He asked. She still hadn't answered that particular text. She shook her head. I know the governor. I'm not a big fan. He looked down at her as though surprised. I would have thought you'd like him, being a farm girl. He does a lot of good for the state. She knew it was no use continuing without explaining, even though she didn't feel right telling him about Georgie's mess without permission. "He's my brother-in-law." She looked up at him as he processed the information. "Nathan Meyer is your brother-in-law?" "Well, ex-brother-in-law, but yes." She waited as the information sank in. She didn't need to tell Marcus anything about Nathan and Georgie's marriage. The media had done that already. Oh. She could see his brain turning over, and there was something going on behind his eyes that made her feel a bit uneasy. He seemed to notice her discomfort and gave her a big smile. "So you know the governor. You bid for racehorses and work at a bar with Paul Bunyan?" He turned her around in his arms, swinging her out gracefully under the lights, then pulling her back to him. "You are incredibly interesting." "You're incredibly forward." She rested her chin on his shoulder, thankful he didn't ask more questions, thinking of how she didn't want the night to end. He swayed her from side to side, one hand softly holding hers to his chest as his other rested on the small of her back. "Stay in my guest house tonight and come for another ride with me tomorrow." "My mama would kill me." "Then come back early in the morning. Come and watch the sunrise over the prairie with me." She looked at him, half wondering if she was really dreaming. "I can't. I have to work." "Skip your shift at the bar," he urged. "Think about Beau." She smiled, not sure how to take the comment. "I have lessons. I'll have to ride another time." "You teach lessons?" "Yep." "What else don't I know about you?" He stopped dancing, looking down into her eyes. "I was born on the kitchen floor." "What?" His booming laugh echoed out into the prairie night. He pulled her back into his arms, cupping his hands under her chin, and kissed her. Ryan stirred all night after Rosie's pink hearts. What was it with that stupid emoji? And once again the following night she sent another pink heart with the words 73. Why did she care so much? He looked down at the sneakers he was about to slip on, then stopped himself. He wasn't going to sit inside all day, feeling sorry for himself any longer. As soon he heard Sam get up, he moved out to the living room. "I thought I could run the perimeter for you guys with the four-wheeler." This had been his job when he worked the ranch as a kid. He'd ride the edge of the property, checking the fences, making sure none of the livestock was lost or caught in the mud. One spring thaw, he spent 2 hours trying to pull a calf by the south wetlands. Sam didn't hide his shock. "You want to ride along?" Ryan grabbed his crutches, then put on his hat. "That okay?" "Sure." "Let me just put on my boots." Ryan ignored Sam's look and headed to the door. He knew Jesse would be assigned the same job for the day. Running the perimeter wasn't a one-man job, which was why he asked for it. He figured working together for 12 hours in the middle of the prairie would let them get to know each other, but Ryan had been dead wrong. After 2 hours, he was ready to call it quits. Jesse seemed to feel the same way. He had been annoyed from the beginning, hearing he would have the task of working alongside Ryan all day. By mid-morning, when they returned to the barn to grab more tools, Jesse's annoyance came out in his tone, which grated on Ryan's last nerve. "I can fix the post by myself," he said to Ryan. Fixing a post would be difficult for Ryan. It would be painful to dig, if he even could dig. He wasn't sure how he would stand, or if he would be able to use his legs. He might have to sit on the ground and dig like a child. However it came out, Ryan wasn't going to let this kid feel sorry for him either. "I can help." Ryan moved on his crutches, pounding the dirt as he made his way to the four-wheeler. "Just let me do it," Jesse huffed. "Actually, kid, I'm good. Take off, go see your girl. I'll take it from here." Ryan didn't stop moving until he had reached the four-wheeler. Whatever. He heard him throw the shovel in the back and walk away, and the noise rattled in his head. What was he doing, fighting with a 17-year-old? Rosie's pink hearts flashed through his head. Then her words. "Marco!" He yelled out at Jesse, but when he didn't stop, he yelled it louder. "Marco!" Jesse stopped and turned around. "What?" "Marco!" Jesse scrunched his face in confusion. "Polo?" Ryan's shoulders drooped, then he gestured toward the house. "Look, I can't sit inside all day anymore. I thought maybe I could help and get to know you a little better. I'm not much of a digger, but I can still help you out." It killed him inside, the way Jesse looked at him, like he was pathetic. Finally. "What?" "I was thinking you were a vampire for a while there." Ryan made a face. "A vampire?" "Dude, you don't leave the house during daylight." Jesse took a couple steps toward Ryan. "I was at the barn the other day." "Okay, so you've left the house once." Jesse stayed where he was. "Want to help me with the posts?" Ryan asked, softening his tone. Jesse shoved his hands in his pockets, looking out at the pastures. "Can I listen to my music?" "If it's country, then I'll allow it." "I guess." Ryan sat down in the passenger seat. He could drive, but he'd let the kid do it. Let him have some control, like his dad used to do for him. Sawyer Daniels did not like horses, this Rosie was sure of. Why his parents insisted he take riding lessons with his sister was a mystery to her. "This one smells," he whined. "His name is Midnight, and Olivia's going to walk you and him out to the pasture. I think I'll stay here instead." He lifted his phone, giving it his full attention. Rosie was born in the wrong generation. She would have been great out there with Laura Ingalls, taking on the Prairie as a homesteader, or even living off the land with the natives. None of this playing with electronics as a beautiful, majestic beast stood before her, waiting on her command. "Lily, you good on Midnight?" she asked Sawyer's sister. "Yes. Miss Rosie." "Good. Let's up the ante today, okay?" she said. "What's an ante?" Lily clearly hadn't been at the gambling table. "It just means we're going to push ourselves to the next level. I'd like to see you pick up speed." "Okay." "Let's try to move around those barrels a little tighter, too," Olivia said as she took the reins, clicking her tongue and leading Lily out of the barn. Sawyer might not like to ride, but Lily did, and Midnight was the perfect horse for her. And Olivia was a great match as instructor. Like all the female Boudreaux, she was a natural teacher. Rosie opened Stardust's stall door. "Come on, Sawyer." He didn't even look up from the screen, instead sliding down the wall, getting comfortable. Rosie gave up. "You need to at least sit outside by the fence if you aren't going to ride." She closed the stall door. "You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink," she thought, immediately recognizing how much she sounded like Maggie. As she made sure Sawyer followed her out to the ring, she decided she would do something nice for Mama. Maggie hadn't left the farm for weeks, besides church and her knitting club, always helping with the kids, even helping Hannah half the time with the baby. Would her Mama ever look for another man? She certainly couldn't see Mama going to lumberjacks. An image of Ryan's scowl, as Marcus sat down next to him, popped into her head, and she chuckled to herself. Cowboys. Olivia was supposed to be watching as Lily cantered around the arena, but she stood there, texting on her phone. Kids. "Okay, Lily, let's see if we can do a few laps with a bit more speed. Then, if you're feeling good, we'll try to gain momentum around those barrels." Rosie could tell the young girl was ready. She and Olivia had been practicing a lot. What a lot of people didn't understand about barrel racing was that it all had to do with the steady rhythm of the run. Consistency. It wasn't just about speed in the turns, but gliding, flying through the course. but if you missed a step or moved off-beat, the turns could be dangerous. Rosie walked over to Olivia, seeing her forehead wrinkled with that typical teenage angst. "How's it going?" she asked, trying not to badger Olivia about watching Lily. "My dad's coming." "Shoot. Really? When?" "Tonight." "Double shoot." "Really?" Olivia stared out in Lily's direction, but her mind was somewhere else. "You okay with him coming up?" She let out a heavy sigh. The weight of the world had been resting on the girl's shoulders since her parents' divorce. Things she knew, secrets she kept, weighing on her. Even though none of it was her fault, she still blamed herself. Rosie didn't know how to fix it. Georgie had sure tried. As much as she hated Nathan, he tried his best, too. But Olivia couldn't shake it. That's why Jesse was so good for Olivia. His silence let her niece open up. His quiet disposition made Olivia more like the little girl she was before the divorce. The two had something so innocent and simple. How come everyone else seemed to find love and happiness, including her angsty teenage niece? "He wants me to come home for a week." "Sounds fun." Though Rosie knew this vacation would bring nothing but problems. "Yeah," she said, although she didn't sound so sure either. "So he's coming up for the county fair?" Rosie wondered if he was coming up for the kids or to shake locals' hands. "I promised Jesse to go with him tonight, but now with my dad, it'll be weird and stuff. People will follow us, take pictures of us, wonder who's the boy with the governor's daughter." Rosie hadn't even thought about how Olivia had grown up as the Minnesota darling. She had been young when Nathan was first elected, and now she'd grown up into this beautiful and talented young lady in front of the whole state. She wondered if Georgie and Nathan ever thought about her privacy when he went into politics. "If I don't bring him, he'll think it's because I don't want him to meet my dad, but really, I just don't want the whole world to meet my boyfriend." What would people think of the illegitimate son of a rodeo rider dating the governor's daughter? Someone in the media would definitely hear the story. "You should have them meet here at the barn." Rosie didn't want Nathan on the property unless she was using him for target practice, but she wanted her niece to be happy. "Jesse will be more comfortable around what he knows, and your dad won't." Nathan would be out of his element, which leveled the playing field for Jesse. She felt nauseous when she said, "We could have him for supper." "That's a good idea, Auntie Rosie." Olivia wrapped her arms around her neck so tight, Rosie could barely breathe. "You're welcome." Chapter 6. Jesse paced the floor, and Ryan swore he'd wear it down by the time he actually left for the Boudreaux farm. "What if I say something stupid?" Jesse asked him. Ryan stood against the wall. He had just finished his PT session and was drinking a shake with green stuff inside. Danielle, his physical therapist, swore that gaining weight was a good thing for him. "You'll get more muscle in these legs of yours," she said, as she stretched out his lame leg, twisting it in ways he swore would further damage him. But after being religious with the exercises as of late, he had seen improvements. Standing had been hard, taxing on his good leg, but mostly on his back. His neck throbbed down to his fingertips. But now he could stand without support for a while. "Ugh, I look like a hick." Jesse threw his hat on the floor and dropped onto the couch. Sam, who sat on the other end of the room, said, "At least you don't look like a jerk, like her Fath." "Okay," Ryan interrupted. "You're riding horses. If I remember correctly, the guy lived in the suburbs." "He's been to the farm before? He was married to Mrs. Meyer." "He's an idiot." Sam grabbed a beer from the fridge, twisted off the cap, and took a long sip. Ryan took a quick glance at the recycling box and saw a few empty bottles inside. Sam didn't seem to be taking the idea of Nathan being in town very well. "Here, shake my hand." Ryan reached out his hand and waited for Jesse to take it. At first, Jesse looked at him like he was insane. Then, slowly, he took it and shook. Ow! Jesse pulled his hand away, shaking it, probably expecting a limp squeeze from the cripple. You want to show her dad that you're not just some weak kid? Ryan put out his hand again. Shake like you're a Gunderson. Ryan pushed all his weight onto his left crutch, the muscles in his arms straining, but keeping him upright. Jesse straightened up, his hand already tensed as he reached out. He wrapped his fingers around Ryan's and gave a strong shake. Ryan patted him hard on the back. You're going to be fine. Jesse nodded, but looked over to Sam. All right, I'm going to go meet Olivia's father, the governor of Minnesota. Jesse grabbed his hat and left without looking back. Ryan stood at the window, watching as Jesse drove off. I was going to grab a Coke at Lumberjack's. Want to join me? Ryan asked. He hadn't planned on going, but he figured Sam should probably get out of the house. That sounds like a great idea. If someone knew Sam like Ryan did, they might detect the slight slur to his words or his extra talkative manner. But most of the regulars had drunk more than Sam already, so they didn't seem to care all that much. Well, if it isn't the Gunderson brothers, Holly Henderson said as she set a beer down on the counter in front of Jim Carlson. Rosie's not on tonight. Ryan made a face. So. Sam hit Ryan in the stomach. See, I'm not the only one who knows your secret. What secret? Ryan shot back, pulling out a stool. Only after Sam took a sip from his beer did he say, Face it, you have a thing for Rosie. Ryan played with his straw. Do not. She's like a kid sister. I saw her being born. You think she hot? She's beautiful, but half the town would say the same thing. Sure, whatever. Sam picked at the label on his beer. Besides, shouldn't you be focused on your lady's ex-husband being at her house right now? Ryan would keep the conversation on Sam's woman troubles, and not his own. Don't remind me? Sam took another sip of his beer, and Ryan wished with everything he had that he could feel the cool drink in his own throat. 74? He mumbled to himself. But this time, he made sure no one heard him over the buzz of chatter. He instantly thought of Rosie and what she was doing. Was she out with Marcus? Probably. If Rosie was his girl, he'd never let her out of his sight. Was Rosie Marcus's girl? God, he hoped not. How long is he in town? Ryan didn't mean to rub salt in Sam's wounds, although it wasn't every day a situation unraveled like this one. The love of Sam's life's ex-husband was coming to town, staying the day, and taking the whole family to the fair, showcasing them for the public. Until tomorrow. What does Georgie think? He already knew what Sam thought. Sam shrugged. Georgie only wants to do right by the kids. That's always her main concern. Sam looked a bit defeated, which was pretty rare. That's good. Ryan would have to help Sam see what everyone else did. Georgie was just as crazy for him, and those kids loved him as well. Things were going great, and a visit from the guy who broke all of their hearts wasn't going to change that. It's good for the kids to spend some time with him. Ryan decided to take Rosie's approach. Focus on the blessings and not the troubles. He hasn't spent much time with them. Olivia's really felt like he abandoned them. Sam nodded slowly, and Ryan reflected on what he had just said. No wonder Jesse hated him so much. He had been completely abandoned. The kids are going to stay with him next week. A whole week without the kids? Ryan found a silver lining. You should take some time off with Georgie. Take her somewhere. Sam looked thoughtful. When was the last time you took time off? Ryan asked, though he knew the answer. 20 years ago? Sam's tone had a hint of resentment. You got to just blow town, but I have responsibilities. Had it really been almost 20 years since their father had died? Ryan had come back, here and there, but never for more than a day or two. I'm sorry I left. Ryan hadn't been, until his life was also anchored to the ranch. Now he thought about it all the time. I should have stuck around and helped out. I know you were upset that Daddy left me the ranch. He had been upset with their father. Sonny Gunderson loved both of his sons, but it seemed he loved one just a little more. You certainly didn't need me sticking around. Maybe I could have kept an eye on you. Ryan gritted his teeth. Sam probably promised on their daddy's grave to take care of him. That was the problem. You always tried to control me. Sam pounded the rest of his beer. I lost my dad and my best friend. Sounds like a country and western song. Ryder didn't die until the following year. Sam slid his empty away from him, looking at the clock. Want to head back? Sure. Ryan looked to his crutches, trying to figure out if he could get through the crowd without making a fuss. He eyed the door. At least 24 people stood between him and the exit. Crawling through crowds wasn't something he'd really done before, and a drunk crowd at that. He was going to have some trouble. Sam patted his back and said, "Think of it as bull riding." Sam stepped in front of him and pushed through the people, making a path for Ryan. People still knocked into him, bouncing him from side to side. The adrenaline of fear filled his body as they made it out to the sidewalk. The warm, humid air hit him, making him sweat. As they drove home, the two brothers sat in silence. Sam must have been sobering up. Ryan almost wished they'd stayed longer. Sam obviously had some stuff he wanted off his chest. As they passed the Boudreaux farm, Ryan noticed the shiny black sedan sitting in the driveway. It hadn't been there before. Wonder how Jesse made out. Ryan's guess was that Jesse hadn't said a word. Sam didn't answer, just mumbled something as he got out of the truck and into the house. Jesse's stuff sat in the hallway, but the kid was nowhere in sight. I better get to bed. Sam held his head as he walked to the kitchen, getting a glass of water before heading to his room. Ryan checked the kid's bedroom, then peeked out toward the barn. He wasn't anywhere. He started calling the kid's phone, but he didn't pick up. A nervous energy filled him. Where was he? He was just about to grab his keys when Jesse walked in the back door. Where have you been? Why do you care? Jesse snapped back. Because I'm responsible for you. Jesse laughed. You're hardly responsible for me. He's just a teenager, he reminded himself. Until you turn 18, I'm responsible. I'm your father according to your birth certificate. You're stuck with me, that's what you are. Jesse's face said it all. He hated him. You never even looked for me. Marie never told me about you. Jesse's eyes narrowed, as though he suspected a lie, but it was the truth. He had fallen hard for Marie, but it had been a love-hate relationship that started on the circuit in Montana. She had come to see the rodeo with some friends and went to the after-party. Whenever Ryan came to town, he'd call on her. She was funny and smart, but had no patience for him and wanted something more. When he couldn't give it, she cut him off. She did. She told me you wanted nothing to do with us. Your mother told me to get lost, kid. Ryan couldn't contain himself. He wasn't like Sam, who could always handle things. No, he was messy and pathetic and wasn't going to take it from this kid. I guess I don't blame her. Jesse left for his room without another word, which was best at that point, because Ryan wasn't sure what would come out of his mouth next, but he knew it wouldn't be pretty. He'd think of Marie from time to time, but he didn't dwell on her, and never would have guessed he had a son with her. Rage grew inside at the thought of her knowing she was dying, but still not telling him. Did she hate him that much? Didn't he deserve to know his son? All of them, Sam, Rosie, even Jesse, put the blame on him for not having this grand relationship. But Ryan had been a victim, too. He missed knowing his son for 17 years. Jesse's door slammed, reverberating in his head, shaking Rosie's warning. If he didn't find a way to let his anger go, he'd never gain a relationship with Jesse. But he wasn't sure he could. Rosie looked at the clock, wishing the night would end. Not that she minded having visitors, but Nathan wasn't a visitor she wanted in her house. Everyone was on edge, including poor Jesse. The boy didn't say a word throughout the whole night, not even at the barn, like she had hoped. He had been completely out of his element. He was in good company, too, because everyone except Charlie seemed uncomfortable. "So, Rosie, you're still working at the bar?" Nathan asked at dinner. "Lumberjacks, yes." He took a sip of his sun tea, then shook his drink at her. "Heard you were bidding at a horse auction." "Yes. So?" "Don't you have like 5 horses already?" "2, and this one was special." And he was. The more she rode Beau, the more she thought of him. "Seems like 2 would be enough." Nathan had always talked down to Rosie, as if being 12 years younger made her 12 times stupider. She wouldn't mention how little he did for abused animals in his state. "What time were you leaving for the carnival?" Rosie shifted in her seat, crossing her legs. She was tired of playing hostess to an imbecile. If it hadn't been for Mama making her promise to behave, she'd be holding a shotgun in her lap. A little fear on Nathan's part suited her just fine. Better than the arrogant SOB sitting with her tonight. He looked at his watch, putting his glass on the coaster. "We should probably head out." Even smooth, cool, Georgie stood awkwardly as Nathan and all the kids headed to the car. "Poor Jessie," Rosie mumbled to Mama. Maggie rocked in her recliner, her hands in her lap, but she too had been tense. What would it have been like if Daddy were alive? There was no way Nathan would have been invited to eat with them. John Boudreaux wouldn't have allowed him to step over the threshold. Not after what he did to his daughter. Rosie watched out the window as Georgie waved at the group leaving for the fair. Only Charlie waved from the back seat. Jesse sat up front, his face flushed and sweating. Nights never seemed to cool down much, and jeans were the only acceptable attire for a cowboy. Olivia looked like her usual miserable self. "At least Olivia doesn't change for Nathan," Rosie teased as Georgie walked into the house. "I think she's upset I'm not going." Rosie made a face. She's upset that she has to hang out with her boyfriend and her dad. Jesse had politely declined going to the fair with them, but Nathan was relentless and wouldn't let him say no. Even Georgie tried to step in, saying how Jesse had to work at the ranch in the morning, which made Nathan even more adamant that Jesse have a good time with Olivia before she left for the cities. When the dishes were done and put away and the kitchen cleaned up, all the Boudreaux women settled in the living room with Hannah, a sleeping Emma on her chest, watching reruns of Friends. Just as Ross kissed Rachel, Olivia burst through the door, running straight up the back staircase. A few seconds later, her bedroom door slammed shut. "What the—" Rosie sat up as Georgie headed to the kitchen. Then Charlie ran into the house, swinging a bag of blue cotton candy up onto the counter. Nathan closed the door behind them. "What was that about?" Georgie asked, gesturing toward the stairs. "Olivia broke up with her boyfriend tonight." Nathan looked angry. Rosie's heart dropped. "Are you serious?" She got off the couch, ready to go after Olivia, but Georgie grabbed her arm. "Hold on, Rosie. Let's give her a minute." Rosie looked up the stairs, thinking of her own broken hearts. She broke up with Jesse? Yep, on the Ferris wheel, just as I was talking to a news reporter. Nathan put his hands on his hips. She was a pill the whole time. I was completely embarrassed. What? Rosie didn't understand this at all. She ended up crying the rest of the time, which meant poor Charlie didn't get to enjoy the rides. Nathan blew out an exasperated breath. Seriously, Georgie, you need to talk her. Are you serious? Rosie was about to lay into Nathan. He might be Olivia's father, but she wasn't going to let him talk about Olivia like he did. You have a lot of nerve walking in here like... Stop. Georgie held out her palm toward Rosie. Nathan's right. She shouldn't have treated Jessie the way she did. I will talk to her about that. Are you kidding? Rosie threw her hand at Nathan. He shouldn't have forced the kid to... But, Georgie interrupted her, you owe her an apology if this is how you dealt with her first heartbreak. Yeah, Rosie said from behind Georgie. Nathan pursed his lips. I don't have time to wait around until she's done having a temper tantrum. Why don't you be her dad and talk to her about what happened tonight? Georgie, she hardly speaks to me. Then you talk. He dropped his head, shaking it. You know, you all want me to be the big bad guy here, but I'm not. Her behavior was completely out of line, and you'd be acting the same way. She's upset with you, Rosie interjected. Rosie! Georgie swung around and faced her. Stay out of this! Rosie could feel her head start to steam. Fine. She stormed out of the kitchen, slamming the door harder than Olivia had. You want to tell me what's going on? Ryan asked as Rosie walked up the drive, the gravel crunching underneath her cowboy boots. He couldn't help but eye how her dress flowed perfectly around her curves, her strawberry blonde hair cascading down her back, and her sun-kissed skin glowing. She was like someone from out of a magazine, not someone who just came casually walking up your driveway. Not really sure myself, she said, holding a small cooler. She raised it up. I brought some pop. Well, diet pop, but I figured you wouldn't mind. What's got the kid prickled with thorns? I think his heart got broken. Ryan wished he was surprised, but how long could a high school relationship really last? That explains a lot. Poor kid had to hang out with Nathan the whole night. I know. He almost spilled about Sam, but decided to keep that one to himself. The whole thing caused quite the commotion, and somehow I'm the bad guy. Rosie picked up one of the crutches and moved it aside, and then sat down next to him on the steps. Rosie was the only person who didn't seem uneasy around any of Ryan's stuff. He pulled out his keys from his front pocket and handed them to her. I want you to drive me somewhere. A smile grew across her face. Really? Where? The Four Corners. He adjusted his arms into the handles of his crutches and picked himself up with more ease than before. I've never been, she seemed giddy. I'd love to ride back there someday. You've never ridden back there? She shrugged, flipping the keys in her hands as she walked to the truck. I guess I felt weird about asking before. She stopped, waiting for him to catch up. Now, I guess I wouldn't. You should? She jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine. She rolled down the front windows, then pressed the button to operate the sunroof. Look at the stars. She drawled more than usual, but she flicked on the radio, turning to the local country station, and he realized she was teasing. A slow George Strait song came on, and he changed it. You want to see me in tears? She laughed. I thought cowboys didn't cry. What do you think we're doing in the pen? Praying. As we're crying. Rosie grinned, and he could tell she was enjoying herself. Even more so when she drove down the rutted track, the headlights lighting the trail up ahead to the highest spot on the Gunderson Ranch. I bet Georgie and Sam used to make out back here, she said, rolling with the truck over the bumpy road. I bet they still do. She let out a laugh so loud it startled him at first, which made him smile in return. He enjoyed hearing her laugh, and settled on the idea of making her laugh again before the night ended. She made the pain of every bump and divot easier to handle. As she drove, he watched as her hair fanned out behind her. It didn't take too long before she pulled up to the center of the Four Corners, putting the truck into park and shutting off the engine. A tick from the engine could just be heard over the crickets. A silver glow from the full moon lit up the pasture and the lake below. "Look at 'em all," she exclaimed, pointing at the cattle grazing under the moonlight. Their white chests flashed in the darkness. "Well, come on," he said, hearing his father in his voice. He popped open his door, pulling out the crutches, setting them into the dusty dirt, and jumped out. In the hospital, he'd begged for morphine, anything really to take the pain away. They just kept telling him he could handle it, that the pain would ease. "Count to 10, the nurses said to him, which he thought was a complete waste of time, but he did it, slowly. 1, 2, 3. By 4, he could almost forget the pain. After 7, a new pain would creep in, distracting him. And now, as he jumped out of the truck, his feet secure on the ground, he realized that he felt discomfort, but no real pain. "Want to jump in the back and take out the chairs?" He pointed in the bed of the truck. Her pearly smile glowed in the dark. "Do you do this a lot? Bring girls up here." "Never." She looked surprised. "Rodeo Ryan didn't bring a special girl here?" "Nope." "Not until you," was what he almost answered. She pulled out the folding chairs and set them up to face the lake off in the distance. The moon traced a path across the waters. They sat silently for a moment, listening to the cacophony of bullfrog croaks and crickets. Once in a while, the cattle would moan in the background, shifting about before quieting back down. "I love it out here," he confessed. "I used to ride out here all the time to just think. Think about everything." Probably a great view from Ophelia's back. He thought about climbing up into the bed of the truck, but he didn't want to risk tumbling out. He wanted to see that view so badly, where he was just high enough to see the peak of the Lutheran steeple over the river valley. He could see the river winding through the prairie as though someone had dug a path into its flat surface, like a child playing in the sand. "I had the biggest crush on you," Rosie confessed suddenly. "You did?" He'd had no idea. Rosie was so far out on the periphery of his life, he'd hardly noticed her. "Even cut out your picture from one of my horse magazines when you won the national finals." He remembered signing that picture for young girls at the events, probably around her age at the time. God, I haven't thought about that for a long time. He had thought he'd keep winning forever. He thought he'd win so big he'd retire at the top. Walk away with it all, but with all the falls and broken bones, and the younger kids who were more limber and fearless, somewhere along the way, he stopped winning. "Look," Rosie pointed to the sky. A shooting star sketched a faint line across the night sky, and Ryan studied her profile. Never had he seen a more beautiful sight in his life. He wondered if she knew she drove every part of him wild. "Let's get you back riding." Rosie put her hand on his leg, her touch sending electric currents through his body, and he wanted her touch more than anything in the world. "I don't think I'm going to ride again." He shifted in his seat. "Are you serious?" She took her hand off his leg, not noticing his heat. "I had a paralyzed woman ride Stardust. It's possible." And how could he explain that it had nothing to do with his legs? "I bet with more physical therapy, you'll be up on Ophelia in no time." He looked back out toward the lake, his hands shaking at the thought of getting back in the saddle. "How come your niece decided to break the kid's heart?" "By kid, you mean Jesse, your son, right?" "Yes, him." She rolled her eyes, bending down, opening up the cooler. She pulled out 2 bottles of pop, passed one to him, then twisted the top off of hers. She waited as the fizz hissed out, then took a drink. "I don't know, but Nathan said Olivia broke up with him." "What's he like?" Ryan wondered about the man who stole Sam's Georgie. Nathan. I always thought he was a great husband for Georgie, that they had the perfect marriage. Rosie waited to speak, as though she was considering her words carefully. But it was all for show. I have a feeling that has something to do with Jessie and Olivia, the show that comes with being Nathan's daughter. He hadn't really spoken much to Georgie's daughter. From what he could tell, the girl had her head on straight and was great for Jessie. But divorce couldn't be easy on any kid, especially in the public eye. He remembered how the news picked up on the story of Nathan's infidelity and even found out about Sam and Georgie. None of that could have been easy. She's going through something. She's lucky to have you. Rosie's heart was bigger than the barn holding her horses. She took those kids in, taught them to ride, showed them the power of a horse and its soul. Was that what she was doing for Jessie? Suddenly, he was embarrassed at how he'd acted. He had been so angry and stuck on the fact that Marie hadn't told him about the boy, that he forgot Jessie had lost a mother. Thank God for Rosie to help him. We all are. Even in the silver light, he could see her cheeks flush. She reached out, putting her hand on his, her touch intensifying every single cell in his body. He watched as she leaned closer, her eyes slowly closing. He wanted more than anything to take Rosie into his arms, pull her into his lap, and kiss her with everything he had. It burned through his body. He wanted her. He needed her. We should head back. He grabbed his crutches, getting up without looking back. He threw his chair in the back of the truck without collapsing it, and climbed into the passenger's seat. Rosie stayed put for a minute longer, then slowly put her own chair in the back, clearly taken aback by his abruptness. He pounded his head against the headrest. Why was he such a fool? When she got into the driver's seat and didn't look at him, he realized the pain of the accident was hardly anything to what he felt right at that moment. The distance she put between them was bigger than the Mississippi, but it was for the best. He would never get on a horse again, or ride out to the Four Corners. The guy Rosie was looking to kiss had died years ago. Chapter 7. Rosie always felt like she was a kid just pretending to be an adult, doing adult things but never really having any responsibilities. She never paid real rent or moved farther away than the barn. She didn't have to look after anyone but her horses. She never had to worry about adult things like bills or a mortgage or house insurance. She didn't even do her own taxes, since her daddy had always handled those things for her. Unlike her, Ryan had really lived. He'd traveled across the whole North American continent dozens of times. He followed his dream and never looked back. He lived on his own, making a name for himself, by himself. He had to face demons every minute of every day. He had experienced so much more than she had. She was still just a kid in his eyes. At her age, Georgie was a wife and a mother, like most of her friends. Ryan didn't want to deal with a girl who hadn't figured herself out by 26. He wanted a woman who could bring as much experience to the relationship as he did. She had thought for sure he was going to kiss her. God, she must have looked desperate. Olivia and Charlie had left that morning without much of a goodbye. Charlie gave hugs, but Olivia stayed on her phone, her eyes red and puffy, just like Georgie's face. I don't need your opinion on this, Ro, Georgie snapped as Rosie approached her in the kitchen. I'm not saying a thing. She held up her hands in surrender. She gave Georgie a bump with her hip. Are you okay? Georgie shook her head, falling into a chair, resting her head in her hands. Yes, I'm just trying to hold myself together. You're doing great, Mama said from the kitchen sink. Those kids are doing great too. Olivia is going through what every teenager goes through. I just wish she'd talk to me. Georgie's voice cracked. She's been so closed off, and I know this thing with Jessie could probably work itself out if she'd just open up. The kid was out somewhere all night? The word kid made her think of Ryan. "How do you know?" Georgie asked. "I went to the ranch last night." "You were at the ranch?" Georgie looked as though she was digesting this information. "Did you see Sam?" Rosie shook her head. "He wasn't around when I was there, but it was already sort of late." "Why did you go to the ranch?" Georgie seemed mystified. "Because I was checking up on Jessie." "You were snooping." Georgie made a face. "I told you to stay out of it." Rosie knew her sister had gone through a lot over the past year, but now she was being insulting. "At least I'm not tiptoeing around my problems, pretending everything is all right until it blows up in my face." "Rosie, that's enough," Mama said. But Rosie was an adult, and she certainly wasn't going to let Georgie talk to her that way. She had helped with Olivia and Charlie from the moment they came to the farm. "Georgie, you know Rosie isn't just snooping, but watching out for those kids. Jessie might have needed someone to talk to, or maybe she wanted to let Sam and Ryan know what happened. He must have been hurting and embarrassed. The boy was dumped in front of all of Minnesota." Rosie stood up straighter. "Thanks, Mama." "But you," Maggie turned to Rosie with an admonishing finger, "need to learn some boundaries." "It doesn't matter anyway. I didn't see Jessie or Sam." "Then who did you see?" Georgie asked. "Ryan." Georgie thought about this for a moment. "You saw Ryan?" "Yes." "At night?" "I went to see if Jessie was okay, and we had a Coke." "You had Coke?" Rosie looked at Maggie. "I feel like there's an echo." "What about that Marcus guy?" "What about him?" "Weren't you guys hanging out?" Georgie's face contorted. "We just had a Coke." Georgie's eyebrows lifted, and in a sarcastic voice she said, "Okay." Rosie made a face. "What's that mean?" Mama let out a loud sigh and sat. "Enough. You wouldn't be prying into people's business or anything, would you, Georgie?" Rosie headed outside, pushing open the screen door with her butt, gloating at the look on her sister's face. Ryan was convinced he was the biggest fool this side of the Mississippi. Why hadn't he kissed her? She was right there. She was ready. He was ready. Ready to grab her and bring her into his arms, hold her, and never let go. Rosie Boudreau did something to him that no other woman had. She haunted his thoughts, the way she looked, the way she smelled, the way she laughed, with that smile of hers. But Rosie was not the kind of woman who would be able to handle the kind of life Ryan would live, beaten, broken, and bent. Jessie rose before the sun and took off, dust flying behind his wheels. Sam had been awake before that, out in the office, the light blazing before sunrise. All the Gunderson men were hopeless. Ryan stayed in his room, looking out at the hills past the edge of the trees, where the four corners met. What if he had kissed her? "Let's go." Sam swung open his bedroom door. "Dude!" Ryan gestured to the door. "Don't you knock?" "Jessie's broken down on Highway 94. "Well, why didn't you say so?" Ryan grabbed his crutches, and they headed down to his truck. "What happened?" "The engine started making noises and puttered out." Ryan had thought Jessie was headed to the farm, but Highway 94 was the way out of Prairie Valley. "Was he leaving town?" Sam shrugged, bounding ahead to his truck. "I don't know what he was doing. Didn't tell me anything until I got the call." "We got into it last night." Ryan shuddered. "Rosie told me that he and Olivia got into an argument, so I didn't think much of it." "What did you fight about?" Ryan thought about his reaction to Jessie coming home as he got into the truck, moving faster than he ever had. It seemed ridiculous now. Jessie had followed the rules since he had been around. The kid never had to be reminded of what was expected at the ranch. And there Ryan went, trying to show his guns, when in reality he held only water pistols. I wanted to know where he was. He wasn't home when we got back from Lumberjacks. And he didn't like it. Sam contemplated this, pulling down the driveway and onto the dirt road. While I applaud your effort at stepping up, maybe you should start slow, by just talking to the kid, before hammering down the rules. He blew up at me. Now it made sense, but at the time, Ryan had been defensive. I didn't know his girlfriend dumped him. Georgie said the night was a disaster. Ryan could only imagine what it would have been like for the kid. The girl he was head over heels for had dumped him in front of her father. Ryan had thought his life was over when Stacy Carlson dumped him in front of the 7-Eleven. The drive seemed to take forever before they reached the truck alongside an exit ramp. The busy stretch of highway connected to the Twin Cities, which, if Ryan had to guess, was Jesse's destination. They found him at a gas station close by. We'll have it towed back to the ranch. Sam instantly stepped in and took charge. Jesse looked rattled, and Ryan gave the kid the front seat, not saying a word on the way home. Jesse didn't say a word either. He didn't even look at Ryan, just got into the truck and stayed quiet. Jesse never explained his voyage, nor did Sam or Ryan broach the subject. As soon as they reached the ranch, he got out of the truck and headed straight inside. Sam hung back as Ryan climbed out, his crutches digging into the dry dirt. He sure is miserable. Sam waited as Ryan gained his footing, facing the house. Ryan nodded, but said nothing. Before the accident, he would have got the kid on a horse, taken him out. Answers always seemed to come easier that way. But Ryan wasn't that guy anymore. As the day dragged on and Jesse stayed in his room, the idea of riding kept pestering him. He had to start considering selling Ophelia. Sam would let her run the pasture, but no one rode her, and she needed someone to run her. She was strong and young and eager, but she was also finicky and spoiled. She didn't let just anyone ride her. Sam didn't want to deal with her after she practically bucked him off. He would bet 100 to 1 that Rosie could ride her. Maybe he should have thought it out first before texting, but her reply came back as fast as he sent it. Ask the kid. And for an hour he sat, thinking about that stupid text, without the pink hearts. I want you to meet my daughter, Marcus said after dinner. He had taken her out to a trendy restaurant on the river in Stillwater, a quaint town nestled on the St. Croix. They walked the retired drawbridge out on the river. You want me to meet your daughter? Rosie repeated, not sure what else to say. They had only gone on a few dates. For some reason, the idea of meeting his daughter didn't appeal to her at all. She had met plenty of family members of former boyfriends in the past. She was always good with parents and siblings, but never had she dated anyone with a daughter, and a daughter that was closer in age to Rosie than Rosie was to Marcus. Marcus had explained how he'd married young, had his daughter right away, and it all fell apart a few years after that. The way he talked about his daughter was adorable and heartwarming. He really loved her, and she could see it in his eyes every time he mentioned her. But Rosie had read too many books, seen too many movies, and had too many preconceived notions about how a daughter would react to a woman poaching her daddy's heart. Rosie would be the wicked stepmother. She'll love you! He interrupted her thoughts as if he'd read her mind. Rosie leaned against the railing, looking out at the boats passing underneath. I'm sure she's amazing, but I doubt any daughter wants to meet her dad's girlfriend. He looked at her, cocking his head. Is that what you are? My girlfriend? Her heart dropped. Did she just jump the gun and start a relationship with a slip of the tongue? I just meant that no daughter wants another woman with her dad. Her frantic backpedaling didn't stop Marcus from grabbing her hand and kissing it. I really like you, Rosie, and I want Isabella to meet you. She looked up to him, his dark gaze so encompassing, her worries melted away. Sure, I'd love to meet her. But the rest of the night, she wasn't so sure, and it had nothing to do with Isabella, but Ryan's stupid text. First of all, how could he even think she'd do him the favor of riding his horse? Secondly, how could he even think of asking someone other than Jessie? My horse needs someone to ride it. Ugh! She wished she'd given him her boot to ride. Worse, this was his way of trying to make friends after he stiffed her, practically jumped out of his chair to get away from her. The next morning, she stormed up to the ranch as Ryan left the house. You're a jerk. She made no bones about her feelings. He stopped and stood in the middle of the driveway. He looked as though he was headed to the barn, in a cowboy hat and boots, his face cleaned up but still with a bit of scruff. He looked eager to move on, not concerned by her comment, and started for the barn. I know. Did she hear him right? You know? Yes, he said, but didn't face her. He just kept going. She stood still, wishing he'd put up a fight so she could give him the speech she had prepared in her head. She was going to tell him what a jerk he was, how feeling sorry for himself wasn't going to get him anywhere, that Jessie needed a dad, whether he could ride or not, and to get over himself, and how crummy he'd made her feel. But instead, he'd agreed. She wanted to kick him. When he disappeared into the barn, she noticed another shadow inside and realized it was Jessie. She stood and watched as Jessie walked Ophelia out of the barn. He let go of the lead rope, holding out a treat. Rosie walked to the fence, curious, and still wanting to pick a fight. From the corner of her eye, she saw Ryan sitting on the bench against the barn wall. So, that's why she's so picky. You spoil her, Rosie said, leaving a solid 15 feet between them. Hey, Rosie, Jessie said. Oh, Ophelia, stop being such a princess. Ryan got up, and when he made his way to the horse, she dipped her head and stepped over to him. She rubbed her face against his chest, practically pushing him over with affection, but he steered her away, back toward Jessie. Come on, girl, he's going to be your friend. She stepped toward Jessie while Ryan held on to her. He patted her neck and held out more treats, and she went right for them. When his hands were empty, she sniffed them, then nosed her way to his pockets, which held more. Hold on, Jessie said, as he reached to pull them out. You should brush her down and start cleaning her stall. Just hang out with her, talk to her, sit by her stall, and read a book. Try not to have any intentions in your head except to be her friend. Always be calm and never fake. A horse can tell a faker from a mile away. Jessie walked the ring, leading Ophelia further away from Ryan. I'm sorry for being a jerk. Ryan kept his gaze on Jessie. Rosie looked at him, then away, almost embarrassed that she'd made such a stink, because now he sounded sad, almost defeated. It's fine. He shook his head. I haven't been fine for a while. She didn't speak, waiting for him to continue, hoping he would, but not wanting him to either. It would be so much easier to just stay mad. I really wanted to kiss you that night. Oh. Her heart plunged into her stomach. She hadn't been prepared for that kind of honesty, like a sting of a Band-Aid being ripped off. But I didn't want to ruin all of this. His focus went back to Jessie. They both looked out at Jessie, who ran ahead of Ophelia, letting the horse chase him playfully. Want to come sit? He asked, sliding over to give more room on the bench. She rubbed her hands against her thighs, not sure why, just the idea of sitting next to him rattled her nerves. But as she sat close enough to smell his aftershave and the sun-warmed August earth, as he watched Jessie, just like her daddy watched her when she rode, she had never wanted so badly to kiss him. Chapter 8. Rosie stood in the kitchen, waiting for Annie to arrive. What do you think she wants to tell us? Georgie asked, looking out the window. Do you think she's gotten remarried or something crazy like that? Maggie shook her head. I have no idea. When it comes to you girls. Rosie wasn't so sure either. The last time she talked to Annie, she was playing in some dive bar in Nashville. Now she had an announcement. Maybe she got a record deal. The three women looked at each other, hope in their eyes. Annie had been on the road playing music since the day she left home, 20 years ago. 1 divorce, 2 broken record deals, and 3 different bands. Rosie didn't know if it was hope or if they needed prayer at this point. Annie would be 40 in a few years. How many female country singers made it after that? But Rosie didn't judge. In fact, Annie had been her savior growing up compared to the perfect Georgie. Annie had been the rebel, the one always fighting Daddy about the rules and pushing boundaries whenever she was given a chance. She had run away more times than Rosie could count, sneaking out of the bedroom window to meet boys on Saturday night, then singing in the choir on Sunday morning. People definitely talked about Annie. She may have caused a lot of gray hairs for Mama and Daddy, but she, of all the sisters, had the biggest heart and would do anything for her family. When Rosie's high school boyfriend broke up with her before he left for college, Annie flew back home from California. She would be the first one to plan a surprise party. The person who'd skip a date if a friend wanted to hang out. The person who'd drive thousands of miles to take Rosie to her favorite restaurant. The person Rosie had counted on her whole life. "She's coming!" Georgie said, opening the door and hurrying outside. Rosie looked out the window. A silver car billowed dust out behind it. When it came to a stop, the dust swirled up in a cloud as Annie got out of the car, hugging Georgie. Bounding down the stairs, the dogs barked and played as Annie knelt down to greet them. "Hi," she called cheerfully from behind big round sunglasses. "Annie!" Mama embraced her, holding her tight. Then Hannah came down from her apartment with Emma in her arms. "Look who's up from their nap." Maggie reached out for the baby and Hannah passed her over. Annie cooed at the 2-month-old. "She's beautiful, Hannah." Hannah smiled, but Rosie noticed the pain hidden behind it. Troy hadn't been home at all lately. "Where are the kids?" Annie asked, looking around. "They're with Nathan." Annie pulled off her sunglasses. "I'm surprised you haven't shot him yet, Rosie." "Me too," Rosie laughed. "Lord knows, I've come close." "Ha, ha." Georgie looped her arm inside Annie's. "What are you doing back?" "Well, I got asked to play at the state fair and I thought, why the heck not?" Annie grabbed Rosie's arm and looped her free arm into it. "This will be so fun. All us girls back together again." Rosie felt a pang in her heart that things weren't ever going to be the same without Daddy. And now it didn't feel the same without Olivia and Charlie. Things kept changing on Rosie, yet she stayed the same. The key to riding is to be equal partners. Ryan stood next to Ophelia, reins in his hand as Jessie mounted her, and you have to prepare for everything and expect anything. It had taken 5 days for Ophelia to let Jessie mount her, and 3 for Jessie to convince Ryan to teach him how to rope. "You have to swing her back round to have room to swing the lasso." Ryan could feel his patience disappearing. "I am," Jessie huffed back. Even Ophelia snorted, irritated. The day had been spent out in the pasture, trying to run her around a wooden bull they made out of pallets. Jessie needed to practice his skill and nurture his natural talent, but Ophelia had other plans. Each time Jessie tried to turn Ophelia, she'd buck, not listening. She wanted to run, not work. Ryan wasn't cut out to be a teacher. He'd seen how Rosie handled the kids on horses. She had more patience than a saint. Ryan felt completely out of control trying to make Jessie handle his horse properly. He stood in the middle of the field under the hot morning sun. Sam had already gone out. "Maybe we should go to Rosie's and practice on one of her horses." "Are you kidding? No way!" Jessie sped Ophelia away, and started turning her around the fake bull, faster but sloppier, losing his rhythm. For another hour, Jessie ran Ophelia around and around, and by the time they needed a break, she had started to listen to him, spinning around the bull. Jessie sat next to Ryan on the bench, slugging back the bottle of water, wiping the sweat from his brow with his arm. "What was it like?" Jessie asked, in between gulps. "Riding those broncs?" Ryan was caught off guard by the question and had to think about his answer. He looked down at his shattered legs. Exhilarating and terrifying at the same time. Jessie let out a heavy breath. "When I was a kid, I used to think you were the bravest man in the world." Ryan wondered what he thought of him now. More dumb than anything. Jessie shook his head. "Seems brave to keep going after what you've been through." Emotions suddenly got the better of Ryan, and he had to look away. "Do you want to keep practicing?" Jessie took another drink of water and put his hat back on. "Let's go." By the time dinner came, Ryan was so tired and sore he went straight to bed afterward. Even though every part of him throbbed, he enjoyed the pain. It was the kind of pain that told him his muscles were willing to work, told him that he was getting stronger, told him that maybe, just maybe, he could heal. "So, your brother-in-law is the governor, and your other sister is a country singer." Marcus shook his head as he scraped up the last crumbs of pie. "What else don't we know?" "He's not my brother-in-law any longer," she reminded him. He leaned back in his chair, a mischievous smile on his face. The sun had begun to set across the fields behind his house. The sky was streaked with pinks and oranges and lavenders, far beyond the river. Marcus's backyard reminded Rosie of a painting of a biblical scene where angels floated on feathery clouds. "Is your mother connected to royalty?" he continued to tease. "Daddy, seriously, stop." Isabella made a disapproving face, then turned her attention to Rosie. "I love that song your sister sings, Girl Broken. I bought the single." It was the only hit Annie had on the country music station and had got her a little attention, but no momentum. She became a darling in Minnesota, but it went no further than that. The one-hit wonder issue many female country singers faced. Not the Carries or the Mirandas or the Shanias, but most of the women trying to make it into the scene had a very short shelf life. "She's so pretty," Isabella said, looking at the cover of Annie's album on her phone's playlist. Rosie smiled. Marcus's daughter had been absolutely lovely. So lovely, in fact, she wanted to pinch herself. Where was the bratty daughter who didn't want to have Daddy's attention stolen away? Where was the girl who was afraid of the wicked stepmother? Instead, Isabella had been polite, asking questions, telling Rosie about her school and living in the cities with her mother. She talked about her friends and how her dad wanted her to ride competitively. "My niece barrel races," she said. "You should invite her here to ride with us," Isabella said. "We could hit the trails." "Are you kidding me?" Marcus laughed. "I've been begging you to trail ride all summer." "They're like real cowgirls, and Rosie's a lot cooler than you," Isabella teased. "Did you hear that? I'm cooler than you," Rosie joined in. "No one is arguing that point. You are all cooler than me." Marcus got up, grabbing Rosie's empty wine glass. "No more for me, thanks." She reached for her shawl. The sun had finally dropped behind the tree line and a chill broke through the humidity. "I need to get going anyways." "Please stay a little longer." Isabella clasped her hands over her chest. "I wish I could." Rosie's heart expanded in joy. "I've had a lovely time." The night couldn't have gone better. When she arrived, Isabella welcomed her with Marcus at the front door. Her smile seemed genuine. At the beginning, Rosie had been on guard. paranoid that she was walking into a dark fairy tale trap where the evil stepdaughter cooked the sweet stepmother and ate her for dinner. But she had been completely wrong. As they reached the front door to say goodbye, Marcus leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. "You'll ask the kids to come next time. We can take them along the river." Isabella reached out for a hug before Rosie knew what was happening. When she let go, she said, "I thought my dad was making you up. I was getting concerned that he'd never date anyone and always be free to call me and text me and make sure I'm home for curfew, giving me absolutely no privacy, and then making me feel guilty because he has no one to hang out with except his teenage daughter." She finally took a breath. "I have friends," Marcus countered. Isabella raised an eyebrow. "Grandma and Grandpa don't count." Rosie laughed as her nerves began to calm, and the banter between father and daughter continued. Her first impression of Isabella was that she liked her. A lot. "I wish you'd stay longer." Marcus caught her eyes. His were smoldering. "I have lessons tomorrow, real early." Rosie wanted this to be right because it felt so right, didn't it? She could stay. What was another hour or two, really? Rosie had stayed up late plenty of times, working the bar and teaching writing lessons the next day. Why was she in a rush to head home? "Ryan, will you teach me how to barrel ride sometime?" Isabella asked. Rosie nodded. "Of course. I'd love that." She felt a pang in her stomach, guilt washing over her. She would be the evil stepmother if she hurt Marcus, or worse, Isabella. Chapter 9. Ryan messed everything up. It had been days since he'd last seen Rosie. She hadn't texted or stopped by, but neither had he. Each day he'd stare at his phone or peek over his shoulder while out in the fields, looking for her, but the days went by and nothing. Ryan had started the habit of getting to the barn before Jessie each morning. He filled the feed and water buckets, chores he hadn't done since the accident. Things he used to do without even thinking. He now has had to relearn. He couldn't just hoist up a 50-pound bag of feed anymore. Jessie would join him as soon as the sun rose, and they'd train a bit before breakfast, when the air was cool. During the day, Jessie would be with Sam, driving the property. Then back to training after dinner. "What do you think about practicing jumping tonight?" Ryan sat in his chair out in ring. "Why not roping?" "You really need to get your jelly legs under control." Jessie had struggled that morning. His rhythm was off, and he lost control more than once. Ryan had long been accustomed to his height and how to compensate for it on a horse. Jessie, however, kept losing his center. With his long, lanky body, balance proved harder than either of them had expected. Don't let a bad morning get the best of you. Ryan knew how hard it was to keep going, not quit, even when you got scared or discouraged. He felt it every time he saw Jessie ride a horse. "I just don't feel like it tonight." Practice makes perfect if you start slacking off in your routine. "I get it. Okay," Jessie snapped. "I want to ride, I just can't, tonight." Oh, Ryan hadn't thought about the fact that Jessie might have other plans. "I thought Olivia was still in the cities." "She is." Jessie made a face. "I want to go there and see her." "Have you two made up?" This was all news to Ryan. "No." Jessie's face fell. "That's an awfully long drive for someone you haven't spoken to lately." Jessie hung his head. "She hasn't responded to any of my texts or answered my calls. She hasn't even told me why we broke up." The kid dropped down on the bench next to Ryan. He hung his head. He didn't know if the kid wanted to stop talking, or if this was one of those fatherly moments where he should talk about girls and stuff. Although Sonny Gunderson hardly ever talked about girls or anything other than horses with Ryan. Sam would know what to do. Ryan always knew what to do if the woman was standing at a bar. He had no trouble with that kind of woman. He loved women as much as he loved horses. But now he didn't know what to think. "Go," he said. "You think I should?" "Sure." Ryan patted Jessie on the back. "Just tell her the truth, that you're crazy for her and want to fix whatever it is she's upset about." Jessie looked out at Ophelia. "She's not going to talk to me." "You never know unless you try." "Do you think it's weird if I drive all that way?" Jessie kicked a pebble in the dirt. "Like, creepy?" "No, not with you two." Jessie hadn't seen such a healthy relationship since his own parents. He could see how much this breakup was killing Jessie. "But maybe you should ask Rosie." Jessie thought about it, then said, "That's a good idea." Rosie always seemed to know what to do. She may have been 12 years younger than Ryan, but she was much wiser. She understood the world much more deeply than he ever had at her age. Maybe it was time Ryan told the truth too. "I'll take you." He bounced up, energy surging through him. He was going to tell Rosie his feelings. "Let's go." Ryan drove straight to the farm, practically tearing up the gravel as he pulled into Rosie's driveway, next to a black Suburban. "She must be giving lessons," Jessie said, rubbing his palms on his jeans. "We shouldn't bother her." "It's fine." Ryan opened his door, pulling out his crutches from the back seat, not willing to let his nerves get the best of him. "We'll see if she has a minute." Jessie's forehead creased with anxiety. "I don't know." "Let's go." Ryan climbed down, making his way to the riding ring. When Ryan turned the corner, he saw Rosie, but she didn't see him. She leaned against the wooden fence, laughing so hard she had to wipe her eyes. Then a hand reached out to wipe another tear from her cheek. Marcus's hand. Ryan's heart felt as though Demon Darlin had stomped all over it again. He should have turned around right then and there, but it was too late. Marcus had noticed him. He gestured his head at Ryan, and Rosie turned to look. Her face lit up. "Hey, guys," she called out. Jessie stuffed his hands in his pocket. Ryan wished he could have done the same, have somewhere to put his hands other than on the metal canes. He hated Marcus so much at that moment. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Ryan noticed a girl on a horse. "Sorry if we're bothering you." "No, not at all." She looked at Marcus. Ryan reached out his hand to Marcus first. "Good seeing you again." "You too." Marcus wasn't as friendly as before. He took Ryan's hand, but not with the same excited vigor. Marcus seemed to be checking him out, examining the situation. He smelled someone coming after his girl. "This is my son, Jesse." "Hi." Jesse waved quickly, then stuck his hand back into his pocket. "Marcus's daughter, Isabella, is learning how to barrel race." She pointed out toward the ring and the young girl, who seemed to be the same age as Jesse. "So, what's up?" Jesse's face turned a paler shade. This no longer seemed like a good idea, not with Marcus staring them down. "We were wondering if you had any extra rails for jumping," Ryan said. It was a ridiculous request. Ryan didn't need rails. Rosie even made a face, but somehow she understood not to question it, and said, "Jesse, if you look in the last stall, you'll find the mix and match rails." She paused, then said, "I'll come show you where they are." Ryan remained where he stood as Jesse followed Rosie into the barn. Marcus's attention was back on his daughter in the ring. "She's doing well." Ryan could tell the girl wasn't new to a horse, but her posture was too stiff, her reins loose. The horse was in control. Marcus gestured at the barrels. "She decided to try this after meeting Rosie." Ryan didn't know if he preferred an English saddle over Western, but something about the way he said "this" made him grind his jaw. Rosie sure loves helping people ride. He thought about how she had pushed him. Then he thought about how she no longer bothered. Not since she tried to kiss him. He shut up after that, and they stood in silence until Jessie and Rosie came back out of the barn. "Did you get what we need?" Ryan asked, not even waiting for an answer before he started for the door. "Yup." The anxious creases in his forehead disappeared, replaced by a smile. "I got what I was looking for." Ryan gave Marcus another nod, avoided making eye contact with Rosie, then said, "Thanks for helping us out." And they left. Part of Rosie wished the kids were there to meet Marcus and Isabella, but another part was just as glad they weren't. It was nerve-wracking enough with all the fussing women. Marcus and Isabella had come for the day to ride, then have dinner with the family. Nothing spectacular, but Mama and her sisters treated it like an event. "I'll make a charcuterie, and we can sit at the picnic table under the willow," Annie suggested. "We should have a casserole, something simple," Mama said. "No, Marcus Rodriguez isn't going to want to have a casserole with potato chips on top." Georgie shook her head. "I'll make fried chicken and some homemade mac and cheese, fresh coleslaw from the garden, something everyone likes." "That's brilliant," Rosie said. "Let's make a trifle with the berries." Annie pulled out the family cookbook from the shelf above the stove. Rosie wasn't sure if introducing her crazy family to Marcus and Isabella was a good idea. Not that she was worried that they wouldn't get along or have a good time. She knew everyone would enjoy each other's company. They'd love Marcus and his gentlemanly manner. They'd also love Isabella, which was exactly what happened. Dinner was perfect, dessert perfect. Everyone enjoyed each other's company. In fact, Maggie invited them to come back any time, just like Rosie knew she would. "He's perfect for you," Georgie hissed from the kitchen. "Yes, he's pretty great." Which was true, but she somehow didn't feel convinced. She looked out at the back porch, where everyone was sitting, having coffee. Isabella talked to Annie about her music career and played with Emma. Maggie asked Marcus about his ranch. Marcus asked Hannah about Emma sleeping through the night. "I mean, he's perfect." Georgie sounded like she couldn't believe it either. "He's handsome and well put together. He has horses. And a great daughter." When she added it up, Marcus did sound perfect. "I mean, this is the guy of your dreams." Georgie's voice grew in excitement. "And we totally love him." Rosie put on a smile, but her stomach twisted. Her sister's blessing of Marcus made the night even harder for Rosie, because the moment she saw Ryan at the barn, she couldn't stop thinking about him. That night, there in her living room, she had everything that she'd ever wanted in her life, but something kept tugging at her. Something kept making her want the night to end, to not have things be perfect. Because something about the way Ryan looked at her made her think she wasn't so crazy after all. That maybe, just maybe, she wasn't wrong about the way he felt about her. But what did that matter if he refused to act on it? She might sit around for another lifetime, waiting for his affection. On the other hand, she knew exactly how Marcus felt, and he let everyone know it when he left that night. He held her hands and leaned down to place a soft, warm kiss on her lips, sending an electric current all the way to her toes. "That was some kiss," Annie said, from the air mattress on the floor of Rosie's bedroom. "Yup." She stared at the ceiling. "He seems to really like you." "Yup." Annie looked at her. "You sound thrilled." Rosie sat up a bit and rested her head on her hand. What if he's not the one? Don't ask me. I have no clue when it comes to relationships. I mean, what if I lose the perfect love for something that looks perfect, but doesn't feel perfect? Well, if it doesn't feel perfect, then why are you wasting his and your time? Annie made it sound as though it were as easy as choosing or discarding a flavor of tea. I don't know. That's my problem. He seems perfect for me. Georgie practically married me off tonight. Everything about him is perfect. I just don't know." "You know," Annie lifted up on her elbow. "What?" "You know what's holding you back." Rosie did know. Annie was totally right. Was she that obvious? "Do you think he knows?" She fell back on the pillow, embarrassed. He did know, and had rejected her. She needed to get her head together. Marcus was the guy of her dreams, not some cowboy who chased after thrills and women, from what she'd heard. She had to face facts. Even if Ryan had feelings for her, he wasn't willing to act on them, which was probably the smartest thing the man has done, because he needed to figure himself out first. Figure out his relationship with his son before starting any kind of relationship with a woman. Figure out who he was now that he wasn't Rodeo Ryan anymore. Figure out who he was with a disability. Rosie owed him enough to stay away, and that's exactly what she had decided to do when she saw Ryan's text. The diner was practically empty, but a bar seemed like the wrong place to have this conversation. Ryan wanted to be somewhere where alcohol wasn't. The diner was the only place open at that time of night, besides a bar. Jesse had gone to the cities on Rosie's advice. Olivia had been willing to talk to him, but the kid came home broken-hearted. She told him it wasn't him. It was her. No guy wanted to hear that. He wanted to fix what was wrong, make things right. He went straight to his room, shutting out the world, and Ryan. Since Georgie's kids had been in the cities, Sam spent all his time with her, even going away for the weekend. Something Ryan was sure Sam hadn't done in years. Good for him, was what he thought. Sam deserved happiness after what he'd taken on with life. He wondered what he would have done in Sam's position. He would have probably sold the place after Mama's death. Probably resented every day. He took a sip of his coffee, his thoughts spinning like a ride at the state fair, dangerous and out of control. Should he be honest with Rosie? Tell her his feelings? Tell her he was crazy for everything about her? Confess everything? Or was he just being like he always was? Selfish, self-centered, and arrogant enough to think she'd even consider someone like him over a guy like Rodriguez. When she showed up, she seemed almost indifferent. No happy glow like he saw when she was with Marcus. "Hey." She didn't look at him as she spoke. Instead, she stuffed herself into the booth, setting her purse next to her. "I ordered a Coke." He gestured to the glass in front of her. The ice had started to melt. He noticed a slight smile on her lips. "Thanks." He nodded, holding his glass. She went back to her purse and pulled out a small box. "Here." She slid a white box in front of him. "What's this?" Stirring the ice with her straw, she said, "Open it." It felt light and was no bigger than his palm. It looked like a jewelry box. He opened it up to see a gold coin with an inscription. "To thine own self be true." His fingers rubbed the coin, picking it up, feeling the coolness against his palm. "Thank you." "It's been 100 days." He had almost forgot about the milestone. He looked back down at the coin, squeezing it in his hand. And without thinking, he said, "I'm in love with you." "What?" She put her glass down on the table. He didn't know what he was doing. His confession was worse than he could have ever planned, but the words came out of him like a runaway bronc, out of control. "You're amazing. You make me want to be a better man, a better person. You're the only one who seems to really get me. And I know now that I want to be with you. I know this more than anything." He looked at her. He'd laid everything out on the line. And she sat there, not saying anything. She held the glass in her hands as she stared off into the distance, her eyes wild. "You love me?" Her tone was hard. Her smile was gone. "Yes." You wanted nothing to do with me until you saw I was happy with Marcus. She pushed her Coke away from her. That's real classy, Ryan. He looked at the optics. She was right. That's not it at all. Marcus may have made me want this talk sooner, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since I came back to Prairie Valley. She huffed, shaking her head. That's super convenient, isn't it? Turning in her seat, she grabbed her purse, sliding out of the booth. She stood next to him, disappointment in her eyes. I thought you were different than the rest of them. Before he could answer, she pushed out of the booth and was gone. Chapter 10. Rosie was disappointed to find Annie's blankets empty when she got home. She needed to talk to someone besides Georgie and Mama, someone who didn't have as many preconceived notions. When Mama went to bed, she decided to wait up for her sister. She'd know what to do. How could Ryan say all that? He had seen her with Marcus and his daughter. If anyone walked into that scene, they would have thought they were one big happy family. How could he come in like that, ruining her happiness? The later it got, the more furious she became, and before Rosie knew it, sunlight was sneaking in through the curtain and Annie sneaking in through the back door. She held her sandals in one hand and her purse in the other. She tiptoed across the linoleum, not noticing Rosie lying on the couch. Are you just getting home? Rosie asked, rubbing her eyes to see the clock. Whoa, you sounded just like Dad. Annie stopped in her tracks. Well, Rosie sat up, looking at the clock. Want a cup of coffee? No, I'm really tired. She put her shoes by the door and headed toward the stairs. Where were you? Annie stopped and turned around, and now Rosie could see her red, splotchy face and puffy eyes. I went to see Michael. Rosie was glad she hadn't unloaded her frivolous problems on Annie, who had gone to visit her lost love's gravesite. Are you okay? Rosie stood and approached her sister, but she stepped back before Rosie could take her into her arms. I'm fine. She wasn't, but Rosie wasn't going to push. I'm here, you know. Annie nodded, but walked away, up the stairs and into the bedroom. Michael's car accident had been right after graduation. He had proposed the week before. They had planned to attend university together. Everything was perfect, and then it wasn't. Time was precious, and she didn't have time to waste on someone who couldn't tell what his feelings were from one day to the next. Her heart, her soul, her happiness was more important than that. She deserved more than that. By the time everyone was up, her head was clear, and by the time Olivia and Charlie arrived with Nathan that morning, she had her mind set. She didn't need Ryan in her life. Charlie jumped out of the car as soon as it came to a stop and ran up to them, falling into Georgie's arms. All you need is a black cat, Nathan said under his breath, and she wished she was standing close enough to make him trip into the gravel. Hello, Nathan, Georgie said as he approached. Georgie, Maggie, Annie. He gave each a kiss on the cheek, then stopped at Rosie. Rosie. She looked down on him from the porch. She'd never hated a man more. Well, if it isn't Governor Jacka? We missed you guys so much, Georgie exclaimed, drowning Rosie's words. Let's get you unpacked. Olivia stood next to Nathan, not moving. I'm not going to stay. What? Georgie said. I'm going back with Dad. Olivia picked at her nails. I'm just here to get a few things. Rosie couldn't believe what was happening. She almost jumped off the porch to strangle him. Hadn't he done enough by dragging her sister through the mud with his affair? Now he wanted to take their daughter from her, too? You have a lot of nerve, Rosie blurted out. Rosie, stop, Georgie ordered. You're staying here, Olivia. No, I'm going to stay at Dad's, until the fair. The state fair was in a week, which wasn't a lot of time, but still, he was once again breaking a promise. You have to practice, Georgie said. What about the show? Olivia kicked her toe into the dirt. I don't want to be in the show. Olivia, your mom wants you to stay, so maybe you should just stay, Nathan said. Oh, that's nice, Nathan. Make me the bad guy here. Georgie put her hand on her hip. Rosie's blood boiled at his nerve. She wished she could knee him where it hurt, make him bow down in pain to get a taste of the pain he'd caused her sister. Go inside, you guys, Georgie ordered, but Olivia didn't move from Nathan's side. I'm going with Dad. He drove you here, Olivia. Georgie laughed, crossing her arms. Maggie shooed Charlie inside. Your dad had no intention of taking you back. Oh my God, I'm 16. Olivia's eyes were on fire. I can make my own decisions. The law sees it differently, Georgie said. Get inside. Olivia looked back at Nathan, and he nodded at her. Listen to your mother, Olivia. She didn't move at first, just cried, tears rolling down her face. This is always about you guys, never about us. And she ran into the barn. Olivia hadn't communicated with Jesse since her return to Prairie Valley, and the kid was devastated. He didn't leave his room all day, except to grab something to eat. Go get on, Ophelia, Ryan demanded at the doorway. All the shades had been drawn, and only Jesse's face was lit up by his phone screen. I don't want to ride anymore. He flipped his hand toward Ryan. Riding doesn't get you anywhere. Jesse looked down at his body, gnarled like an old oak tree. But like the oak, he was the biggest tree in the forest, with the strongest wood. He fumbled the golden coin out of his pocket and flipped it. If I hadn't ridden... Ryan thought of Rosie's words. Riding wasn't his source of pain, but the thing that kept him going. I'd probably be dead. Then ride, Jesse taunted him. What? Ryan scoffed, holding up the crutches. I can't ride. Rosie says you can. Jesse called his bluff. Seems like you don't want to ride, and neither do I. Something burned in the center of his chest. He was human. He had almost died. His body had been broken. He'd lain in the hospital for weeks. Why didn't that mean anything to anyone else but him? She says you're feeling sorry for yourself, and that's why you're not riding, Jesse continued. Ryan wondered if Jesse was purposefully riling him up, or if the kid was really that clueless. He slammed the door and headed straight outside to the barn. He went to Ophelia, tacking her up without missing a step. He barely noticed that his leg gave only a minor twinge. Ophelia had been brought to the rodeo as a wild bronc that couldn't be trained. He first rode her in Washington on the circuit. It took 4 men to get her into the chute. When he mounted, he'd braced himself, but something happened, something that had never happened before. She calmed down. Her snorting and heavy breathing slowed. She didn't even buck more than a few times as the chute opened up. In fact, his score for the ride was the lowest ever. When he heard the rodeo supplier wanted to dump her after that, he offered a price right then and there. The guy practically gave her away after her performance, or lack thereof. Never had Ryan connected with a horse as much as Ophelia, yet now, every time he thought about her, pain and guilt washed over him. He had left her behind. For months he hadn't even come out to the barn. I'm sorry, girl, he said, leading her out of her stall. I'll make it up to you, I promise. From the house, he could hear the porch door smacking shut, then heavy footsteps across the gravel. Jesse wore his cowboy hat. He was ready to ride. Ryan smiled, and suddenly he felt something, a warm feeling, a connection with his son. After the fiasco with Nathan was over and he headed back to the cities, Rosie got ready for her date with Marcus. She was going to meet some of his friends who casually threw black tie affairs. The dress she wore was a Kristen Dior, another piece she stole for the evening from Georgie. She wore a necklace she'd inherited from Granny May, but her hair was a mess. She knocked on Olivia's door, opening it a crack, hoping her niece might want to help. Olivia sat on the bed, earbuds in. Her gaze focused out the open window, a light breeze flowing in. "Hey!" Rosie approached slowly, so as not to startle her, but Olivia didn't move. "What?" she asked, her gaze still out over the prairies. Ouch. Rosie had seen the way Olivia used Georgie as a punching bag, but Rosie wasn't her mom. "You better be nicer, or I'll ask Charlie to do my hair." She nudged Olivia with an elbow as she sat down next to her. "You want to talk?" Rosie saw it more as listening, really. Someone needed to listen to her niece. Georgie wanted to be there for Olivia, but she wanted to fix everything. The moment Olivia opened up, Georgie was thinking about how to make it better. That's what made her the best mom. But Olivia needed someone to listen to the dirty side of things, without judgment, without trying to fix things, and without controlling the situation. She needed an auntie. Olivia shook her head, tears falling and smashing Rosie's heart as they landed. "Do you really want to stay with your dad?" Olivia shrugged. "I don't know." When it came to Olivia, Rosie never knew what the truth was. The girl had hidden a lot of secrets over the past year. "We'd miss you." "I'm not going, Auntie Rose, so you can stop now." She threw her earbuds in her lap. "Why did you want to go?" Prairie Valley had been great to Olivia. When she arrived last year, her anger was palpable, but soon she was connected to the farm, just like Rosie. A connection to the animals, the land, the house, the heritage. Her heart, body, and soul were put into keeping a farm going, year after year. Rosie knew Olivia felt it. She also knew it wasn't about Nathan either. As much as she hated that man, he at least tried to be a good father to the kids. But Olivia knew more than anyone that he'd be too busy with his campaign to be there for her. He certainly couldn't be a husband. Olivia looked out the window again. "I'm just really unhappy." Tears sprung back into Olivia's eyes as she wiped her nose with her hand. Rosie reached out and pulled her into a hug. At first her body stiffened up, but then, like a dam bursting, her shoulders fell and she began to cry in Rosie's arms. "I'm just really unhappy," she repeated through tears, sobbing into Rosie's shoulder as Rosie rubbed her back. "You have all of us, Olivia. I promise it'll be okay." She brushed a hand over Olivia's hair. "You have us." She didn't realize how long she'd sat with her niece until she saw that she was late for her date. She hurried to finish her makeup and decided to go all natural with her hair, then ran out the door. Marcus stepped out of his house as soon as she pulled up. He wore a black dinner jacket over a crisp white shirt and shiny leather boots. He looked so handsome that she didn't recognize his anger at first. "Hey," she said as she got out of her car. He looked at his watch, walking straight to his Suburban. "We're late." She had thought his tone on the phone had been a bit short, but she wasn't expecting him to be mad. She was only about 20 minutes late. He had said not to worry. But he didn't slow down to greet her, or say hello, or give her a kiss like he usually did. Instead, he opened her door, waiting for her. "Are you upset?" she asked, not moving toward the car. "I thought you understood that my niece needed me." "I'm not upset." He smiled, but she could tell it was fake. "I just don't want to run any later." "I'm really sorry." Rosie wasn't sure how to move forward. She didn't like the idea of starting the night off with a fight. "She's just gone through a lot lately and—" "I know," he cut her off. "The divorce." "Yeah, she's going through a lot." Rosie wanted this to be clear. Her niece was always going to come first. He didn't answer, just waited by the open door, but she didn't move. She didn't know how to take his answer. She didn't like how he was acting, how he looked at her. This was how she'd imagined he'd be, back when she first met him. Had she just had rose-colored glasses on this whole time? She didn't want to go to a party full of strangers when he was acting this way. Maybe we should do this another time. His face fell, and he let go of the handle, stepping toward her, softening his posture. No, I can't wait for my friends to meet you. He kissed her on the cheek, pulling her into his arms. I'm sorry. I'm just really nervous about you meeting everyone. She was, too, and now even more so. He kissed her cheek again. I shouldn't have been like that. He took her into his arms, and the embrace felt good, solid and sturdy, the anger gone. Please come with me. Rosie hugged him back. I'm sorry I was late. Let's have fun tonight, he said, as he took her hand and led her toward the car. Then he stopped and said, You look beautiful. Thank you. She got inside the Suburban and looked in the side mirror at her reflection. She didn't feel very beautiful. She felt worn down, and it showed in her eyes, the bags showing underneath. She worried about her mom being alone. She worried about Georgie and the kids. She worried about Annie. She worried about Jessie, Sam, and even Hannah. She worried about Ryan. Maybe that's why she was so defensive. All her troubles were building up, and she projected it onto Marcus. They were late because of her. He had a right to be upset. It was disrespectful on her part. But as he took her hand, twining his fingers with hers, something just didn't feel right. Chapter 11. Rosie shoveled out the last of the straw and dumped it into the wheelbarrow. The uneasy feeling from the previous night had stayed with her. She couldn't really put her finger on one thing in particular that went wrong, but the whole night seemed off. When they'd arrived, some of the men razzed him, and he responded with, Rosie has a very dramatic niece. He had said it in a joking manner, but it rubbed her the wrong way. No. Her parents are going through a divorce and she's having a hard time, she responded. Some of them turned sympathetic, but not Marcus. For the rest of the night, she couldn't help but notice other things he did that bothered her. Like when someone asked what she did, he replied for her. She's amazing with horses. She managed to answer before him one time. I teach riding lessons and work at a bar. For now, he added. Then, as he drove her home, he said, I was wondering if you could introduce me to your brother-in-law. Nathan. She shook her head. I thought you saw him at the governor's mansion. Yes, but I didn't really get to meet him. Why do you want to meet him? I'd like to have his support on passing some legislation. Marcus shifted in his seat. She looked out the window, the night sky an oily black. How could he even ask her that? He knew how she felt about Nathan. I don't think that would be a good idea. It's a good cause for ranchers and farmers. She wondered if that really made him feel better about his sleazy behavior. She didn't stay long after they got back to his place, and he didn't really seem disappointed. He did kiss her goodbye with the same passion as always, but Marcus's shine had been dulled for her. And that dullness was all she could think about as she rolled the wheelbarrow back to the supply closet. She wanted to head inside the house for lunch, to escape the heat for a bit. She'd get Olivia to come out and help brush the horses before her low-class bar gig. Her toes curled, even thinking of his behavior. Why were all the men in her life such idiots? Why couldn't she find a guy like Daddy, a man who loved so deeply and honestly? A man who loved with his whole being, never a cross word, always sneaking glances, always stealing kisses. Her parents were everything to each other. Poor Mama. The night Daddy took his last breath, he said his goodbyes to the girls, but he asked for only Maggie to sit beside him at the very end. He asked her to sing the songs they had sung together throughout their lives. One last time, he said. Through the night, all three sisters had lain together in Georgie's bed like they had as children during a thunderstorm, listening to their mother sing to their dying father. Rosie had never felt so much pain in her life. What she took away from that night was her mother's strength. Was she protecting herself by finding faults in Marcus, so she wouldn't have to feel the kind of pain her mother had felt? She was no Maggie. Was she only attracted to Ryan because she knew he'd never commit? As she stepped out of the supply closet, she saw a shadowed silhouette at the other end of the barn. At first, she thought it was Ryan, but then said, "Hey, Sam." Sam stood at Midnight's stall, reaching over and rubbing his nose, giving him a treat. "What are you doing here?" Her curiosity was piqued. She hadn't seen Sam in a few days, at least. "I wanted to stop by and see how things are going." He looked around before saying, "I had to fire Troy yesterday." Rosie immediately glanced out the door, checking to see if anyone was around. She had been so upset the night before, she had gone to bed as soon as she got home, but she hadn't noticed anything unusual. What happened? As if she couldn't guess. Troy hung out with his friends and acted his age. He was a teenager, after all, too young and immature to take care of a baby, let alone work a 12-hour day on the ranch. He was drinking on the job. Sam let out a heavy sigh. "Anyways, I just wanted you to watch out for Hannah. I figured Georgie's got enough going on with Olivia right now." "Is Jesse still riding?" She wasn't sure if his only true interest in horses was Olivia. "He hasn't come down to the barn in some time." "Ryan's been training him on Ophelia," Sam said, "making him practice for hours, running that kid ragged. Ryan might not ride anymore, but he's got that gift with the horses, you know?" She did. People always mentioned Ryan's gift for the wild ones, the broncos, the untamed horses that no one else could ride. At church, Pastor Phil said those who let God into their life could listen, and that's how she'd describe Ryan with horses. He could listen to them. She never forgot watching Ryan riding that wild bronc, legs straight, his body moving with the horse's bucks, perfectly centered. It was like watching a dance. She saw the same thing in Jesse. If Ryan continued to train him, then he could be one of the best riders this side of the Mississippi. "Want me to tell Georgie you're here?" "I'm trying to give her some space." "Why?" Rosie hadn't seen that coming. "I don't want to give her more to deal with Olivia and Nathan and all that." Sam let out a long breath. "But she's been really distant. I don't know if it's because what's going on or she's getting tired of me." Rosie waved her hands at him. "That's ridiculous." "She's going through a lot." He leaned on his elbows on the top of the stall door. "I can't blame her." "Sam." Rosie stood next to him and rubbed Midnight's chest. "She's crazy about you." Sam gave a nod, but he didn't seem convinced. "Make sure you check in on Hannah, okay?" "I will." He tipped his hat to her. "See you later, Rosie." "Sam, talk to Georgie. She probably doesn't realize how she's making you feel." "I'm fine." But his eyes said otherwise. When was the last time Sam and Jesse had come to dinner? Or for a ride? She wondered if Jesse ever would again. What if Sam didn't, either? "Want me to talk some sense into her?" She hadn't seen Sam this down before. He was the kind of agreeable guy who always had a smile, seeing the bright side of things, but today, that guy seemed almost heartbroken. He shook his head, and his lip quirked up briefly, but the smile slipped away. He stepped back, stuffing his hands into his jeans. "No, I'm good. It was good seeing you." "Good to see you." It looked like all the Boudreaux women were having man trouble these days. Ryan pushed his leg with everything he had as sweat dripped down his face, his shirt drenched. He grated his teeth together. One more. That's it, his physical trainer cheered him on. Just 5 more. You said 1, he grunted out as he pushed his leg against her hand. You have a habit of lying, she laughed. Get it together, Gunderson. Come on, 5 more. You just said that 2 reps ago, he growled. Stop complaining. She bent his leg even harder. Or I'll make you do 10. His head dropped back to the mat. He was sure his physical therapist had lost her mind. He focused on a wooden knot in one of the pine ceiling beams. He kept his eye on that circle for the full 5 reps as she encouraged him to keep breathing. Finally, she clapped, and he rolled away from her, done with the exercises and her cheery attitude. Now what? He grunted. Let's get outside. She looked at her watch. I think you can do it today. No. He shook his head. Not today. Yes, today. She stood up, holding out her hand, but from sheer spite, he got up on his own. First to his hands and knees, then he grabbed the edge of the table and pulled himself up. His back throbbed while a shooting pain burned down his spine. His breath caught. There was no way he was going to get on a horse. You're ready. She picked the mat off the floor, rolling it up. Let's go. Not today. She put her hand on her hip, her attitude matching his. I don't think I've seen a cowboy scared before. That's not going to work. Her ridicule had worked before, but not this time. I'm not getting on today. He looked out the window, out past the fields, toward the barn. Rolling pastures, golden under the autumn sun, as far as the eye could see. She followed his gaze, standing beside him. One of my patients who lost the ability to walk said it was like a death. He had to grieve his old life so he could begin a new one. Maybe you don't want to ride, or maybe you have to learn to ride a new way. It's not me, it's her, he yelled. When the tears stung, he was more surprised than his physical therapist, whose eyes widened. He lowered his voice, the resignation hitting him. I can't ride Ophelia. I wouldn't be able to handle her, and I can't handle that. To some, a horse was a horse, but Ophelia was more than that. She was Ryan's best friend. He could always count on her through thick and thin. He wouldn't be able to ride again, not without her. She took a deep breath before saying, You're not going to ever be that old cowboy again. He huffed out a single laugh. Was she being serious? He almost threw his crutches on the ground, but held his anger in. It wasn't her he was mad at. He was mad at life, at losing his father as a kid, at staying with the rodeo past his prime, at running around, never staying put, at losing everything for nothing much. Wow, you really throw a good fit. His behavior hadn't deterred her. Why is this life so bad? She threw her hands out for effect, motioning around the room. You have a family and friends willing to help you, a roof over your head, a horse you obviously love. This is a dream to some people. He looked back out the window at the prairie. She was right. He knew he had more than most, much more. What if I can't ride again? What then? He had improved, but he was never going to be the same. The old Ryan really was dead. What if you can? Rosie saddled up the horses without even asking Olivia. We're going for a ride, she said from the bedroom doorway. Olivia hadn't been to the barn since she came back from Nathan's. Instead, she holed up in her room. I don't want to. Rosie had seen teenage angst, lived it with the best of them, but this was different. Her niece was hurting. Nothing like a ride to help clear your head. I don't want to. Olivia sat in the same spot on her bed that she had all week, checking her phone, going nowhere, just staring out at the north side of the farm, I'm not really asking. Come on. For a moment, when Olivia didn't move, Rosie almost thought she had lost the battle, but finally she swung her feet over and trudged out of the room. You'll be glad, believe me, Rosie said, but Olivia remained silent until she was with Midnight. Olivia hugged the horse's muzzle, kissing his black silky nose, holding on to him. I'm sorry, Midnight. I didn't mean to forget about you. Rosie didn't want to butt into Olivia's business, but she also knew how stubborn the girl could be. Have you talked to Jesse? Olivia shook her head. Not since he came to the cities. This was where Rosie needed to control herself. She wanted to show Olivia that she was listening. So she reached for the brushes, handing one to Olivia. They stood on either side of Midnight and started brushing his coat. They started at the same spot near the top of his neck, just like Rosie had taught Olivia when she first came to the farm. There was so much she wanted to say, to tell Olivia, to ask her. But she held off, brushing along Midnight's neck, working her way down to his shoulder. I don't even know why I broke up with him, Olivia admitted as they reached the hind legs. I know I'm being immature, like Dad says, but... Rosie whisked the brush fast against Midnight's coat, making sure to think about what she said before saying it. What happened? Olivia stopped and said, He told me he liked my family. Rosie didn't think the statement was breakup-worthy, but she waited for Olivia to continue without prodding. And finally, after an agonizing few seconds, Olivia said, From his perspective, it probably looks great, but from mine, everything's fake. And that's what hurts the most, you know? They just pretend, my parents. He likes something that isn't even real, and it made me so mad that I took it out on him. She dragged in a deep breath. Her niece had never appeared so mature, so adult. She knew exactly what she felt and made no bones about it, something most adults couldn't do. You're right. But how can I complain to a guy whose mother died? Olivia started brushing again. Questions were on the tip of Rosie's tongue, but she held them back. I just wanted someone to be on my side, you know? Olivia kept going. Someone to agree with me. Instead, he just tried to make me feel better, and I just blew up. It made sense that Jesse saw the good in Olivia's family, a mom, a dad, and a little brother. Divorced or not, dysfunctional or not, they all loved her. Once in a while, Jesse would share stories about his childhood. From what Rosie had gathered, Jesse's mother drank herself to death. His grandfather was unable and unwilling to help after her death. She couldn't imagine having to hunt down a father she'd never met. You need to talk to your parents, Rosie came out and said it. She'd tried so hard not to butt in, but she couldn't hold it in any longer. Then you should apologize to Jesse. Olivia kept her attention on Midnight. I can't. Look, locking yourself up in a room only isolates you. Rosie understood the temptation. After Daddy died, she'd hid in the barn, alone with her heartbreak. Rosie wanted to shout at God for taking the best things she had away from her forever. If it hadn't been for the divorce, she might still be hiding in there. If Hannah and the baby hadn't moved in, she might still be feeling alone. If you and your mom and brother hadn't come to the farm, I would have stayed in this barn morning, noon, and night. But you are always in the barn. Olivia's brow wrinkled. When Poppy died, I was devastated, and I didn't know how to feel what I was feeling. It was like I was being swallowed up. Then, just as her knees hit the floor, Georgie and the kids came, and everything changed. I think Jesse was only trying to tell you to let the blessings in. If I'd stayed in the barn, I wouldn't have you, or Charlie, or your mom. Olivia's eyes welled up. I just wish we could go back to the way things were before. Rosie ducked under Midnight's neck and wrapped her arm around her niece. The sooner you let yourself open up, the sooner you'll find your happiness. Olivia opened her mouth to say something, but the apartment door slammed, shaking the barn walls, and something crashed up above. "I can go out whenever I want," Troy yelled. Sam's visit flashed through her mind. "You can't just leave me alone with the baby all the time." They both stopped and listened as Troy yelled back, but the words were muffled. "I'm gonna see what's going on." Rosie grabbed the baseball bat stuffed into a barrel. She didn't knock, just opened the door at the bottom of the staircase and yelled up, "Everything all right, up there? Don't you knock?" Troy stood at the top of the steps, his face seething. Emma wailed in the background. "I think you need to go for a walk, or drive, or something." Rosie hoped her tone made it clear she wasn't making a suggestion. He scowled as he pounded down the stairs. "Gladly, I can't stand her crap anyways." He tore out of the driveway before Rosie reached the bathroom door. Emma's cries were loud, but didn't cover Hannah's. She tapped on the door. "Hannah, it's Rosie. Troy left. It's just me." The door opened, and she saw Hannah's tear-streaked face, her lips pressed tight together, chin quivering. "Hannah?" She leaned the bat against the wall. "Are you okay?" She nodded, but she didn't stop crying. "What happened?" "He lost his job, and he hasn't been home for days, and he's spending all the rent money." Hannah's words spilled out. "Don't worry about the rent." Rosie put her arm around her. "Was he going to hurt you?" "No, Troy wouldn't hurt me," Hannah cried, and Emma cried louder. She looked at the floor, covered in broken glass. "Did he throw this at you?" Hannah shook her head, but didn't say anything. "He can't stay here anymore." Rosie wasn't going to let him step foot onto their property. "It was an accident. I made him mad. He's going through a lot right now." Rosie looked around the small apartment, the shattered glass on the floor. "Hannah, you were hiding in the bathroom. You can't stay with someone like that." Hannah couldn't control her tears. "I love him, and he's Emma's daddy." Rosie wondered if he did beat her, and she was covering for him. She hadn't seen or heard anything up to that point, but Rosie had heard the stories about Hannah's father, Joel, how he'd lay his hands on her mother, and presumably Hannah. "Come back to the house with us." Olivia, who had followed Rosie after Troy stomped off, took Hannah's hand. "You should have people around to help you with Emma. You can stay in my room, and I can stay with Charlie." Olivia hugged her. Rosie had never been so proud of her niece. "Olivia's right. Come back to the house. You shouldn't stay out here alone until Troy calms down." "We'll just be a burden." She wiped away her tears. "No, I can't do that." Olivia looked out to Rosie. "We all need to lean on each other." Chapter 12. Ryan's leg throbbed as he stood waiting for Jesse. His PT exercises, working the fields, and just the normal day-to-day stuff took a toll on his body. But tonight was worse. He'd hardly slept the night before, the pain radiating up his back to his neck through his arm. Everything hurt. It only got worse throughout the day, and ibuprofen did nothing to ease any of it. He grabbed the fence, his knuckles white with tension. Just as he pulled out his phone, Jesse came walking over with Olivia. He looked just as surprised as Ryan was to see her. "Hey, Mr. Gunderson," she said, and passed over an envelope. "I'm having a surprise birthday party for my Aunt Rosie. I was wondering if you and Jesse would like to come." Ryan looked down at his name, written with Jesse's. He hesitated. "Sure, sounds fun." But it didn't. He didn't want to go, especially since he knew Marcus would be there. The idea of seeing Rosie, knowing how he'd screwed everything up, would only fuel his pain. "Do you mind if I go with Olivia to the farm instead of practicing tonight?" Jesse asked. Ryan shook his head, holding onto the fence, twisting the envelope in his hands. "No, go ahead." As soon as they left, he opened it. The invitation had a picture of Rosie as a little girl, riding her old horse, Aurora. The smile on her face was of pure happiness, the same smile he had fallen in love with. The pain burned. He put the card back inside, stuffed it in his back pocket, then pulled out the coin. He needed to get out, go somewhere, anywhere away from the booze, because he wanted nothing more than to have a drink. He was standing in front of the liquor cabinet before he realized what he was doing, as though it had some kind of magnetic pull. Jesse was out, in his own world. No one would notice if he had one. Just one drink, to take the edge off, to cut the pain by just a fraction. He pulled the stopper. The smell of the whiskey permeated the air. Like Pavlov's dogs, his body felt a rush as though he had already taken a drink. He grabbed a glass, one of his father's. Sonny Gunderson loved his whiskey. The amber liquid glowed inside the crystal glass. He swirled it around, sniffing it. The edge of the glass was close to his lips. All he wanted was just one sip. Rosie hadn't called Marcus back since their disaster of a date. The couple of texts he'd left were casual. He either didn't know she was upset, or he was ignoring the fact. Either way, she didn't know how she felt, which made her overthink everything, including Ryan. What if what he said was the truth? What if he did love her? What if what she felt for him was real? She certainly didn't love Marcus, but was there hope that she could fall in love with him? Or would it all end up like her other relationships? Complete disaster. As Rosie filled a container with the leftover pot roast, Annie rushed to the window and pointed. "Look," she said, "it's Olivia with Jesse." Georgie dropped the dishes she was washing into the soapy water, standing on her tiptoes to get a better view. "She looks happy." Rosie smiled as she saw Olivia take his hand. Georgie looked over at her. "Did you talk to her about Jesse, too?" Rosie didn't know how to navigate the question. Georgie had been sensitive at times when it came to her and Olivia's relationship. She also didn't want to betray her niece by talking about a conversation that was private. But had Olivia told Georgie they'd talked? Because she seemed to already know. Yeah. Georgie faced her. "Thank you." Rosie smiled, but wasn't really sure if she was being sarcastic or not. "You're welcome." Annie sat at the piano, opening the cover to expose the old ivory keys. "Let's play some music, like old times." She began to play a hymn they'd sung as kids. "That sounds like a lovely idea," Mama said, holding a happy Emma in her arms. "I can take her, Maggie," Hannah said from the couch. "Relax," Mama said, bouncing Emma in her arms. "I've got her." Hannah smiled for the first time all day. "Come on, Emma, join in." Annie played the keys with a bouncier tone than how it originally was written, but the sisters knew the song so well, they all could follow along. Rosie and Georgie headed over to the piano, standing next to Annie as she played. As the song came to an end, even Mama sang along, laughing as the music finished. Emma kicked out her legs, flailing her arms, happy in Mama's arms. It wasn't until Annie stopped playing that Rosie heard Olivia yelling outside. She looked out the window and saw Troy standing in front of her, yelling back. "Oh no!" Hannah's face went ashen. "Stay here," Rosie ordered. "You don't need to get involved in that." Rosie headed to the door, but she wasn't alone. Georgie and Annie came with her. "You need to get off our property," Rosie rushed down the porch steps. "Just let me talk to her," Troy said, holding out his hands. "No." Olivia put her hands on her hips. "She's my wife and has my kid. I'm going to call Sam." Georgie pulled out her phone. "Get him down here." Jesse got in between Olivia and Troy. "Why don't you just cool off?" Jesse stood over the other boy. Troy tried to walk past Jesse to get to the house, but Jesse pushed him back. Troy's face grew red. "Don't you touch me." Rosie prayed for Sam to get there before things got more out of control. Troy balled up his fist and swung. Ryan sat in the parking lot in his truck. The pain was worse, the need to drink stronger than ever before. He needed to go inside, suck it up and just go in, but he couldn't force himself. He didn't want to go inside. Admit his life had been one complete disaster after another, and where had he ended up? In the basement of a church with others just like him. He almost texted Rosie. Almost. But pushing his pain onto her was what got him in this mess in the first place. He used her. Just like the drink. She had made him feel that high, that feeling he sought so hard. And it was just like chasing the drink. He looked in the rearview mirror, watching as someone pulled into the parking lot and got out of their car. It was a heavy-set man in his late 50s, maybe early 60s, glasses and a gray beard. Normal. Alcoholism lurked everywhere. It didn't discriminate. Alcohol loved everyone. At first, drinking meant a good time with friends, partying, and celebrating. In high school, it was a weekend event, or for special occasions. But when his dad died, and it numbed the feelings, it became an everyday occurrence, something he needed to get through the day. Drinking just became who he was. No matter what else was happening, even writing, he first knew he had a problem when he started sneaking a bottle in the morning to dull the pain in his body. Then he started grabbing another to get through the day. The day of his accident, he had never drank so much, and for no reason other than to get drunk. He didn't even realize how much he'd had until the doctors told him his blood alcohol level, 4 times the legal limit. He sometimes wished he had died that day. He heard another door slam. A woman stepped out of a minivan. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, swinging back and forth as she walked into the church. Why was he fooling himself? He needed help, because the pain only increased his need for a drink. Each day, it got worse, and nothing had changed that. He looked at the time. The meeting had already started, but he knew it didn't matter. Everyone in that room had been in his situation. He needed to get inside. He owed it to Jesse, and Sam, and Rosie. He owed it to her to become the man she saw in him, to prove to her what she meant to him. As he walked into the room, a small group of people sat in a circle in metal folding chairs. Pastor Phil was holding a Bible in his hands. "We were just waiting for you to join us," he said. He pulled his hand from his crutch and waved at the group. "My name is Ryan, and I'm an alcoholic." The bearded man grabbed another chair, swinging it out in front of Ryan. As he took a seat, the woman next to him gave him a quick smile and turned back to Pastor Phil. "I'll start the meeting with a prayer." And as Ryan sat down, listening to the words, he thanked God for getting him there, because that little feeling he knew he had felt before was back. It was hope. Ryan didn't say anything else, or stick around after the meeting, but that feeling grew inside him. He was determined to return the next day. As he pulled up to the house, his headlights flashing along the windows, Sam came running outside. He opened the truck door before Ryan even had a chance to grab his crutches from the back seat. "We need to go down to the farm." He jumped inside. "What's going on?" "Jesse just got into a fight." Ryan jammed the truck into reverse, taking off down the driveway. By the time they reached the farm, Ryan could see 2 figures face to face, yelling, Hannah's husband Troy and Jesse. Sam jumped out of the truck first. The situation seemed no more than a shouting match, but Troy was unsteady on his feet and slurring his words, which made the situation more dangerous. "Troy, let's settle down." Sam held out his hands. When Ryan was a kid, Sam was always there sticking up for him, even when he didn't deserve it, which was most of the time. If he had been just a little more like Sam, he wondered what life would have been like. Where would he be today? He didn't want to run anymore. He'd be that person for his son. He forgot about the pain in his leg. He flew to Jesse, stepping in front of him. "You need a cripple to defend you, Gunderson?" Troy laughed as he looked Ryan up and down. Ryan smelled the booze, and his suspicions were confirmed. "Why don't you and your crippled daddy stay out of my business?" "We're here to help you." Ryan could feel Jesse's glare cut through him. "You? Here to help me?" Troy laughed. "Your brother just sacked me, and you're here to help. Why don't you go and shove your help where the sun don't shine?" "Troy!" Hannah called from the porch. "Stop making a scene. Go home." "To where?" Troy yelled back, spit flying out of his mouth. "Ms. Prissy Rosie won't let me stay here. Where am I supposed to go now? Huh?" Rosie stepped closer. "You need to calm down before we're letting you see Hannah or the baby." "You can't keep me away from my kid," he screamed in her face. "You bit—" Ryan let go of his left crutch, grabbed Troy by the collar, and heaved him up on his toes. "Don't you dare talk to a woman like that." Ryan held his breath, hoping Troy wasn't one of those drunks who found confidence and strength in the bottle, but Troy went limp in his hand. Rosie looked from Ryan to Troy and back to Ryan. Jesse smirked. He released his grip on Troy's collar and dropped him to the ground like a sack of potatoes. "I just want to come home. I just want to see my daughter." "You can stay at the ranch and sleep off the booze," Ryan said, pulling the kid up off the ground. He wasn't much older than Jesse, yet he seemed so much younger. How could this kid be responsible for a wife and baby? "What?" Troy didn't understand. "You want me to stay at the ranch?" Ryan didn't, really, but it seemed the best option at the moment. "You can stay in one of the ranch quarters until you sober up." "I'm no drunk like you." But Troy's words were slurred. "I don't need your help." He stumbled toward his car, but tripped and fell. Hannah let out a cry. Months ago, a statement like that would have hit a nerve, and Troy would have been put back on the ground by Ryan's fist. But with everyone standing behind him, supporting him, somehow things felt different. Ryan nodded at Jesse and Sam, and they didn't hesitate. Soon Troy had been poured onto the back seat of the truck, all the fight gone out of him. "I just want to see my baby," he cried into his hands. "You okay?" Ryan asked Rosie. She nodded, her arms folded against her stomach. "Thank you for coming." He nodded and held on to his crutches, dragging his body back to the truck, the pain throbbing as the adrenaline ramped down. Troy cried all the way back to the ranch, sobbing into his hands, blubbering on about how sorry he was, how he never wanted to hurt Hannah or the baby, how he made a mistake that would never happen again. Ryan knew those drunken promises that could be easily forgotten the next time he wanted a drink. When he pulled up to the empty quarters that had been vacant for months, Sam got out first, opening the door. Ryan reached in back for his crutches and saw Troy passed out in his seat. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," he mumbled. "He's passed out," Sam said. "No kidding, Sherlock." Ryan poked him with his crutch. "Troy, wake up. We're at the ranch." But Troy didn't wake up, didn't even move except to shift into a better position after being poked a third and fourth time. Ryan's irritation grew as the pain increased. "Let's get him inside," Sam mumbled as he opened the back door. "And why did we volunteer to take this derelict to our home?" "Because he needs our help." But Ryan knew Sam understood, because he'd taken it from one of his playbooks. Sam carried Troy in and settled him onto a bunk. "I'll stay here. Make sure he stays put and doesn't cause any more trouble." "Maybe we should just call the police," Sam suggested. "And how will that help?" Ryan shook his head. "What Troy needs right now is a good night's sleep and some Tylenol in the morning. Hopefully he'll cool off and see things differently." "I hope you're right," Sam shook his head. He's shown up drunk for work more times than I like to think about. Well, if somebody had helped me, maybe I wouldn't have gone down the path that I did. Are you kidding me? Sam huffed. You had Ma, you had me, you had all of us. I know. This is what Pastor Phil had said that night at the meeting. And you did support me, but I guess I needed to see others make it out. People who'd been in my shoes. Maybe I can be that for Troy. Sam shut his mouth, then shook his head. He sighed and said, You're doing a real good thing. Ryan nodded and headed up the front porch, all his bones aching as he guided himself into one of the chairs. He's going to be passed out until morning. Why don't you just come back with me? What if he wakes up more upset? Ryan shook his head. I'll just stay here until I know he's settled in. Sam headed back up the dirt road and was out of sight before Ryan saw the headlights coming toward him. He recognized the truck, but didn't move until Rosie put it in park. She got out as he stood up. She didn't speak, just ran up the steps, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. Chapter 13. The funny thing about kisses was the way they lingered. Rosie hadn't stopped thinking of the kiss all day. I'm just going to stay through the weekend, Annie said, as she took a bite of her salad. They sat outside on the patio of the Dock Cafe, the restaurant perched on the bank of the St. Croix, and was one of Rosie's favorite spots. You'll finally have your room back. They had been sharing since Hannah came into the house. Once again, little Rosie gave over her space. No matter how old she got, she would always be the one who had to share, the collector of hand-me-downs. Maybe she should get her own place. But the thought of leaving left her feeling vaguely anxious, as though she'd be missing out. Here, everyone was together, cooking, talking, spending time together like they hadn't done since she was a little girl. Singing around the piano was the most beautiful moment she could remember. When had they stopped doing things together, as a family? I wish you would stay, Annie. Coming back home would be giving up on my career. Annie was suddenly somewhere far away. Plus, there are a lot of bad memories. Rosie almost reached out, but stopped herself. She would wait for Annie's cue. Michael was a subject that only Annie could broach. Everything will be okay, Annie sighed, shaking her head. Some days I think that. The idea of Annie sitting in the dark at the cemetery broke Rosie's heart. Do you want to talk about it? Annie took her time before answering. No, but maybe someday. Rosie played with her food, holding back more questions. She knew pushing Annie to talk about something was like dragging a horse to water. I kissed Ryan Gunderson. Annie dropped her fork. You did what? Rosie couldn't believe she was the one confessing. Last night, she had threatened Ryan's life if he told anyone, worried about Georgie killing her. It wasn't like they were in a relationship. She just couldn't hold herself back any longer. It was really cool how he took Troy back to the ranch and took care of him, Annie said. Rosie couldn't believe how calm and strong Ryan had been. His presence demanded respect, yet he had been graceful under pressure. He stayed up all night and sat on the porch, making sure Troy wouldn't bother Hannah again. Annie leaned over the table on her elbows, getting closer. I bet he's a pretty amazing kisser. Ooh, yes. Rosie had never been kissed like that before. Then the fear popped her magical bubble. You can't tell Georgie. I mean it, Annie. Annie held up her hands. Okay, but she's going to find out. Something like this is bound to come out. Only if you tell. Rosie fell back in her chair. I don't know what to do. Enjoy yourself, Annie said. Life's too short to worry about other people's opinions. It's not just Georgie, it's him. He can't handle a relationship. Annie opened her mouth as if she were about to say something, then quickly shut it. What? She shook her head. Nothing. It's nothing. Rosie leaned forward and looked into Annie's eyes. You were about to say something. Say it. The reason I asked you out to lunch was because Olivia's arranged a surprise party over at the house and is just waiting for your arrival. Rosie's heart sped up. She's throwing me a surprise party? It was the nicest thing anyone had ever done for her. And we invited Marcus and his daughter. Rosie's heart beat faster for a whole other reason. And we also invited Ryan. Ryan checked his reflection in the mirror. He thought he'd never looked worse. Nurse Alice was right. He needed to gain some weight. He had lost most of his muscle. His skin seemed to hang from his body. The beard did little to cover up his bony face. He wondered if he should have just shaved it off. Think I look too scruffy with the beard? He asked Sam. I don't think cowboys worry about what they look like, Sam said. I'm not a cowboy. Boy, wasn't that the truth? He looked at his wardrobe. Button-down shirt, stiff Levi's, and leather boots. He should be in sweatpants and tennis shoes. Why all of a sudden worry about your appearance? Sam asked, his eyebrows rising. Even if Rosie hadn't made him promise not to say anything, he wouldn't have told anyone. Sam would definitely have a problem with it. Sam and Rosie acted more like siblings than he and Sam did, not to mention what Jessie might think. Has Troy come back? Ryan asked. Sam shook his head. I don't think he's going to. As Troy had started moving around that morning, Ryan sat quietly on the porch, waiting for him to come out. He slammed the door behind him, stomped past Ryan, and took off for the road. Want to get your truck? Ryan asked, standing up and stretching out his body, the pain slightly duller than the day before. Troy jumped, not having realized that Ryan was there. I can walk. Your truck's up at the ranch. Troy looked in the direction of the ranch, which was at least a half-mile away. His face was ashen, and he no longer pulsated with anger. If anything, the kid looked like he was going to be sick. But Ryan wasn't going to let him go to the farm without being watched. He had proved he couldn't be trusted. You have my truck? Ryan held up the keys. Jessie had managed to grab the keys and take the truck back to the ranch. Now, Ryan wished he had left it. That way he could have swung by to see Rosie, see if last night was just a fluke, or maybe, just maybe, this was something real, something good. You need to stay away from the farm. It wasn't a warning. Believe me, I won't waste time with those women anymore. Troy swiped the keys from Ryan and marched off down the road. I know what it's like. Troy scowled. What's like? Drinking too much. Your life spinning out of control. I'm not pathetic, like some old cripple. Clearly, Troy had no guilt or regret about the night before. If anything, he felt like a victim. Talk about pathetic. You tried to do what's right, Sam said to Ryan. Some people don't want help. Ryan wondered if his brother was really talking about him. No, sometimes they don't. He wouldn't have taken the help, not until he was forced to, by the accident. How many people are going to be at this party? Ryan didn't want to go. He wanted to see Rosie alone, talk to her, kiss her again. He didn't want to see her for the first time after what happened, in front of the whole town. But as they drove down the road, they saw car after car parked along the verge. The whole town really is here, he mumbled. Sam pulled in front of a black Suburban with a Golden Bluffs Ranch bumper sticker. You coming? Sam asked as he and Jessie got out. Ryan wanted to jump into the driver's seat and take off, but he also wanted to see Rosie. Was she still involved with Marcus? What had he got himself into? "I'm coming." When they reached the driveway, Ryan saw a white tent in the backyard with dozens of people standing beneath it. Music played in the background and balloons floated in the air. "We better get up there before she arrives," Jesse said, looking at his watch. The thought of seeing Marcus made his stomach twist, but the idea of Rosie being surprised and him being there, waiting for her, made his stomach feel as though someone had kicked it. He stayed behind Jesse and Sam, following them into the tent, out of the hot autumn sun. Olivia made her way over to them. "She's going to be here any minute." Sam went to help Georgie at the refreshments table, while Jessie followed Olivia with her friends to the punch, leaving Ryan alone. From across the room he spotted Marcus looking at him. He cut through the crowd, extending his hand. "Ryan, good to see you." Ryan could feel the grip was tenser than before. "Marcus." They stood, not saying anything to each other. Trying hard to think of an excuse to leave, Ryan stood there feeling like a complete idiot. Marcus certainly wasn't showing up to her surprise birthday party as a friend, like Ryan was. "She's coming," Maggie called out. As a car pulled into the driveway, he could see Rosie cover her mouth, her eyes wide. "Surprise!" the crowd called out as she came to the tent. "I can't believe you all did this," she laughed, tears filling her eyes. Olivia ran over to her. "Happy birthday, Auntie Ro." She hugged her. "This is so nice." "It was all Olivia," Georgie told her. Rosie gave her niece another hug, and Ryan tried to scoot back, away from Marcus, but he stopped himself as he watched Marcus push through the crowd toward her. "Happy birthday, Rosie." He leaned in for a hug, kissing her on the cheek. Formal, yet intimate. Rosie looked out of her element, which made sense, but Ryan couldn't help but wonder what she thought. Did she regret the previous night, or did she feel like him and wish he was the one kissing her right now? Rosie didn't know what to say. No words could formulate in her head as Marcus stood in front of her, wishing her a happy birthday, with Ryan standing in the background, watching. Marcus leaned over, and before she knew it, was kissing her cheek and hugging her. Rosie had dreaded this moment. How could she act normal when things were definitely not normal? She had never expected to really see Marcus again, much less with Isabella at her house, celebrating with her family and friends. And Ryan. Her eyes flickered toward him, but he had turned around and was walking toward the back of the tent. "I should probably say hi to everyone," she said to Marcus, leaving before he could say anything. Annie, who understood the complexity of the situation, started a conversation with Marcus, turning his attention away. "How many horses do you board at the ranch?" Right away, Marcus was hooked in. Ryan hadn't texted or called all day. Neither had she, but she had made the move the night before. The ball was in his court, and he didn't make a move, or was showing up today his move, or maybe he was listening to her, not overstepping the delicate line they now teetered on. Sighing, she headed over to where she saw Ryan hanging out with Pastor Phil, who seemed to have him absorbed in conversation. As she approached, though, his eyes remained on her, that smoky gaze telling her that he really felt the same way she did. "Hey," Georgie grabbed her arm, "why don't you say a few words before we eat?" "What?" She didn't want to speak in front of everyone, especially not with her nerves flying around like bats chasing mosquitoes. "Just a few words. It would make Olivia's day, please." Georgie was right. She could tell her niece had worked hard to make Rosie's day special. "Okay." Georgie grabbed a glass and clinked it with a spoon. "Excuse me, everyone. The birthday girl would like to say a few words." Rosie felt her stomach twist as she pulled back her shoulders, standing to face the crowd. "I would love to thank my beautiful niece Olivia for pulling off such a great surprise." She looked over to Olivia, who stood next to Jessie, glowing with happiness. I want to thank everyone for coming to celebrate my birthday. I'm very blessed to have all of you in my life. Mama shouted back at her, We're lucky to have you. Rosie wanted to say something else, something that would let Ryan know how happy she was that he'd come. But instead she said, Pastor Phil, would you be kind enough to say a prayer before we eat? He smiled. Of course. He dropped his head, and the crowd did the same, except for Ryan, who kept his eyes on her. She smiled at him, but then broke eye contact. Lord, thank you for bringing us together to celebrate our dear friend Rosie's birthday. Thank you for the gifts we are about to receive through the bounty of Christ, our Lord. Dear Lord, please help me get through this party, she prayed to herself as Pastor Phil continued. Thank you, dear Lord, amen. Amen. She looked up, flustered and not sure what to do, so she yelled out, Let's eat. Wait! Marcus ran up to her as she headed for the table. He touched her elbow with his hand. Hey! She didn't know what to say. Thank you for coming to my party. His face fell. I'm sorry about the other night. My behavior was uncalled for. He removed his hat and placed it over his heart. It's okay, she said quickly, but it was a lie. The discomfort still lingered. Her eyes flickered to Ryan, who hadn't moved since before the prayer. I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to give you your gift. Marcus held his hand out toward the barn. With a sinking feeling, she saw that Georgie was recording. Something big was about to happen. She followed Marcus' lead, taking note of the watching crowd. What is it? Georgie beamed. Mama clapped, whispering something to Annie, who winced. I hope you like my surprise. He gestured toward the fence, and she saw Bo standing in one of the paddocks, watching Midnight and Stardust out in the field. Why is Bo here? Her heart felt as though it was coming out of her chest. Happy birthday, he yelled. He leaned in and kissed her. He's yours. Rosie looked out at the field, then back at the crowd, searching for Ryan, but he was nowhere to be found. You're giving me Bo? Yes. Marcus leaned over again and kissed her more passionately this time, but she pulled away, even as the cheering crowd surrounded them. Chapter 14. The rest of Rosie's party had been a disaster in her mind, but to everyone else, it had been a complete success. Even Pastor Phil seemed to have a good time. Everyone except Ryan, because he'd left. She almost told Marcus to take Bo back that night, but with Isabella and the kids getting along so well, and how hard Olivia had worked at the party, she couldn't bring herself to speak up. Marcus didn't seem to notice a thing. And as she lay awake all night and into the early morning, listening to the Wilsons' rooster crowing, she wondered if she was just plain stupid or asking for heartbreak. She got up, made coffee, and headed straight to the barn. The apartment up above was empty. Hannah had stayed in the house, and Rosie could tell she preferred it over being alone with Emma. Rosie could move back if she wanted, but she'd leave it open for Hannah in case she changed her mind. She started her morning routine quietly, humming a sad, bluegrassy song. Grabbing the hose, she turned the spigot, water spattering out to fill the bucket. The morning was chilly, with a taste of fall. She tried to think about her favorite season of pumpkin spice, jack-o'-lanterns, and Halloween, apple-picking, corn mazes, and football. Anything to keep her mind off what she had to do. She had to give Bo back. She went straight to Stardust, respecting her position in the hierarchy. Then to Midnight, who showed his nervousness at the new arrival. Bo, curious, watched as she gave good morning kisses. Stardust always loved attention, and she was extra affectionate. She brought the 2 horses out to pasture and went back to the barn. She kept humming as she stepped into Beau's stall, holding out her hand, but giving him space. He craned his neck, checking her out. She went quietly about grooming him in long, soothing strokes. Beau leaned over, reaching out his neck to sniff at her hair. "Do you remember me?" she asked. She opened the stall door and led him out to the paddock. He followed her willingly. She led him toward the fence and the 2 horses on the other side. Midnight slowly came closer, checking him out. Beau arched his neck and snorted at the gelding, and she put a calming hand on his neck. "None of that now," she said firmly. He quivered under her hand, but settled. She looked at her phone, pulling up Marcus's number, but paused before typing. Ryan hadn't come back. He hadn't texted or talked to her at the party. In fact, he had seemed to be avoiding her. She was a fool. Yet, as she looked out at Beau, she knew she couldn't stay with someone because of a horse, even if that horse was as beautiful as Beau. Midnight swished his tail back and forth. She was about to give in and punch Marcus's number when a text came up on her screen. "Get in." She looked up and saw the truck in the drive, window open, and Ryan looking straight at her. She ran to the truck, stuffing her phone into her pocket. She swung open the door, her chest heaving as she jumped into the passenger seat. As soon as her door closed, Ryan took off, spinning the dirt under his wheels. Ryan turned up the radio and kept driving. Fog covered the prairie like a sheer curtain, softening everything, even the call of the red-winged blackbird off in the cattails. At the end of Quail Ridge Road, he fixed his eyes on her and asked, "Which way do you want to go?" "You choose." She was just going to go along for the ride. Taking off his hat, he tossed it in the back seat, then tilted her chin, drawing her to him, and kissed her. She closed her eyes, following his lead, but soon her arms were wrapped around his neck, and she was kissing him back. He pressed his forehead against hers. "I'm head over heels for you, Rosie," he said, panting for breath. She didn't say anything, but kissed him again, holding his face in her hands. When they finally parted, he swung a left, away from town, turning up the music and wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "Where have you been?" Sam confronted Ryan when he got home from the day with Rosie, which ended at Lumberjack's. "I was out." "Have you been drinking?" Sam asked. "No." "Then why do you smell like a brewery?" "I was at Lumberjack's." This only riled Sam more. "I told you if you drank you couldn't stay here." A spark of heat ran up Ryan's spine. "I wasn't drinking." He wasn't going to have Sam talk to him like that, not after what he had been through. "Then what were you doing?" Rosie hadn't asked him to keep it a secret, but he had a feeling she didn't want him to blab about it. But it made no difference, because Sam looked at him as though he was figuring out a riddle. "Please tell me Georgie doesn't know yet." Ryan shrugged, then took a seat on the couch, setting his crutches to the side. "I don't know." "You need to end this." "I'm not going to end it." Ryan clenched his hands, trying to hold his annoyance at bay. "Besides, it's really none of your business." Sam huffed. "Rosie's my girlfriend's sister and my friend. Of course it's my business." Sam's anger didn't change anything. "I'm in love with her." "You love her? Are you kidding me?" "No." "Didn't you love that woman who kept Ophelia in Oklahoma? Or how about the woman you dated in Texas, the one who was a vet? Or how about Marie?" Sam was hitting below the belt. "That's enough. Who I date is none of your business." "Now you're dating?" Sam rubbed his hand through his hair. "You mean, like you're a couple?" Ryan shrugged. "I don't know, we're just figuring things out." Sam shook his head, thumbs hooked into his belt. "This is going to make things so much more complicated." What if it's not? Sam's face changed from anger to sympathy. Ryan, I love you, but you are the most selfish person I know. You will end up breaking her heart, and you know it. Your wanderlust is too strong, and your attention span too short. It's not like that. I'm not that guy anymore. End it before she gets hurt, and you end up hurting everyone else, like your son. Jesse wouldn't be happy either, he suspected, but it didn't change anything. Rosie was different, and nothing would make him stop whatever was happening between them. That Marcus is a really nice guy, and she seemed really happy. What's that supposed to mean? You're a mess. Sam sat across from him in the recliner. Is that really how you see me? Ryan grabbed his crutches, gripping their handles. At least I wasn't sitting around wishing for a different life, always blaming everyone else for your lot. No one forced you to keep the ranch. If anything, people would have understood if you sold out. Mama gave her blessing. You chose to stay, because you always have to be the martyr, the loyal son. You like to shove it in my face, when all along you knew I would never have the same opportunity, even if I wanted it. Is this how you thank me? Sam gave him a look of disgust. After all I have done for you and your son? I knew this was coming. Ryan was ready to fight. The minute you asked me if I wanted to come back, I hesitated, because of this moment right here. Samuel David Gunderson IV wants his ego rubbed. That's not what it is, and you know it, Sam's voice carried through the room. But Ryan was already at the door. I never asked for your help, ever, but for some reason you think I owe you. I owe you nothing. Then don't bother me when you need something else, Sam huffed. I don't need this from you. Why don't I go stay in the hands' quarters, so you won't have to see me anymore? Fine, until you come to your senses about Rosie. I think that's for the best. As Sam walked out of the room, Ryan yelled after him, You're being an idiot, you know that, right? But the way Sam slammed the door indicated he did not. Ryan slammed the front door harder, just to make a point. Sam had no reason to get after him. He was wrong about him and Rosie. All wrong. He didn't need to stay with Sam. He had his own land. He'd build something, stay in an RV, anything, so he wouldn't have to live under the same roof with Sam and deal with his holier-than-thou attitude. He might be a cripple and a drunk, but he was going to live how he wanted to, and that meant he was going to do whatever it took to keep Rosie in his life. Rosie picked up her phone to call Marcus, but she stopped herself again, planning out the words in her head. She swiveled in her chair in the Barnes office. It was early, but she knew he'd be awake. She had to do it. She had to let go of Beau. Good morning, he said, sounding happy on the other end of the line. Hey. She did not reciprocate the light-hearted tone. How's Beau? He asked. She could hear someone talking to him in the background, his barn full of bustle, and people, and machines. Good. She didn't know where to begin. Look, Marcus, I was thinking we should go away for a couple of nights, he began. I know this great place up north on Lake Superior. It's absolutely beautiful. I have to give Beau back. The words were jarring even to her. What? She could hear the shock in his voice. Yes, I'm really sorry, but I think it's best if you take Beau. Is he not adjusting? He asked, not understanding that she was essentially ending their relationship. No, he's doing fine. She paused, trying to gather her nerves. It's just, I don't think we should keep seeing each other. He didn't say anything for what felt like minutes. His silence on the other end made her feel worse by the second. Oh, I see. The quietness between them only rattled her nerves more. She should have done the right thing at her party. She should have told him her feelings then. When do you want me to come and get him? Marcus asked, his tone flat, emotionless. Whatever works for you. The other end was silent when she finished her sentence. She looked down at her phone, and her screen was on her home page. He had hung up, and she felt horrible. Her mood only worsened when Annie left that morning. Even though there were still 5 of them in the house, it seemed a lot quieter without her. The only thing getting her through the day was Ryan. Their drive to everywhere and nowhere, the country love songs that would forever remind her of him, and that lingering kiss he gave her before leaving her that night. He had made her laugh the whole day, and they talked about everything. In that one day, Ryan learned more about Rosie than Marcus had on all their dates combined. Throughout the day, Ryan texted her, telling her he was thinking of her, and she texted him back, telling him the same. He had promised to go to Lumberjack's during her shift. She wanted to invite him to the barn while she gave lessons, but she wouldn't be able to pretend in front of Olivia and Jesse. They would know something was going on between them, and she needed to talk to Georgie, then Olivia, in that order. Finally, after lunch, she got up the guts to talk to her sister. Georgie stood at the chicken coop with a basket full of pale green, blue, and brown eggs. "Do you need any help?" Rosie asked. "You could open the kitchen door," she said, holding her hand over the basket, making sure none of the delicate eggs fell out. "Sure." Rosie once again played with the words she wanted to say in her head as they walked toward the house. Should she just come out and say it? Tell Georgie that she had feelings for Ryan? Tell her that they'd kissed, or test the waters first? "Are you expecting someone?" Georgie asked, pointing toward the truck with a trailer pulling into the driveway. The black trailer had the emblem of Golden Bluffs Ranch on its side. Marcus was picking up Bo. But the driver wasn't Marcus. It was someone she didn't recognize. "I'm giving Bo back," Rosie said. Georgie looked confused. "Why?" "Because I'm not seeing Marcus anymore." "Seriously?" The news surprised her. "He seems like the perfect guy for you. He gave you a horse." The truck beeped as it backed up to the barn's entrance. "I'm in love with someone else." Rosie suddenly felt younger than she was, like the little sister confessing her crush. But Ryan was no crush. The love she felt for him was real. Realer than she'd ever felt before. "Who?" Georgie's eyes widened. "Don't tell me it's Ryan." Rosie didn't say anything, already hearing Georgie's arguments inside her head. "You can't be serious?" Georgie shook her head, walking toward the house. "I am." Rosie wasn't going to let her walk away, but the man driving the truck started heading over toward them. "Is one of you a Miss Rosie Boudreau?" "Yes, that's me." Rosie waved at the middle-aged man. Georgie left, holding the egg basket under her chin so she could open the door. The man looked at her and said, "I'm here for the horse." Rosie let out a deep sigh. This was the last thing she wanted to do right now. Say goodbye to one of the most amazing horses she'd met, while being so angry she could spit nickels. "Follow me." As she led him to the barn, she had a silent argument with herself inside her head. Georgie didn't have to share her opinion about Ryan. After all the times she'd told Rosie to butt out of her business, she would have some nerve to stick her head into this. But she knew Georgie. Her older sister was thinking about what this relationship would do to her, how it would affect her, not about how happy it made Rosie or Ryan. She sent Bo off with a farewell of tears, but no regret. He was a beautiful horse, but he didn't belong to her. It wouldn't be right to hold on to him. Now the pain of losing Bo, mixed with anger, set her straight to the house. "How dare you judge me?" she said as she barged into the house. Mama looked up from her needlepoint. Georgie looked up from her phone, her eyes rolling into the back of her head. "I just know how this is going to end, that's all." "How it's going to end?" Mama asked. "Tell Mama Rosie about your new relationship." "You gave Bo back to Marcus?" She gestured toward the truck pulling out onto the road. It wasn't right to keep him if I didn't have feelings for Marcus. Mama nodded, sticking her needle into the canvas. And you have feelings for someone else? Georgie laughed. She's in love with Ryan. Gunderson? Mama asked. Yup, Georgie mumbled. It should end really well. Rosie could feel the heat coming off her head. How do you know how this will end? Maybe this will be something really great. Rosie, the guy is struggling a lot right now. The last thing he needs is to be in a relationship with someone as young as you. Someone as young as me? You haven't even left home yet. Says the woman who had to run back home when things fell apart in her own life. Okay, Mama set her work aside. That's enough. You two are sisters. There's no need to fight each other. Then tell her to stay out of my business. Why'd you even tell me then, if you don't want to hear my opinion? Georgie snarled back. Because I didn't want to be like you and Sam, hiding your relationship, sneaking around and lying to everyone. I had to protect my children. Rosie couldn't take it any longer. She was done. You know what? Next time I want to share something important, I won't bother with you. Stop it! Mama's face said it all. The fighting was breaking her heart, but Rosie wasn't going to let this one go. She deserved happiness, too. Chapter 15. A new routine set in that was almost like a dream to Rosie. Every day Ryan came to the barn, helped with the cleaning and feeding. He pushed himself harder each day. Some of the work was too much, but he never complained. In fact, Ryan often hummed songs with Rosie, sometimes even joining in with some lyrics. Georgie didn't say a word, but after a few weeks, even she seemed happy to see him come down the road. Lunch was always at 12:30 on the dot. Mama even rang the bell, like she had when they were kids. Warm memories filled her mind, but when Ryan reached for her hand to lead her to the house, it was better than any moment in her entire life. Maybe the days of making good memories, instead of just reliving them, weren't over after all. Olivia had taken the news surprisingly well, not seeming to worry about the relationship at all. I think it's great, she'd said. You guys are perfect for each other. Rosie hadn't thought about how her niece looked at Ryan. To her, he wasn't Ryan the screw-up. He was Jessie's dad. People at church started talking. Both sisters, dating a Gunderson. But Rosie didn't care. They could say whatever they wanted because when Ryan sat in the third pew between Mama and her, she had never been happier. Auntie, when's Ryan coming? Charlie asked, holding onto the fishing pole. She looked at the clock. 6 a.m. The boys will be here any minute. The new annual fishing excursion was about to begin, and Charlie couldn't wait. He sat on his backpack in the middle of the barn, checking both entrances for signs of an approaching truck. Do you have your toothbrush? Yup. Underwear? Yup. She leaned on the pitchfork, thinking of what else he may have forgotten to pack. They're coming! He jumped up, picking up the overstuffed bag, which looked heavier than him. Slow down. Let me help. She leaned the pitchfork against the stall and picked up the backpack, settling it on his back. Georgie came out of the house with Mama as Sam pulled into the driveway. All three Gundersons sat inside. Now remember to listen to the adults, Georgie warned as she folded him into a hug. And don't go wandering off by yourself. I know, Mom. Can you let me go? He began to wiggle out of her grip. Be good. I will. Georgie wrung her hands, and her chin wobbled a little before she firmed her mouth. Make sure you take lots of pictures, too. Rosie approached the truck's passenger side window. Ryan rolled it down. Hey. He leaned out the window and kissed her. Hey, yourself. Ma! Charlie called out as she squeezed him harder. We got to go. I'm going to miss you so much. She swayed him from side to side. "Bye, Charlie," Rosie said, as soon as he broke free, running to the truck and sitting in the back next to Jessie. "He'll be fine," Sam said to Georgie, who didn't look so sure, "and you can't call me." "What about at night?" "It's the boundary waters. They're nothing out there." Rosie kissed Ryan one last time and smacked the side of the truck. "You boys better get going before there's tons of traffic." Sam nodded, then whispered a thank you when Georgie wasn't looking. As they rolled out, Charlie hung out the window waving, freaking Georgie out more. "You'll lose an arm," she yelled after him, but they were off down the dirt road, leaving a trail of dust. "He's going to have the time of his life," Rosie said, looking after them even though the truck had disappeared. "I know." Georgie's face was still worried. "I'm just not there." Nathan had been cooler than Rosie expected when the idea of fishing with the Gundersons came up. He gave his permission without making it into something other than a great experience. Even took Charlie shopping for the trip. Rosie almost said something to him when he dropped Charlie and Olivia off. This trip would mean the world to Charlie. "You can't control every situation." Rosie hadn't meant to start something, but Georgie's hands fisted on her hips. She shook her head. "You know, Rosie, you're a hypocrite." "Excuse me? Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black?" Georgie let out a hard laugh. "That's exactly what I'm saying. You want to give your opinion about everything, yet when anyone else shares theirs, it's none of their business. My love life is none of your business." "You know, you think I'm butting in, but it's not you I'm worried about." "Oh, really? Who then?" "Ryan, for starters," Georgie said. "He's a recovering alcoholic." "So?" "So it's been only a few months. Getting into a serious relationship is not a good idea for his recovery, but he's also still healing from the accident. Most days, Sam says he's sniffing the bottle, holding himself back." Rosie imagined him breathing in the smell. She remembered the night he almost fell off the wagon. She didn't understand that kind of addiction, but she didn't need to. He was stronger than the disease. "Don't you sound judgy?" "I'm a substitute teacher whose husband had an affair in front of the state of Minnesota. I'm living with my mother. I'm not judging." Georgie's face softened a bit. "What is he going to do if this doesn't work out?" Rosie's argument started to crumble. Would he drink again? "He's strong." Georgie nodded. "Yes, he's done real well, but he's not there yet." Rosie's heart dropped like an anchor in her belly, because as much as she didn't want to admit it, Georgie might be right. Ryan tried to read on the 5-hour trip, but Charlie didn't stop asking the two brothers questions the whole time. "What kind of fish are we catching? Where do we buy the bait? Where do I go to the bathroom?" The boy's excitement reminded him of his own at that age, which helped take his mind off his nerves. He wasn't sure how he'd hold up, camping in the middle of the woods. He had loved camping with his father and uncles, sleeping under the stars, canoeing from lake to lake, eating what they caught. But he wasn't a kid any longer, and his body was already in survival mode. What if he got hurt? What if he fell in the water? Could he swim to safety? It took weeks for Sam to convince him, and only when his physical therapist had assured him he would be fine with his 3 other working limbs. But in the frigid water of northern Minnesota, he thought the odds were against him. He wasn't sure where this new fear came from. He'd never really thought about life and death, even when he had been on his worst ride. That fear never played a part in his writing. But he didn't want to further burden Jessie, or Sam, or Rosie. But when they reached the state park's office, and the nostalgic scent of pine wood, damp paper, and coffee hit him, those nerves turned to excitement, and he began pointing things out to Charlie as Sam got their licenses. "Did you know that the Boundary Waters is over 1 million acres of wilderness?" He remembered his dad saying the same thing to him. Then the image of him talking to his own son flashed in his head. He hadn't ever thought of himself as a dad, but there he was, with a son. Did Jesse think of him like he thought of Sonny Gunderson, or like Sam, who took care of everyone without asking anything in return? Or as a joke? One thing was for certain. Rosie would be a wonderful mother if she wanted kids. Did she want kids? Did he want more? He looked over at Jesse, his first trip, but no questions. He had barely talked on the way up, checking his phone the whole time. Suddenly, Ryan was real glad Sam convinced him to go. He could have missed his son's first fishing trip. He could have missed the opportunity to become a father for Jesse. And as he watched his son, he wanted nothing more than to have that relationship with him. "You looking forward to this?" he asked him. Jesse stood in front of the brochure rack, taking out a map of the trails. "Will there be any service at all?" Ryan shook his head, smiling. "You might want to call Olivia one last time before you can't." Jesse shot him a grateful look and bolted out the door to the parking lot. He wasn't as excited as Charlie about being away from the modern world, but he'd come around when he woke up to the pink skies reflecting off the water. Licenses in hand, they piled back into the truck and headed for Frank and Nicole's Outfitters in Ely. They'd park up there and head out on Lake One. It would be an easy route without any need to portage to make things a bit easier on Ryan. Ryan breathed in the cool, damp autumn air as they got the canoes loaded up and in the water. Sam and Charlie took the lead, with Ryan and Jesse trailing. It was pure pleasure to be out on the water at first, the rocking motion of the canoe reminiscent of a horse's rolling gait. By the time they reached the first campsite and unpacked, though, Ryan's legs screamed in pain. The hard bench and the dampness in the air made him more uncomfortable than he'd imagined. The nerves running up his back and down his legs pulsated with fire, and he needed a break, not to head back out to go fishing. But that's what everyone wanted to do, so Ryan sucked it up and went out on the water. He helped Jesse hook his bait, casting out and reeling in 2 decent-sized bass. All the while he was screaming inside his head, wishing more than anything for the pain to stop. By the time they paddled back to shore, every muscle in his lower body throbbed, pounding like a ceremonial hoop drum. "Do you think you can get out and pull the canoe closer into the shore?" Ryan gritted out the words through his teeth. "I think so." Jesse jumped out, but he inadvertently pushed on the bow as he slipped on the mossy rocks, sending the canoe wobbling out from the shore again. Ryan should have asked for help. He should have waited, but all he wanted to do was get out of the canoe. He stood up, but the canoe tilted unsteadily under him. His good leg buckled and he dropped, his ribs crunching into the bench before he was dumped backward into the shallow water. His head came down on a big, jagged rock jutting above the surface. "Ryan!" Sam yelled out, but it sounded far away. "Dad!" Jesse's voice sounded like it was underwater. Or was it that Ryan was underwater? His vision went completely black. His body shocked by the cold, he automatically tried to take a breath, but took in water instead of air. He tried pushing himself up, his body in only a few feet of water, but his limbs would not obey. Jesse grabbed him and towed him to shore. He opened his eyes, but everything blurred together. He reached up to touch his forehead, but a sharp pain made him gasp, which made him cough. He looked down at his hand to see it was covered in blood. Sam and Charlie's canoe scraped against the shore, and they rushed toward him, if someone could rush in slow motion. Or maybe it was that something was pulling him away from them, faster and faster, down into the dark. Olivia moped through her chores with Jesse gone. She kept checking her phone all day, even though she knew he didn't have service. "Let's set up the mist machine," Rosie suggested. She had tried to keep her niece busy, shooting out orders when she started that sad-faced stare. "It's hot today." "Okay." Olivia went straight to it. No discussion, no whining. It was a miracle. Although, Rosie would be lying if she said she wasn't checking her phone, too. That day, Hannah had met Troy in town. He had been attending church since the night he came storming into the barn, but Rosie didn't trust him as far as she could throw him. He said he hadn't been drinking, but she had seen him out at night when she was working at the bar. He and his friends didn't try to hide anything, walking around town, causing trouble wherever they went. When she returned, her eyes were puffy and her face splotchy. "Are you okay?" Olivia asked her right away. Hannah nodded, but didn't convince either of them. Rosie reached out for Emma, taking her in her arms. Emma's tiny fingers took hold of her hair and pulled. "You want to see the horsey?" she asked Emma as she untangled the baby's fingers. Her little legs shot straight out, and she bounced in Rosie's arms. She would let Olivia and Hannah talk. The two had become close since she moved into the house. Sometimes Rosie forgot that Hannah was only a year older than Olivia, but living a life with more responsibilities than Rosie faced. She carried Emma over to the paddock, sitting her on the fence railing. Midnight came first, like always, curious of the small being in Rosie's hands. He wasn't sure what to think of the unpredictable little human. Stardust followed behind, but only to see Rosie, unimpressed by the baby. Something inside of her yearned as she watched Emma reach out her arms toward Midnight. Something twisted and made her wish more than anything that it was her own baby she was holding. Funny how she never imagined herself as a mother before. She wanted more horses, not a baby. Yet standing there, holding Emma, she wanted nothing more than her own child in her arms, sharing him or her with Midnight and Stardust. Ryan flashed into her head. He already had a child. Would he even consider more? His first time in the saddle of fatherhood didn't play out so well for him. The two hardly had a fair chance from the beginning. But now, Rosie could see the relationship growing, especially with this weekend trip. This was good for them. Rosie just knew it. Midnight sniffed the top of Emma's head, and she giggled in delight, making Rosie laugh along with her. She sure was a happy baby. At that moment, she became certain. She wanted this. She wanted a family more than anything, and she wanted one with Ryan. After dinner, as Hannah put Emma down, the 4 Boudreaux women sat on the back porch. The night held a chill, and they covered up under knitted blankets from the cedar chest. "What do you think the boys are doing right now?" Olivia asked. Rosie sipped her tea, smiling at all the silly things she had heard men did while camping. Probably bragging about the fish they caught. "Remember when Daddy would go with them?" Georgie said. Rosie didn't remember. Daddy went fishing with them? Mama laughed. He never caught anything. After Sonny died, they stopped going. Mama rocked in the swing with Olivia. "He got a hook stuck in his hand, remember?" Georgie howled at the memory. Olivia and Mama joined in, but Rosie felt sad. "How long has Mr. Gunderson been gone?" Mama looked up, thinking of the answer. "Gosh, it's been over 20 years or more." 20, Georgie confirmed. This was when the age difference hit Rosie. She fit in more with Olivia when they reminisced sometimes than she did with her older sisters. She didn't really remember Mr. Gunderson at all. The only memory of him had been from his funeral. She thought about Ryan, still in high school then. Ryan had basically left the ranch after that. Georgie sat up, alert, as soon as her phone started ringing. "It's Sam." "Did they find service?" "Is everything okay?" Georgie said as a greeting. Rosie laughed at her, being so ridiculous, but when Georgie's face became more and more concerned, something inside of her grew still and cold. "What's wrong?" she asked, sparking Olivia's attention. "Where are you guys?" Georgie held up her hand, silencing the questions. She looked at Rosie. "Is he going to be okay?" Her heart stopped with her breath. "What happened?" She wanted to tear the phone from Georgie's hand. Ryan fell and hit his head pretty hard. Georgie listened to Sam again. They're at the hospital now. We need to go. Rosie jumped up, about to grab her keys. Rosie! Georgie called out at her. Sam wants to talk to you. She took the phone from Georgie's hand and said, Sam, is he okay? He's going to be fine, but they're going to keep him in for now. Sam sounded tired. He fell pretty hard. I'll leave right now, and I can be there by 2. No, Rosie, don't come. Sam sounded stern. He doesn't want you to come. What? Sam paused, then said, I'm sorry, Rosie, but that's what he asked me to say. Ryan had hoped he wouldn't be in another hospital room after he left Oklahoma, but here he was, once again surrounded by the noises of machines hooked up to his body. Nurses came in and out every 2 hours, checking his vitals. Apparently, Sam stayed the night. Jesse drove the truck down to Prairie Valley to bring Charlie back home. Throughout the night, Ryan had been sick and in a lot of pain. Painkillers, however, were not an option. Not yet. When he woke up, he tried to speak to Sam as the doctor came in the room, but he didn't need a doctor to tell him what he already knew. What's going on with his speech? Sam asked. Slurred speech is a symptom of a grade 3 concussion. The doctor shone a light in his eyes. Right now, we want to watch the swelling and make sure there's no bleeding inside the brain. How many times had Ryan hit his head while riding? Fallen wrong off a horse? He tried to say something as the doctor asked him a question, but the words couldn't formulate inside his mouth, and gurgles came out instead. The speech difficulty should go away as you begin to recover, but with your previous injuries, I'd like to do some further testing in St. Paul as soon as possible. Ely's facility was mostly for triage, not major injuries, and as Ryan lay there, he realized things might be a lot worse than he'd thought. He grunted, wanting to ask what they'd be looking for, but Sam asked it for him. Should we be concerned about complications? The doctor's face said more than his words. I'd feel much better if someone who specializes in brain trauma had a look. Ryan hadn't moved since he woke up. There was pain running down his leg, but it seemed unresponsive. Again. We'll have an ambulance transport him down to Rochester as soon as one's available. Can I ride in the ambulance? The doctor nodded. You can probably ride in the back, but let me check with the paramedics. No, Ryan growled out. No. How far is it? Sam formulated a plan, ignoring Ryan. No. It was the only word he could get out. His lips and tongue were not cooperating. Ryan felt the pain burn again, but this time it wasn't because of his injuries, but because of the burden he'd put on his son. He had seen the pity in his eyes as he looked down at him in the bed. He rested his eyes for a moment, and when he woke, the paramedics were talking to the nurse, and he could hear Sam's voice in the background. The paramedics counted to 3, then lifted him by the bedsheets to the stretcher. He didn't look at them, his body like a rag doll. They worked around him, connecting all the tubes and wires hanging out of his arm. Sam followed the stretcher out, but Ryan avoided his eyes too. You can sit on the bench in back, the paramedic said as they wheeled him down the bright hall, out the emergency room door. They slid Ryan inside the ambulance. He pretended to sleep, but he was sure Sam saw the tears fall down the sides of his face. He was weak. He would always have to be taken care of. He would never have independence. He would always be a heavy load in Jesse's life, in Sam's life, and Rosie's. Somehow he'd get his tongue to cooperate. He'd get through to Sam that he didn't want Rosie to come to the hospital. He'd get hold of a pen and write it if he had to. He would be a burden to her no longer. He'd make sure of it. Chapter 16. Rosie didn't care if Ryan didn't want her to come to the hospital. He was just being his stubborn old self. She would go and support him no matter what he said. Ryan's biggest problem was Ryan. He didn't like to accept help. Torn between worry and hope, Rosie prayed during the drive to the hospital as she followed behind Jessie in Sam's truck. Jessie had told her about the accident, how Ryan's legs had collapsed as he tried to get out of the canoe. Thank God he hadn't fallen into deeper water. Her stomach twisted as they walked to his room, worried at what she'd see. His face was far worse than she had imagined. The right side was swollen and discolored. The eye had swelled shut. As soon as he realized she was in the room, he looked away from her. She rushed to the side of the bed, but his gaze was focused out the window. "Hey," she said, placing her hand on his. She waited for him to turn his head, but he didn't. "Ryan?" Sam walked over and gave her a hug, then Jessie. "How was the drive?" "Fine," she answered, not sure how to react. She squeezed Ryan's hand. "How are you doing?" "Fine," but the word came out forced and harsh. Rosie lifted her hand from his, looking at Sam. Jessie looked down at his shoes. Was he seriously mad that she'd come? "Ryan, did you see that Rosie and Jessie came to see you?" Sam said it loudly, like Ryan was 20 feet away instead of just a foot. "Yes?" The word was slurred. "He's having a hard time talking because of the concussion." She looked at Ryan again, his focus still out the window. She reached out to take his hand again, but this time he moved it before she could. "Why don't Jessie and I go grab something to eat?" Sam said. "You want anything, Ryan?" Ryan didn't answer. Rosie's heart began to pound. Something didn't feel right. Ryan didn't seem right. "Ryan, look at me." She leaned forward to get him to look at her, but he refused. "Did I do something wrong?" His eyes filled with tears. "No." "Then why won't you look at me?" He took in a big breath and let it out heavily. "I don't want you here." The words hit her like a punch in the chest. "Do you want me to leave?" A tear fell from his eye, rolling down his face. "Yes." Her breath caught in her throat. Her jaw hurt as she forced her emotions back down, and she fled from his room. She stood in the hall, trying to hold herself together. Her body felt as though it was sinking into the floor. The air was suddenly thick and hard to breathe. Why was he being this way? Just as she was able to take a breath, Jessie and Sam came around the corner. "Hey, you leaving?" Sam asked, handing her a coffee. "Yes," her voice cracked. "He doesn't want me here." The look on their faces said it all. She waved and faked a smile. She had to leave before she started crying. Sam sighed. "Rosie, I'm sorry he's being a jerk." "It's fine," she lied, biting her bottom lip so hard she tasted blood. "I'm gonna go." "Rosie, stay, I'll talk to him." "No, I want to go home." She left without another word. She couldn't take Jessie's pity any longer. What a fool she was, thinking he was just being stubborn. He really didn't want her there. The minute she got into the truck, she started to cry. Big, weepy sobs erupted, making her hiccup each time she took a breath. Ryan wouldn't even look at her. He wanted nothing to do with her. She didn't understand. Things had been so wonderful, so perfect. The thought of going home, having to tell everyone why she was back so soon, why she didn't stay at the hospital, made her groan out loud. Georgie wouldn't be surprised by the news. They'd all feel sorry for her. She'd have to face him, day in and day out. What had happened? By the time she reached Prairie Valley, her sadness turned to anger. How dare he treat her like that? She had come all that way for him, and he couldn't suck it up enough to look at her. He may have gone through another trauma, and she sure didn't know what it was like for him. But she did know one thing. You didn't treat people you loved like that, no matter what you were going through. She wasn't a woman who would allow a man to treat her like that. She got out, noticing Georgie looking out the kitchen window at her. She knew. Great, Rosie mumbled to herself. Of course, Sam would tell her. She came out onto the porch as soon as Rosie started up the steps. How are you? Her forehead creased in concern. I'm fine. Georgie tilted her head. She obviously knew Rosie was lying. I'm really sorry, Ro. Sure you are. She couldn't help herself. What's that supposed to mean? You and Sam probably couldn't wait to see this happen. That's not true, and you know that. Georgie folded her arms against her chest. Look, I came out here to see if you were okay, not to start World War III. Rosie knew she was being unreasonable. She knew she was taking out her anger and embarrassment on Georgie, but she couldn't help it. She wanted to yell at someone. She wanted to throw something. She wanted to leave Prairie Valley because staying here would just break her heart. Way to go, Sam said sarcastically as soon as he walked back into the room. You made Rosie cry? Ryan could feel his heart tearing in his chest. He didn't want to make her cry. That was the last thing he ever wanted to do, but it would be better this way. She would be better off without a cripple who'd need assistance for the rest of his life. Would he ever be able to live alone again? Or had the head trauma changed things for good? When he had watched the video of his rodeo accident, he threw up when he saw Demon Darlin pound her hoof into his head. One more fall, the doctor said, could give him permanent brain damage. He didn't want Rosie stuck with a vegetable. No, he'd rather make her cry than make her suffer that. That's classic Ryan, Sam said to Jessie. When things get tough, you opt out. He didn't even try to speak. This wasn't the same. He wasn't running. He was accepting. He accepted that he needed to lose Rosie in order for her to have a normal life. Ryan closed his eyes, pretending to fall asleep, but the pain crashed with each beat of his heart. When the nurse came back in the room for his vitals check, he got her attention and said, I want something for the pain. Rosie stayed in the barn for the rest of the day, even calling the bar to see if they needed an extra set of hands. She wanted to be busy. She didn't want to think. She cleaned out the stalls, washing them down from top to bottom. She washed all the feed buckets, water buckets, and all the equipment. She cleaned the office, organizing the overflow of paperwork. That night she skipped dinner, and Maggie said she'd keep a plate in the refrigerator, but she didn't come back in, not even to sleep. She stayed on the couch in the barn's office. The next day she came inside only to pack her things. She'd go back to the apartment. Hannah had already taken all of her stuff. Whatever Troy left behind, she'd throw in a box and drop off at his parents' house. She didn't want it there. She hadn't expected to be back in the barn. She didn't know why she had been so optimistic. She was taking a step back. Again. When she skipped dinner a second time, she shouldn't have been surprised that Georgie came out. Mama probably made her come, thinking they'd settle things. But there wasn't anything to settle. How are you doing? She asked, as Rosie worked on billing. She didn't look away from her computer. Fine. Georgie took a seat on the couch. Look, I'm sorry about Ryan. Rosie nodded. Sure. Georgie huffed. I am, and I'm sorry if I made you feel bad. Rosie swung around in her chair, unable to control herself. No, you aren't. Olivia's right. All you think about is yourself. You didn't want me to date Ryan because of you and Sam. You were probably relieved that things didn't work. Georgie's eyes widened. I'm sorry. I didn't know this was all about me. I thought your boyfriend, who I warned you about, was really mean to you. I didn't realize I made him be rude to you in the hospital. She shook her head at Rosie. No, you're out here, so you can say you told me so. Rosie snarled at her. Oh my. Georgie stood up. And I thought Olivia was dramatic. You just couldn't stay out of it. I would love it if I could turn to you when I'm heartbroken, but I can't. All I have is a sister who's just gratified that she was right about everything." "That's not at all true," Georgie snapped back. She started to walk out of the office but stopped and said, "The only one I feel sorry for right now is Jessie." And with that, she left. Rosie pounded her fists against the top of the desk. Her head fell into her hands and she cried. Chapter 17. It was Olivia who told her that Ryan was home from the hospital. It was Sam who told her his speech was improving, and it was Jessie who told her that he had left town. "He split the other day." Jessie hung on the fence, watching as Olivia practiced riding the barrels. He spoke emotionlessly. Georgie was right about one thing. Jessie had been the one most hurt by Ryan. "He left?" She worried about where he would go and if he should even be driving. "He didn't tell me." There was contempt in his voice. "We think he checked himself into Hazelden." All her anger suddenly disappeared. Hazelden was a rehabilitation center. Ryan was getting help. "That's really good." "I guess." Jessie shrugged. He got the information from his nurse. He left without saying anything. Did that mean he was drinking again? She held back on asking any more questions. Jessie didn't look as though he wanted to talk about it, but she wanted him to know one thing. "You know he loves you, right?" Jessie made a face. "Loves me?" He laughed, as if Rosie had made a bad joke. "He does," she said. "All he wants is to be a good dad for you." "Well, he sure doesn't act like it." Jessie kicked the ground with the heel of his boot. "I don't really care all that much anyways. I'm going to college next year, and I won't have to deal with him." Rosie's heart broke for Jessie, but more for Ryan. If he was at Hazelden, he was doing it for Jessie. Ryan wasn't doing it for himself. "Jessie, don't give up on him." She put her hand on his shoulder. "He needs you." "I better get back to the ranch," he said to Olivia. He nodded at Rosie, but she could tell he didn't want to listen to her go on. He acted like his father, but she felt a seed of hope crack open inside her. Ryan was getting the help he needed to fight his disease. He would get the care and the support he required to recover from another accident. 2 weeks later, she got up the courage to talk to Sam when he came to visit Georgie. "How's he doing?" she asked. She had overreacted. Of course he was angry. Of course he'd take it out on everyone. He had gone through a lot, and the blows kept coming. He had a head injury. How could she have been so selfish as to not realize what he was going through? "Good," Sam said. "Jessie and I went to visit him the other day." "Do you think he'd see me now?" she asked. Sam looked at Georgie. His face said it all. "I'm really sorry, Rosie, but he hasn't changed his mind." "Oh." She pretended not to care, smiling at Sam, who looked uncomfortable. "Well, tell him I wish him good luck." He nodded, but she left before he could give her his sympathies. He was probably going to go straight to Georgie and tell her all about it. Poor little Rosie had no idea what she was getting into. And they were right. Because the Ryan she knew wouldn't hurt her on purpose. The Ryan she fell in love with was determined and strong, and a fighter. And she realized that maybe she didn't know him at all. Ryan got used to the schedule. He woke up and took a walk before meditation, then breakfast. His first therapy session was in the morning, then chores, lunch, physical therapy in the afternoon, followed by another therapy session. Dinner. He had a commitment meeting after that. Then free time, during which he usually read. By the 3rd week, he got the full strength back in his right leg. The pain was still constant, but controllable. The urge to numb his pain had quieted down, but his guilt over how he'd treated Rosie grew, especially after his visitation with Sam. "You should see her," Sam argued again. when Jessie left to use the bathroom. "You really hurt her." The pain grew with his guilt. "You were right." "About what?" "She deserves someone better than me." Sam rolled his eyes. "That's not what I said." But Ryan was convinced that's what everyone had meant. They knew he would only drag Rosie down. She had her whole life to live. He'd just hold her back. No, he couldn't see her, because if he did, he wouldn't be able to let her go. "How's school?" he asked Jessie as soon as he walked in, hoping to cut the tension in the air. He shrugged. "Okay, I guess." "Isn't homecoming coming up?" Ryan asked, ignoring Sam's disdain. "Yeah, Olivia's already got a dress and stuff." "Good." Ryan didn't know what else to say. What he really wanted to say couldn't come out. He wanted to apologize to Jessie. He wanted to tell him how much he regretted, how much he wished things could be different. But instead he said, "You've been writing Ophelia?" Jessie nodded. "Every day." "Thank you." Ryan smiled at Jessie, who gave him a smile back. A silent conversation was happening. They stayed until the end of visitation and promised to come back. Progress, not perfection, was what his counselors would say. Each day was about making progress, and he needed to make progress on his relationship with his son by making progress with himself first. As the sun set over the pond and grounds, he thought about Rosie, thought about explaining himself to her. The last thing he wanted was to see her in this place, in his state of mind. One day, he would apologize to her, and he realized that by the time he could make things right again, she would probably have moved on. Things went back to normal fast. Georgie and the kids headed back to school, their routines filled with sports and events. Mama would frequently invite her to her Bible study group or her knitting club, but Rosie wanted nothing to do with any of that. Sitting around with the old ladies discussing recipes and Pastor Phil's choice in neckties wasn't exactly what she called a good time. She even skipped church for a while, but returned with Charlie's first communion. Georgie held a big lunch at the fancy steakhouse downtown. The whole town seemed to be there. Everyone except for Ryan. Then she heard someone say his name. Yes, he should be back home in a few days. "Would love to see him come back to church," Pastor Phil replied. Sam nodded. "I'll let him know." She turned away as Sam gave her that look he had been giving her for the past 2 months, afraid that the mere mention of Ryan's name would spark the same sadness it had that day in the hospital. It didn't. The sadness was too deep, not able to rise to the surface. She hardly cried anymore, only when she was drawn into a really good book or when a scent triggered a memory. The time spent with Ryan had been short. She should have been over him by now, but something inside her knew there was no getting over the love of her life. How did she get here? 27 years old, and the only man who ever truly loved her was dead. And the man she was in love with wanted nothing to do with her. The what-ifs were constant. What if she had just stayed with Marcus? Would the two be happy now? What if she hadn't stopped by the ranch that night and kissed him? What if she didn't go for that drive with him on that summer day? What if she had refused to leave the hospital and fought for him? One thing she took to heart in church that afternoon, as 12 eight-year-olds stood in their Sunday best, was that forgiveness wasn't about looking back at past mistakes, but knowing that the past was done, to accept that it was God's will, and to live in the now. She looked out at the families gathered around the tables, people she'd known her whole life, friends who had walked through some of the greatest and worst times, baptisms, weddings, and funerals. Then an image of Daddy sitting among them, talking about the harvest, played in her head. "Will you hold her?" Hannah held out Emma, who squirmed to get out of her mama's arms. "I want to get something to eat." Auntie Rosie would love to hold Miss Emma Pie. Rosie took her and side-saddled her on her hip, kissing her on the cheek. Do not get the tuna casserole. I love the tuna casserole with the chips on top, Hannah said, heading to the buffet table. We're at a steakhouse. Rosie couldn't believe Mama still brought her signature dish. Emma's baby fingers took hold of Rosie's necklace and pulled. Hard. Whoa! She pulled it back, but Emma's baby ninja moves soon had it in her fist again. Want to play with this? Mama held out her glasses. Hannah has a bag of her stuff by the table. As young as Hannah was, she was a wonderful mother who loved Emma with all her heart. She continued to work while Mama helped with Emma or one of the women from church. Troy came around once in a while, but he'd never shown up drunk. He had come into Lumberjacks one night on her shift, but left after she pointed him out to Tucker. Emma became mesmerized by the glasses, trying to open and close the arms, but Mama didn't seem to mind. I got them at the dollar store. Mama probably had another set of glasses in her purse anyways, along with tissue, enough Band-Aids for a first aid station, sunscreen, even though it was fall, pens, pencils, a paperback, knitting if she was working on something, photographs, and probably more things she couldn't think of. Would Rosie be a mother with that kind of purse? Would Rosie ever be a mother at all? She pulled the glasses out of Emma's mouth. No, that's yucky. She didn't want to think about it. Mama looked as though she wanted to say something, but hesitated, mulling over her words. During church, Daddy always gave you his glasses. You'd be slobbering all over them. She shook her head. You were definitely Daddy's little girl. This was true. Rosie lived to be with her daddy. She'd run out in the fields after his tractor, sitting on his lap as he taught her about all the machines, the germination process, or the health of the soil. He taught her how to fish, throw a baseball, play the guitar, and said goodnight every night of her life. But his greatest lessons were the love of animals, especially horses. He was the one who taught her how to ride, teaching her after coming in from the fields. Her sisters rode mostly English, but she chose to ride Western, just like her daddy. She won her first barrel race the first season she competed. People said she could go somewhere, but the important thing to her was the way she saw the animals, how she could feel their souls, how she connected with them, just like her daddy did. I wish he could see Olivia ride. I wish he could have seen you teach her. Mama smiled. I heard Ryan's coming home. Rosie bounced Emma up on her hip. That's what I heard. But she didn't want to talk about it, especially not in a room full of people. Out of all my children, you have always been the one to go for the challenge, Mama said. You'd never back down, even if there was risk. You practically drove me to drink with your antics. Rosie didn't say anything, not real sure where Mama was going, but knowing she had to let her get there. When did you stop fighting? Stop fighting what? For what you want in life? Like what? She became defensive. Like Ryan, for one. Rosie drew back her shoulders, annoyed that she was bringing this all up. Mama, he doesn't want to see me. So? So what? Rosie wasn't sure what Mama didn't understand. Ryan was the one who'd left. How could she fight for something that didn't even exist? Emma dropped the glasses, then nearly flung herself out of Rosie's arms to reach for them on the floor. You're so scared of life right now. You're back to hiding in the barn. Mama reached down for the glasses, then handed them back to Emma. And missing out. I have a life. Rosie, life is about ups and downs. She rubbed her back. You have to accept what was, to live right now. Rosie didn't speak, trying not to let Mama's words affect her. She bounced Emma up and down, making her laugh. You'll be writing in no time. Soon Hannah came and took Emma back. Mama started talking to Mrs. Wilson, and Rosie fell into her own little world inside her head. Chapter 18. Rosie found a new vigor. Something sparked inside of her that hadn't burned for quite some time. She was about to take a risk so big she didn't know if she could pull it off, but she had to try. Otherwise she wouldn't live. At least not a life she wanted. All night she had worked on a plan, going through paperwork in the Barnes office. In the morning, she went straight to the bank about a small business loan, putting her entire savings into a new business checking account. That night, she gathered Mama and Georgie in the living room after dinner. She handed over her loan papers, the estimated cost of seeds and other necessities, along with her projection of costs for the year. "You want a farm?" Mama looked bewildered. "Yes." "And you went to the bank?" Georgie flipped through the pages of her loan agreement. "Yes." Georgie's mouth dropped. "Why do you want to farm?" "I love this farm and this land. It's in my blood, and it's my way of keeping Daddy's memory close." Mama smiled at her. "What are you planning to do?" "I have to start on the fields right away. Get fertilizer out there. Over the winter, I'll join the Farmers Association, fix any of the equipment that needs it, work out the kinks. When spring comes around, I'll plant soy, just like Daddy." Then she'd pray. Mama's eyes glistened as Georgie looked over the papers using her reading glasses. She rose and wrapped her arms around Rosie. "That's my girl!" Ryan sat on the couch, reading a book he'd brought back from the center, a self-help guide to surviving the real world as an addict, with one of those cheesy titles, Staying Clean and Loving It. It was something the center talked a lot about, setting your intentions for the day, every day. Some people used prayer, some meditated, some read ancient philosophies, some exercised, while others read self-help books. Ryan used bits and pieces from all these methods, and it worked. Each morning, he prayed as he got out of bed, set his intention, and focused on it throughout the day. At first, he had the same intention, focus on the positives. He was sober. He had a family standing behind him. A son who'd stuck by his side. A roof over his head. He was alive. After a while, as the days became easier, he'd set new intentions, ones that continued to help him grow. Be intentional, feel more at peace with the past, surrender, and trust the process. Open up your heart. The night before, he had dreamt of Rosie. The two were together, laughing as if nothing had changed. And then she disappeared. He looked everywhere in the barn, in all the stalls, in the office, in the hands' quarters, but he couldn't find her. Would he ever see her again, even in his dreams? As he finished praying, he set his new intention. Ask for forgiveness. He had apologized over the past few months to Sam and Jesse, asking for their forgiveness and accepting it, which was harder than asking for it. But he hadn't been able to face Rosie. Not yet. He couldn't forgive himself for how he had treated her in the hospital, how he had ignored her texts and calls, pushed her away like he had with no explanation, nothing. As he walked into the kitchen, he saw Sam at the table, reading the paper. "There's going to be an auction tomorrow," he said. "I'm thinking about getting another ranch horse. Old Bill is slowing down these days." Ryan looked at the open paper, and when he saw the photograph, everything fell into place. He knew what he had to do. Some would say it was coincidental, but he had been waiting for a sign, and this was it. The moment he saw the picture of Beau, he knew he had to buy him. "He's selling him." Ryan pointed to the black and white photo of Beau's profile. Even with the poor quality of the photograph, he could see what Rosie saw in that horse. He was a looker, 15 hands of pure beauty. "Is that Rosie's horse?" Jessie said, walking into the room. Marcus is selling him. Ryan looked at the information. Are you going to tell Rosie? Jesse asked. He shook his head. No, I'm going to buy him. You've got to be joking me, Rosie called out as she threw the auction house's flyer on the table. He's selling Beau. Who's selling what now? Georgie asked, leaning over the table. Olivia looked up from her phone. Marcus is selling Beau? Rosie pushed the paper over to Olivia, tapping Beau's picture. Bidding starts at $10,000. Georgie's eyes opened wide. Rosie knew Beau would go for more, especially now that Marcus was the one selling him. The Golden Bluffs Ranch's reputation of breeding fine horses would instantly drum up interest. Are you going to bid on him again? Olivia asked her. Rosie shook her head, her heart breaking at the idea that another racer might want to snag him, drag him out onto the track for a few more years. You have to. Olivia looked as though she couldn't believe Rosie would pass up the opportunity. I invested all my savings into the farm. Rosie could feel a tinge of regret at not being able to bring him home, but not about the farm. Mama! Olivia clasped her hands and held them against her chest. Can we buy him? Georgie shook her head. I'm a teacher. I can't afford a high-end horse. It hurt that she couldn't afford to get Beau back, but Rosie had no regrets. Ever since Mama gave her blessing, she had been energized. She spent her days meeting with neighboring farmers, talking about their plans, tips, and tricks, and almost every time they'd wind up talking about Daddy. Did you know that Daddy helped put out a barn fire with Gertie Gustafson? I forgot about that. Mama picked up the paper and studied the photograph. Gertie had been burning leaves, and the next thing you know, half the field is up in flames. Then it went straight to the barn. Luckily, they got all the animals out. Through all these visits, the most important thing she learned was to expect the unexpected. Fires, droughts, too much rain, storms, late spring snowstorms, and late summer frost. Each neighbor gave weary warnings about their occupation, but not one regretted their line of work. I love working with the animals, Gertie said, among her milking cows. These girls are my whole world. I feel closer to God somehow, out in the fields, Mr. Wilson explained, one rainy afternoon in his barn. It's where I belong. Feeding our neighbors is what makes me do it, year after year, Bill Garno said at the Farmers Association meeting. We help provide for America. Love, Mama told her one night. Your daddy did it because he loved it. She hadn't made her first harvest, yet there was no doubt she'd be just like them. That soil lived in her blood. But she did wish she could have Beau, too. Oh well, hopefully there's a nice kid out there wanting a new horse, she said, but knew the chances were slim. She looked at the clock. It was almost time for her riding lessons. You sure you want to do the lesson with Sawyer? Olivia nodded. The 7-year-old would surely give her a hard time. Yup, I'll be fine. With Lily too? Rosie hadn't left the lessons completely up to Olivia, but she asked for more responsibilities, and she had proven she could do it. It was Rosie who had to learn to let go. Jesse's going to come down and help, Olivia added, which made Rosie feel a little better. She had bitten off more than she could chew, and passing some of the riding lessons to Olivia and Jesse would help a lot. Okay, I'll be in the office, but come and get me if you need help. I'm going to just do some cantering with the kids today. Olivia got up with her cereal bowl. Maybe a ride through the pastures. Rosie swiped up the paper as she left and brought it to the office. She wanted to call the auction house and see if there was any interest. There sure is, Earl said over the phone. If I had to guess, I'd imagine he's going to fetch a pretty good price. Which was exactly what she didn't want to hear. Will we be seeing you on Monday, then? Earl asked. No, I don't think you will. She wouldn't be able to watch someone else take him. or see Marcus for that matter. She hadn't seen him since her birthday, and she really didn't know what she would do if she saw him. She probably should apologize, but she had a feeling if he was selling Beau, he didn't want to see her either. She said her hellos when the Daniels siblings arrived for their lessons. Sawyer practically jumped out of the car when he saw Jessie was there for the lesson. "Can you show me how to lasso?" "Sure." Jessie patted him on the back. Olivia led them all out to the ring, where the horses were tacked up and ready to go. When she returned to the office, she found Georgie sitting on the couch with a cup of coffee. "I brought you this." Rosie took the mug and smelled the fresh roast. "Thank you." Georgie looked around as Rosie took a sip. It was exactly how she liked it, sweet and light. "You may not believe me, but I'm super proud of you," Georgie said. "About what?" A random compliment from her older sister wasn't a regular occurrence. "Of you, taking on the farm." Georgie stood up and looked out of the window at the kids. "Helping with the kids and Hannah and Emma. How you handled everything with Ryan?" Rosie waited for the lecture that was sure to be on the tip of her tongue. "Thank you." Georgie faced her. "I mean it. You are one of the strongest people I know, and I know you will succeed at anything you put your mind to. Ryan was a fool to let you go." Rosie couldn't contain her delight in hearing that. "That really means the world to me. And I shouldn't have gotten in the way, and for that I apologize." Georgie played with a ring on her finger. "I'm sorry if I made things difficult for you two." Rosie shook her head. "No, it wasn't you. It was just the wrong time for both of us." Georgie nodded but reached out and hugged her. "Annie and I couldn't wait to have a baby sister. The day you were born is still one of the best days of my life." Rosie squeezed back harder. "I was the lucky one, having a big sister like you." "Even when I'm bossy?" Georgie laughed. Rosie laughed with her. "Even when you're bossy." Chapter 19. It had been a perfect fall day. The maple leaves had mostly faded and fallen, the season just past its peak. That was Rosie's favorite time, because the amber colors of the oak and beech illuminated the day in gold. The fields were cut and cleared, ready for the next season. She had never handled the plow by herself until that afternoon. At first, her stomach twisted as if she was a little girl, climbing up on the massive machine without her daddy's supervision. But she turned the ignition and let it run. As it rumbled underneath her, her nerves went into high gear. Rosie moved through all the steps methodically, as if it were a rehearsal. "Release the brake, put it into first, release the clutch, now the parking brake." The engine rumbled loud, extra loud. "Pull your foot up slowly." She stopped, pushing her foot on the brake, her body vibrating in the seat. She took a deep breath and folded her hands together, just as the sun rose over the eastern prairie, setting the world ablaze. "Dear Lord, thank you for your blessings and opportunities." Her voice cracked, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. "Thank you for giving me the best daddy a girl could ask for." Her eyes teared up. Amen. Her feet pressed down on the pedals, putting the gears in first again. The tractor jumped forward, bouncing her in her seat, the sensitive wheel jerking the machine to the side. She adjusted the steering, gaining control, and headed out to the fields. The same path Daddy took every fall morning. "Following in your daddy's tractor wheels?" Mrs. Gustafson had said when she had visited their farm. As she looked back at the farmhouse, she could see Maggie and Georgie standing on the back porch, watching her, just like when she was little and learning to ride a bike or a horse, or heading off to school, or any of the other firsts. Little Rosie was farming. She smiled. "Yes, I am." She was farming. Sam drove them all to the auction. As soon as they walked into the tent, the sounds and smells brought Ryan back to the old days, cowboys and horses. He looked the crowd over for Marcus, knowing they'd have to interact if he was able to purchase Beau. Though he worried that Beau would go for more than he could afford to pay. The first installment of his insurance payout had been depleted by his hospital bills, rehab, and a substantial contribution to Jesse's college fund. They found seats near the front. He didn't see Marcus. He could afford to have someone trailer the horse. Maybe he hadn't come at all. He thought of Rosie, out plowing in the fields. He could see the determination in her face when he drove by the farm. He had never seen her look more beautiful. That was when he had let go of everything. The past, the guilt, the worry. "When will they bring out Beau?" Jesse asked, looking at the catalog. Beau's second. Ryan put his cane between him and Jesse, scanning the room again. No sign of Marcus. "He's over there." As if he read Ryan's mind, Jesse pointed to a man in a cowboy hat, but a tailored suit. Ryan's palms were sweaty, and he rubbed them against his jeans. He tried focusing on the auctioneer's podium. He just wanted to get this over with. The first horse was a young gelding. He took a pretty decent price, which showed that people were serious, and Ryan probably wasn't the only one wanting to bid on Beau. The auctioneer went straight to the black stallion with the flashy white blaze. Beau sure was a beauty. He also looked frightened. He acted skittish as a man with a gray beard handled him. Next, we have a quarter-horse stallion named Beau. The speakers crackled as the announcer talked into the microphone. "He is a looker, folks. He is approximately 15 hands. Strong and a well-trained horse from Golden Bluffs Ranch." Ryan looked around the room to see if there was interest. There were quite a few who sat up in the crowd, looking attentive. He hoped they were just curious. "Do I have 10 folks?" the auctioneer started. Ryan held up his paddle. Marcus, who stood alongside the stage, flashed him a look, as if he had seen a ghost. "We have 10. Will you give me 15? 15? Will you give me 15? A man to the side raised his paddle. "We have 15. Will you give me 17? 17? The auctioneer's chant rattled off, and Ryan raised his paddle. "We have 17. Can you give me 20? 20, folks? Will you give me 20? The auctioneer pointed toward the back. "We have 20. Will you give me 22? Ryan raised his paddle again. 22! We have 22! Ryan looked around as the room became quiet. "Will you give me 25? Ryan spun around, looking for another bid, but the man in the back shook his head, and the other bidder up front seemed to have given up after 17. "Sold! 22! "You've done good!" Sam patted Ryan's back. Ryan nodded. He had never been so sure about anything in his whole life. "Are you asking for her back?" Jesse asked. Ryan shook his head. "This is about apologizing, that's it." "Why not just buy some flowers?" Jesse asked. Ryan looked up and saw Marcus looking back at him. As though a light bulb came on, he suddenly seemed to understand who Ryan was buying the horse for. He kept his eyes on Ryan until the Gundersons left the auction tent. Outside, they waited around for the horse. Sam had wanted to bid, but the price went up fast, and higher than he was willing to pay. "Shame, too," Sam said, as they walked over to the registrar's office. Suddenly, Marcus was in front of them. "Rodeo Ryan!" He held out his hand as Sam and Jesse watched. Ryan leaned into his left cane, resting his right cane against his leg, and reached out. Marcus seemed to want to crush Ryan's hand in his grip, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. "Congratulations on your new horse." "Thank you." Ryan nodded. "Rosie know you're buying it?" Marcus cut right to the chase. Ryan shook his head. Would he be so big of a jerk as to tell her? "I should have figured something was going on between you two." Marcus didn't hide his feelings. He shook his head. "Good luck with that one." The old Ryan wouldn't have even thought about it. He would have just swung for the jaw. But now, with Jesse and Sam watching, he didn't need to compete with a guy like Marcus. The minute he put Beau up for sale, Ryan knew Marcus couldn't keep a woman like Rosie. She didn't tolerate pride. Marcus walked away, and after signing all the paperwork, the handlers brought Beau out to the trailer. The whole way home, he thought about what he was going to do. He didn't really want to make this about him giving her the horse. He just wanted Beau to be home with her. When he saw her look at Beau in the paddock at her party, he had never seen her more in love. Her face softened, all her defenses lowered, and she had looked completely happy. Even though she might never be his, Ryan would do anything to make her happy like that again. Rosie scrolled through the list of used farm machinery for sale. She wanted a newer AFS to monitor and manage the farm. She'd be able to organize her fields and track her equipment, all while monitoring data to gain better insights. The notebooks and folders Daddy used made no sense to her. Mama handled most of the bills and receipts, but never paid attention to management of the farm. Unfortunately, she was no help either. The asking price for the model she was looking at was $4,000, which was almost more than she could afford, but it would be worth it. Rosie was basically going in blind. She had no idea what to expect, what parts of the farm did better than others, where the sun rose exactly or where it set, how to irrigate so that it wouldn't flood or run off. It equally terrified and thrilled her. She had just clicked on the email address when she heard someone pull up the drive. She turned in her chair to look out and saw Sam's truck reversing toward the barn with a horse trailer attached to the back. She waited until the truck was turned off before stepping out to see what Sam was up to. Then she noticed Ryan in the front seat. She froze. "Hey, Rosie." "Hey," she said, as Ryan got out of the passenger's side. She wasn't expecting to see him. He looked different, healthier, his face fuller, his eyes brighter. She realized it had been months since she had seen him. "How are you?" "I'm good." He smiled, but he looked nervous. "Can we talk?" "Is there a horse in there?" She pointed at the trailer. She heard movement but couldn't see in the windows. He nodded. "It's about that." "Sure, let's go in the barn." She walked past the trailer, wishing she could open the back doors and see who was inside. Sam and Jesse got out, but didn't follow them. Instead, they headed toward the house. She was more than curious about what Ryan was doing, but her shock at seeing him left her tongue-tied. He stopped at the back end of the trailer. "I want to apologize." Her heart fluttered, and the old sadness rose up inside her again. "I've wanted to apologize for a long time, but I had to make sure that I could be someone you could trust again." "It's fine." "I never wanted to hurt you, but I know I did, and I'm sorry." She played with her hands, not really sure how to take his apology. He had hurt her, but now the hurt had almost disappeared. What she felt right now was a strange sense of gratitude. "I got something for you." Ryan reached for the trailer's door and swung it open. She recognized him as soon as the light touched him. "Beau." She covered her mouth with her hands. "You have Beau." "He's yours now." Ryan stuffed his hands in his pockets. "What?" She couldn't believe it. "You got Beau for me?" The horse snorted, and she walked up to the open door. "He belongs here, with you." She jumped up inside, walking up to Beau, rubbing his neck. "Hey, handsome guy." Beau snorted again, but he didn't seem as nervous as before, as though he recognized her. "I'm so happy to see you again, too." She wrapped her arms around him, then turned back to Ryan. "I can't believe you bought him. You must have spent a fortune." He nodded, shrugging. "You're worth it." Her heart dropped. What was he saying? She walked out of the trailer, straight over to where he stood. She stood in front of him and looked him in the eye. He was going to have to make the next move. "I love you, Rosie. I think I've always loved you." She laughed out loud. "I love you too." He nodded while taking a step closer to her. He dropped his right cane, resting his weight on his left as he took her into his arms and kissed her. In Chapter 20. Rosie had Jessie and Charlie help bring her trundle bed from the apartment. She had just moved back into the farmhouse. She was giving Annie the apartment. To say she was surprised by Annie's announcement that she was moving back to Prairie Valley was putting it mildly. "How long are you staying for?" Rosie had asked on the phone. "I don't know," Annie said, "just tired of the scene." Rosie wasn't sure if this meant she had given up or maybe she needed a new headspace. Either way, she didn't want her sister's dreams of becoming a country music singer to end. Heaven's angels' hearts melted when Annie sang. But the thought of her coming back to Prairie Valley, bringing all the Boudreaux women back together again, made her real happy. "Do you think she's going to stick around?" Ryan asked when he came to pick her up, checking out Rosie's new living arrangements. She shrugged. She couldn't really see her wandering sister staying put. "I hope so." Shame she didn't get traction out in Nashville. Rosie wondered what Annie was going to do. "Mama wants her to join the choir again." Ryan smiled. "That'd be nice." He put his arm around her shoulder, looking at the cramped space. "We really have no privacy now, do we?" He said it as if just realizing what Annie moving into the apartment meant. She leaned over and kissed him. "We still have the barn." "Isn't that where Olivia and Jessie make out?" "They better not be making out in the barn." Her voice turned stern. "Oh." Ryan chuckled to himself, then kissed her again. "We better get going?" She nodded, rubbing his back. "What do you have planned for dinner?" All he'd told her was to wear her boots. She smiled, looking at him. Boots meant riding. "What do you have up your sleeve, Ryan Gunderson?" Rosie had come to expect the unexpected when it came to Ryan. Every day it was something new, a bouquet of flowers, a gift of jewelry, a special restaurant reservation. Over the past several months, he had done nothing but spoil her. He also started helping around the farm. He placed the orders and did the taxes. He was also good with machinery and with the animals. She had purchased some goats and pigs. He still worked the Gunderson ranch, but less and less. Using only one cane now, Ryan held Rosie's hand, leading her down the stairs and to the back field. "What's Ophelia doing here?" she asked. There, grazing in the fields with Midnight and Stardust, was Ryan's horse. On her back was a custom-made saddle with a high cantle. She looked up at him. "I've been riding." Jessie and Olivia hung on the fence, close together, watching as Ryan and Rosie walked up to the horses. Bo was saddled and ready to go. Jessie helped Ryan as though he knew exactly what to do, helping him mount, adjusting his seat, checking the girth. They had been practicing. Happiness expanded like a balloon in her chest as she thought of how far those two had come. "We're going to hang out at the barn," Jessie said, gesturing his thumb towards Olivia. Ryan nodded. "Just keep your phone handy." "Sure," Jessie said. Rosie jumped on Bo, trotting forward to meet him. He held the reins comfortably, as if completely at ease in the saddle. "Ryan, this is amazing." She knew his physical therapist had been working hard with him, but she had no idea how far he had come. Ryan rubbed Ophelia's neck. "I wouldn't be here without you." "You got yourself here." He didn't owe her a thing. It was his strength and perseverance. "That night at Lumberjack's, if you hadn't given me a Coke..." He paused. "I don't think I'd be here today." Rosie walked Bo next to Ophelia, leaned between the two horses and kissed him. "Why don't we go a little faster?" He clicked his tongue, and Ophelia took off. She followed behind, watching as he rode Ophelia up through the fields, heading toward the ranch. Ophelia was steady as a rock, her wild streak subdued, her skittish nature calmed. Rosie had never seen Ryan on her. With him on her back, she was a different horse. After a few minutes, Rosie knew where he was headed. The Four Corners. Ryan's face couldn't hide his happiness. He looked free. When they reached the middle of the two paths, they stayed on their horses, overlooking the prairie. The wide-open spaces expanded across the whole river valley. The new spring leaves were bright green off in the distance. The sweet fragrance of new hay hung in the air. Ryan reached for her hand, and they sat there looking out, not saying anything. Then he turned to her and squeezed her hand before letting it go. He reached into the side pocket on his saddlebag and pulled out a small box. Her eyes widened. "If I could get down by myself, I would be on one knee." He opened the black velvet top. "Rosalind Mary Boudreau, will you marry me?" She grabbed his hands, leaning over and kissing him. "Yes." He pulled the ring out, taking her hand into his and sliding it onto her finger. A halo of diamonds sat in a vintage band. "It's beautiful. I'm thinking a house would be real nice right here." He looked out at the prairie, then back to her. "What do you think?" She walked Beau around to face the other way, leaning over and falling into his arms. "I love you, Ryan Gunderson, and I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you." This has been Daydreams in the Valley, written by Ellen Joy. The next book in the series, Starting Over in the Valley, tells the story of Annie as she lifts herself up with some help from Luke. Please don't forget to click the like button and subscribe to this channel to find out when more audiobooks and other content are added. You can also purchase all of Ellen Joy's books on Amazon.com.